वाइस चेयरमैन का नाम है ना तुम्हारे पास?
Everybody to please settle down. We are about to begin the show. We'll start. Hello, everybody. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to our dignitaries, our organizers, and our lovely audience. I am Shri.Smt, your host for today, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you at the very prestigious MEDC MSME Conference 2013, brought to you by Maharashtra Economic Development Council. And it's a pleasure to see so many lovely faces in the audience today. Well, before we move ahead, let me introduce our organizers for you. MEDC. The Maharashtra Economic Development Council was constituted in 1957 by all the prominent chambers of commerce in Maharashtra under the stewardship of Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadge, eminent economist and former deputy chairman of the erstwhile Planning Commission, Government of India. The council is essentially a development catalyst and investment facilitator of the state of Maharashtra. It is a unique autonomous research organization working proactively with the state government, business and industry, educationists, professionals, bankers, economists, and other leading stakeholders on vital issues pertaining to the socio-economic development of Maharashtra. The council is a think tank for all stakeholders of our state's socio-economic development. From last 16 years, MEDC is organizing this conference. The MSME conference is a flagship event and it is hosted in Mumbai for the MSMEs of Maharashtra. The objective of this conference is to help policymakers in their objective to promote micro, small and medium enterprises and to enable participants from the industry and agriculture in growing their clusters for the further collective growth. So once again, a very warm welcome at the MEDC MSME Conference 2023. And can we have a huge round of applause for Maharashtra Economic Development Council? Well, ladies and gentlemen, in our Hindu culture, whenever we start any event, we always take the blessings of the Lord. But today's event is going to be an exception because in our Hindu culture, we also say कि मेहमान भगवान बराबर होते हैं, and our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samant ji is yet to arrive. So once he arrives here with his blessings and with the blessings of the Lord, we'll do a lamp lighting ceremony. Well, before that, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our dignitaries on the dais, starting with our guest of honor. Let's put our hands together for Shri Deepak Ghaisas, Chairman, Gencoval Strategy Services Private Limited. Do we have him in the audience? Next up, I would like to welcome our very own President MEDC, Shri Ravindra Boratkar, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause as he joins us on the stage. I would now like to welcome Mrs. Meenal Mohadekar, Vice President MEDC. Next up, I would request Shri Deepak Karandikar ji, President, Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, to please join us on the stage. Shri Lalit Gandhi ji is also not here, who is the President of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, but he will be joining us soon. Next up, I would like to welcome on stage Shri Samir Somaiya, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce. Let's have a huge round of applause. I would like to welcome Mrs. Sujata Soparkar, President, Thane Small Scale Industries Association. We also have with us Dr. Vijay Kalantri, President, All India Industries Association. Let's have a huge round of applause. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome Shri Anil Gatske, State Committee Chairman, MSME and Cooperative Banking, MEDC. Let's have a round of applause for all the dignitaries on the stage. Well, with that, we are now going to start today's event with an opening address by our very own Vice President of the Maharashtra Economic Development Council. She's also the founder of Amhi Udyogini Pratishthan and Anand Trade Development Services. Let's put our hands together. We have Deepak Ghaisas, sir, with us. Let's have a round of applause. Well, let me introduce the lovely lady once again because she absolutely deserves an introduction twice. I would like to welcome the Vice President of Maharashtra Economic Development Council, the founder of Ami Udyogini Pratishthan and Anand Trade Development Services for the welcome address. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mrs. Meenal Mohadekar.
नमस्कार. नमस्कार. आजचे प्रमुख अतिथी यायचे आहेत मला माहिती आहे. उद्योगमंत्री श्रीयुत उदयजी सामंत येत आहेत ऑन हिज वे. आजचे प्रमुख पाहुणे श्रीयुत दीपक घैसास, MEDCचे अध्यक्ष रवीजी बोराटकर, मराठा चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सचे अध्यक्ष दीपक करंदीकर, TSSIAची अध्यक्ष ठाणा स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज असोसिएशनची अध्यक्ष सुजाता सोपारकर, इंडियन मर्चंट चेंबरचे अध्यक्ष समीरजी सोमैया, मराठवाडा चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सचे अध्यक्ष हजर नाही आहेत पण त्यांची पण साथ आपल्याबरोबर आहे. त्याचप्रमाणे व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवर, अनिलजी गचके, व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवर, सर्व उपस्थित मान्यवर, आमचे सर्व स्पीकर्स, दोज हू आर प्रेझेंट हिअर, नंतर MIDCची म्हणजे आमचे सगळे स्पॉन्सरर्स, कारण आज जो कार्यक्रम आहे तो तुम्ही सगळेजण इथे हजर आहात म्हणूनच होतो आहे. त्यामुळे तुम्ही सर्वजण व्यासपीठाखालील सर्व मान्यवर, आमची महाराष्ट्र चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सची उपाध्यक्ष हजर आहेत, अध्यक्ष आले नाहीत तरी, शुभांगी तिरोडकर, नंतर आमची उर्वशी दरादर, नंतर आजचे सर्व स्पॉन्सर्स, ज्याच्यामध्ये सरोज स्वीट्स मी पहिलं नाव घेईन कारण आमची ती उद्योगिनी आहे, नंतर TJSB बँक, SBI, ग्रेटर बँक, कॉस्मॉस बँक, सेंट्रल बँक, MIDC, टाटा नेक्सार्क, ECGC, MCX, वाघ बकरी चहा, या सर्वांच्या संयुक्त विद्यमाने का म्हणते, कारण ते आहेत म्हणून आपण आजचा कार्यक्रम करू शकतो आहे. आणि सांगायला आनंद वाटतो आहे, हा 16वं वर्ष ती म्हणताना म्हणाली, पण दिस इज 13th इयर ऑफ द MSME कॉन्फरन्स. आणि पूर्वी आम्ही इंडियन म्हणजे IESच्याच बँड्राच्या संकुलामध्ये घेत होतो. आता 3 वर्षापासून वी आर हिअर इन दादर. तर त्यामुळे MEDC म्हणजे महाराष्ट्र इकॉनॉमिक डेव्हलपमेंट काउन्सिल is the mediator between all chamber of commerce and the government. So it is a think tank. आणि बेसिकली आत्ता तुम्हाला सांगायला आणखीन आनंद होतो आहे की 9 तारखेला जे आपल्या सरकारने एक कोकणाशी रिलेटेड एक कार्यक्रम ठेवलेला आहे, म्हणजे कोकणमधला विकास कसा व्हावा या दृष्टीने, त्याच्यामध्ये पण MEDC इज अ लीडर. तर त्या दृष्टीने 9 तारखेला सरकारबरोबर भेटायलासुद्धा मीडिएटर आम्हीच आहोत. दुसरी गोष्ट महत्त्वाची म्हणजे पहिल्यांदा 13वं वर्ष जरी असलं तरी दीपक करंदीकर, दीपक घैसास नेहमीच असतात, कारण मला वाटतं दीपक हे सगळे दीप प्रज्वलनामध्ये असल्यामुळे ऑलवेज दे आर हिअर विथ अस. परंतु सगळे चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स आर मेंबर्स. त्यामुळे इंडियन मर्चंट चेंबर, महाराष्ट्र चेंबर, नंतर मराठा चेंबर, मराठवाडा चेंबर, हे सगळे आमचे म्हणजे दे आर विथ अस इन MEDC. आणि पहिल्यांदा 13 वर्षामध्ये दिस इज फर्स्ट टाईम वी हॅव कम टुगेदर अँड ऑर्गनायझिंग दिस कॉन्फरन्स. हे महत्त्वाचं मला सांगायचं आहे. नंतर सर्व मीडियाचे प्रतिनिधीमध्ये महाराष्ट्र टाइम्स इज अ स्पॉन्सरर, मीडिया पार्टनर ॲज वेल एज बिझनेस स्टँडर्ड. सर्व मीडियाचे प्रतिनिधी, सर्व औद्योगिक संघटनाचे प्रतिनिधी, मला इथे बरीच लोक औद्योगिक संघटनांचे लीडर्स दिसत आहेत. नंतर सर्व स्पीकर्स अँड लेडीज अँड जेंटलमन. आजचा दिवस मी म्हणेन सणासुदीचा. तुम्ही म्हणाल कसं? तर कालच भारताने चंद्राच्या दक्षिण ध्रुवावर आपला झेंडा रोवला, तिरंगा फडकवला. वी आर रिअली प्राऊड ऑफ इट. आपला भारताने तिरंगा दक्षिण ध्रुवावरती फडकवलेला आहे आणि चंद्राच्या दक्षिण ध्रुवावर उतरणारा भारत हा पहिला देश आहे. हे सगळे इस्रोचे शास्त्रज्ञ, भारतीय शासन, पंतप्रधान मोदीजी आणि त्यांची टीम यांच्या अथक प्रयत्नांनी साध्य झाले. पण त्यामध्ये त्या सगळ्यांचं अभिनंदन आणि त्याच्यामध्ये एक खारीचा वाटा आपल्या उद्योजकांचा पण आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये सांगायला आनंद वाटतोय की जी आपल्या स्टेजवरती टिसाची अध्यक्ष बसली आहे, शी इज ऑल्सो अ सप्लायर फॉर इस्रो. सो गिव्ह हर अ बिग हँड. कालचे आपल्या देशाचे क्रांतिकारी पाऊल व आजचा भारतीय उद्योजकांचा मेळावा सणच नाही का? दुग्ध शर्करा योग म्हणजे जसं आमची सुजाता इज अ मॅन्युफॅक्चरर फॉर इस्रो, त्याचप्रमाणे पुण्यातील आम्ही उद्योगिनीची प्रथितयश उद्योगिनी शीला धारिया ही स्प्रिंग्स मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग करते आणि ती शी गॉट अन अपॉर्च्युनिटी टू सप्लाय स्प्रिंग्स टू इस्रो फॉर देअर प्रोजेक्ट थ्रू गोदरेज अँड बॉयज. अशा तऱ्हेने महाराष्ट्रातील अनेक छोट्या गावातील सांगली, बुलढाणा, औरंगाबाद, शहापूरचे सुरेशजी साने यासारख्या बऱ्याच इंडस्ट्रीयल MSMEच्या लोकांनी आपल्या भारताचा झेंडा उडवण्यामध्ये अगदी छान यश, म्हणजे त्यांचा पण खारीचा वाटा आहे असं मी म्हणेन. त्यामुळे या लोकांना काम करण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि MSMEचे उद्योजक त्यांच्याबरोबर असताना आज MSMEची कॉन्फरन्स बघा किती छान योग आलेला आहे. त्यामुळे आपण म्हणतो आहे की आज हा दुग्ध शर्करा योग आहे. दुसरी गोष्ट MSME का करतो आपण, तर त्याच्या वेगवेगळ्या स्कीम्स. यावर्षी आपण एक्सपोर्ट हा विषय घेतलेला आहे, स्टार्टअप हा विषय घेतलेला आहे. खूप वेगवेगळ्या व्यक्ती अगदी नागपूर, दिल्ली इथून येत आहेत. त्यांच्या ज्ञानाचा उपयोग तुम्ही करून घ्या. MSMEची आपण वेगवेगळ्या योजनांमध्ये किती लोकांना माहिती आहे की MSMEनी सुद्धा म्हणजे मार्केटिंगसाठी एक साईट उघडलेली आहे की ज्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही जाऊ शकता. त्याच्यासाठी ते लोक बोलणार आहेत, पण मी फक्त हिंट देते की या साईटवरती तुम्ही छोटे उद्योजकसुद्धा जाऊन तुमचं रजिस्ट्रेशन करू शकता आणि त्या माध्यमातून तुम्हालासुद्धा मार्केट मिळू शकतं. ही नवीन स्कीम आहे त्यांची, त्यामुळे नवीन योजना आहे. नंतर दुसरी गोष्ट म्हणजे चीफ मिनिस्टर रोजगार योजनेतर्फे मुद्दाम सांगते, चीफ मिनिस्टर रोजगार योजना ही ऑफिशियली फक्त महाराष्ट्रात जरी असली तरी प्राईम मिनिस्टर रोजगार योजना ही सगळीकडे आणि त्याच्या माध्यमातून चीफ मिनिस्टर रोजगार योजनेतर्फे खेड्यातल्या म्हणजे मुंबई पुणे मेगा सिटीज सोडून तुम्हाला 35% सबसिडी मिळते. त्याचप्रमाणे आपल्या मुंबईतल्या पुण्यातल्या उद्योजकांना 25% सबसिडी मिळते. त्याची जास्त माहिती पाहिजे असेल तर 5 तारखेला आमच्या पार्ल्याच्या कॉलेजमध्ये या, जिथे दीपक घैसासच तिथे आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. तर त्या तिथे बेसिकली आमची उद्योगिनी संघटनेतर्फे येते आहे आणि ज्यांना त्याचा फायदा घ्यायचा आहे त्यांनी 5 तारखेला दुपारी 2 वाजता पार्ल्याच्या मॅनेजमेंट कॉलेजमध्ये या आणि तुमचे कागदपत्र बरोबर घेऊन या. लगेचच तुम्हाला आम्ही मदतीचा हात देणार आहोत आणि हे ऑफिशियली गव्हर्नमेंटनी आम्हाला दिलेलं काम आहे. त्यामुळे त्याचा लाभ घेऊन या. माझं म्हणणं स्कीम्स या प्रत्येक असतात. MSMEच्या पण क्लस्टर डेव्हलपमेंट स्कीम आहे. क्लस्टरमुळे तुम्ही कमीत कमी 20 लोकांनी एकत्र आलात एकाच प्रकारच्या तर तुम्ही क्लस्टर डेव्हलपमेंटच्या अगेन्स्ट, म्हणजे याच्यात पुन्हा उदाहरण देते की रत्नागिरीमध्ये मँगो क्लस्टर आहे आणि मँगो क्लस्टरसाठी मँगोशी रिलेटेड सगळी लोक एकत्र आली आणि त्यांनी याच्यातून दिल्लीकडून MSMEच्या अंडर पैसे उचलले. त्यांचं काम खूप छान चालू आहे. औरंगाबादला आशिषनी पण एक क्लस्टर 2-3 क्लस्टर केलेली आहेत. अशा क्लस्टर योजनासुद्धा आहेत. वेगवेगळ्या योजनांचा लाभ घेणं तुमच्या हातात आहे. सरकार ताट वाढून ठेवतं आहे पण हात तुमचेच लागणार आहेत, लक्षात ठेवा. सरकारकडे योजना आहेत पण त्याला फॉलोअपची गरज आहे असं मला वाटतं आणि तुम्ही सगळेजण इथे आलात त्याबद्दल खूप खूप धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद रवीजी बोराटकर फॉर गिविंग मी द अपॉर्च्युनिटी टू स्पीक. कारण 13वं वर्ष सातत्याने MEDC ही कॉन्फरन्स करत आहे, ऑलवेज इन द मंथ ऑफ ऑगस्ट, ऑलवेज विथ IAS. त्यामुळे हे आमचं समीकरण झालं आहे असं मी म्हणेन की IAS MEDC आणि MSME टुगेदर इन द मंथ ऑफ ऑगस्ट. पुढच्या वर्षीची तारीख आज जाताना डिक्लेअर करू. त्यामुळे पुढच्या वर्षीसुद्धा तुम्ही या, पण एकदाच येऊन चालणार नाही. आमच्या वेगवेगळ्या योजना आता रवी सर सांगणार आहेत. 9 तारखेला पण यायचं असेल तर ते आमच्या शीतलकडे हे करा, कारण शीतल आणि आमची पूर्ण टीम, वाय एम सेईंग MEDCची पूर्ण टीमने रात्रंदिवस काम करून हॅपी टू शेअर विथ यू. गिव्ह अ बिग हँड. शीतल प्लीज स्टँड अप. 850 एंट्री झालेले आहेत. आय एम हॅपी टू शेअर विथ यू. 850 एंट्री झालेले आहेत आजच्या याला. स्पॉन्सर्सना सांगण्याच्या दृष्टीने नाही, आमच्याकडे ऑन पेपर सगळं आहे. तर अशा तऱ्हेने सर्वांनी संघटित झालं तरच काम होऊ शकतं. आणि म्हणून म्हणतात ना, एकत्र आलात तरच काम होईल. म्हणून कमिंग टुगेदर इज अ बिगिनिंग, वर्किंग टुगेदर इज अ प्रोसेस. आणि सगळं करताना सक्सेस व्हायचं असेल तर कीपिंग टुगेदर इज अ सक्सेस. त्यामुळे हे सर्व सांगताना तुम्ही बरोबर आहात म्हणूनच करू शकतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you so much, Meenal ma'am, for the welcome address. And as ma'am mentioned, coming together is a beginning. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining this prestigious conference. And a big thank you to our dignitaries for taking out time today and joining us at this prestigious conference by MEDC. Well, with that, we would like to welcome all our dignitaries with a token of love and appreciation. Starting with our guest of honor, I would request Shri Ravindra Boratkar ji to felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Deepak Ghaisas ji, Chairman, Gencoval Strategic Services Private Limited. Let's have a round of applause. I would now request Mrs. Meenal Mohadikar ji to felicitate Shri Deepak Karandikar ji, President MCCIA. I would now request Shri Satyajit Bhosle ji to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Shri Samir Somaiya ji, President IMC. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Vivek Bhute ji to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Mrs. Sujata Soparkar ji, President TSSIA. Thank you so much. And I would request our dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. Well, with that, one quick question to the audience. Any guesses on who is what is the most important part of any event? Like any event for that matter. Any guesses from the audience? Audience, yes, I would agree, but I think there is somebody who's even more important. Oh, of course, that's the most important. Any more guesses? Oh, who said that? Sponsors. Sheetal ma'am is absolutely right. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors because without them, this conference wouldn't have been this grand. And thank you so much for supporting and believing in us. And we are sure that we will keep making you proud. Well, with that, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all our sponsors. And for the same, I would request Shri Ravindra Boratkar sir and Mrs. Meenal Mohadikar ma'am to kindly join us ahead on the stage. And I would request the audience to clap real loud because that's where the money comes from. Let's give it up for Mr. Jayesh Borat, Relationship Head, Industry Association, and Mr. Rahul Sharma, City Sales Head from Tata Business Hub. We have with us the honorable presence of Shri Lalit Gandhi ji, President, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. And we have the Tata Business Hub team right here with us, who is one of our sponsors. Lalit sir, a very warm welcome to you. I would request Shri Anil Gatske sir to kindly felicitate Shri Lalit Gandhi sir, President, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture. Thank you so much. Well, with that, we are going to continue with our sponsor felicitations. Next up, I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Singh, AGM, Credit Marketing, TJSB Bank. I would now like to welcome Mr. Anil Samurai, CEO, Greater Bank. We have with us Mrs. Vandana Ghavnalkar, AGM, ECGC. Let's have a round of applause as she joins us on the stage. Next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Mohammad Nasim Momin, Assistant General Manager, SME State Bank of India. I would like to welcome Mr. Somesh Vaidya, AVP Business Development, Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited. Let's have a round of applause. I would now like to welcome Honorable Vice Chairman CA Praveen Kumar Gandhi, the Cosmos Cooperative Bank Limited.
She was asking what is most important, and everybody said sponsors. It is not the sponsors, but the young and fresh face who is comparing this is more important to all this.
Now that's my favorite human in the audience. Thank you so much, sir, for the lovely compliment. Well, with that, next up I would like to welcome Mrs. Manisha Marathe, Director, Saroj Sweets. Let's have a huge round of applause. Next up, I would like to welcome Mrs. Ashwini Dhingra, Zonal Head, Central Bank of India. Next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Jayesh Shah, Senior Marketing Officer, Business Standard. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. I suppose he is not there in the audience. Next up, I would like to welcome our media partners. Our media partner is Maharashtra Times. I would like to welcome Mr. Vaibhav Vaze from Maharashtra Times. Thank you so much. Let's have a huge round of applause for all our sponsors. Thank you so much for all your support. And I would now request Shri Ravindra Boratkar ji to kindly join us here for the opening remarks.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, that's the spirit. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all you here for the annual MEDC MSME Regional Conference. This is basically to identify, analyze, discuss on the contemporary and multifaceted issues being faced by our small-scale sector at both the state and the national level, and this is an attempt to solve them. As my colleague Meenal has already told you about, this is our 13th such conference. So friends, I extend a very warm welcome to you and also a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Shri Deepak Ghaisas, Chairman of Gencoval Strategic Services. My good friend Shri Lalit Gandhi, President, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture. Shri Deepak Karandikar, President of Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture. Shri Samir Somaiya ji, President of Indian Merchants Chamber. Srimati Sujata Soparkar, President of TSSIA. And of course my colleague Meenal, who takes a lot of effort, well supported by Mr. Anil Gachke, one of the senior members of MEDC. I see here good number of representation from the various industry association, from industries, and not only from Mumbai, but I see many of the faces which are very familiar to me from Nagpur, Aurangabad, Pune, and some other cities. Kolhapur also. So indeed a pleasure to have you all here. Some of the speakers who are going to guide you are also with us now, particularly my friend Mr. Khurana, who has come from Nagpur all the way. Well, having said so, I'm sure that very soon our honored guest will be joining us. But in the meantime, we must take the program ahead. Coming back to our today's conference. See, as we are all aware, that MSME has emerged as a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of the Indian economy over the last few decades. It contributes significantly in the economic and social development of the country by fostering entrepreneurship and generating large employment, particularly with a less capital investment comparatively to the large industries. And I think the kind of employment generates is almost next to the agriculture. In fact, MSMEs are also complementary to large industries as their ancillaries, we call it. So in a way, they also support overall industrial development of the nation. MSME sector accounts for over 80% of businesses in India and contributes to well over half of the total industrial employment of the country. And I think it's almost 1/3 contribution of MSMEs to the GDP also. In fact, when it comes to Maharashtra, Maharashtra's ambitious target of achieving $1 trillion economy in the coming 5 years will require the MSME sector to play a pivotal role. It will also require dedicated policy efforts regarding the infrastructure creation and investment promotion across multiple levels. In fact, in the recent past, there are certain initiatives taken by government of Maharashtra which are in a positive direction. And I leave it to the Honorable Minister when he joins us to elaborate more on that. But when we say that achieving $1 trillion state economy with a substantial contribution from the manufacturing sector will require the MSME sector to play a pivotal role, especially through its export-led growth potential. The sector is rising to the challenges. Major MSME clusters are now formed in different parts of Maharashtra. We are all aware. There are different sectors at different places. There are many textile or even the pharma. I think they have listed the number of subjects and number of places where these clusters are happening. That's a very positive mood. Given the forward and backward linkages of the MSME sector, creating a robust and enabling financial environment for manufacturing and services is the key to developing a competitive ecosystem. This is particularly the case for small businesses with the numerous and interconnected in the requirements. We still have to cover some grounds in this regard. I think India is perhaps one of the least leveraged large economy in the world. We need to channelize credit more aggressively into emerging areas, particularly our MSME sector, if it is to compete successfully and participate in the global value chain. Because unless it becomes competitive, cost-effective globally, certainly the sector will not able to export more, certain will not able to grow more. As they said, like every dark cloud has a silver lining. I think after the dark period of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have vaulted a decade ahead in the adoption of digital technologies. There is much that the MSME sector can gain from this paradigm shift. Ultimately, friends, MSMEs help facilitate the development of a more inclusive and dynamic ecosystem which could unleash India's export potential in manufactured goods, high-end professional services, thus enabling us to reach our aspiration of $1 trillion state economy and $5 trillion national economy within the coming 5 years. And I'm sure later in the day, we all are going to deliberate and also have guidance from the very eminent personalities, experts in this field. And the topics are like export promotion for MSMEs, export opportunities for MSMEs, funding opportunities for the MSMEs, innovations, incubations, startups, and the success story. With this, friend, I wish you all the best for the deliberations for the day. And I hope there is a good take home for each one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for addressing the audience. Well, with that, we also have the presence of Dr. Vijay Kalantri ji, President, All India Association of Industries. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. And I would now request Shri Anand Kulkarni ji to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Dr. Vijay Kalantri ji. Without further ado, we would definitely like to hear it from our very, very experienced dignitaries. First up, I would request Mrs. Sujata Soparkar, President, Thane Small Scale Industries Association, to kindly join us and address the audience.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, good morning. I'm here as the President of Thane Small Scale Industries Association, an MSME for an MSME by an MSME association. And I'm really glad that MEDC has focused this time on all the associations as well as taken up MSME as their subject for today's conference. Basically, MSME, as everybody knows, and as Raviji also said, is the maximum employer of the country. Lot of work being done in MSME is of great help. 43% of exports is done by MSME, and even all these different programs, as you see yesterday, we had a marvelous moment with us landing on the moon. So I am really glad and proud to say that a lot of our members have contributed to the mission. So it is basically the MSMEs who do all the groundwork, and the R&D and everything happens in the MSMEs, and then it is taken up over outside. So as an organization, Thane Small Scale Industries Association, we were founded 48 years ago by Dr. Appasaheb Khambete, who is our founder president, who was our founder president. We lost him last year. But this association basically works for the upliftment of MSMEs. Running an MSME in India is not an easy buzz. Everybody knows about that. Because although there is a lot of lip service which is being given to MSME, on the ground level, we have to face everyday problems. The major being the finance, major other being the payment not coming up. So we at TISA help our members to cross these hurdles, help them in the firefighting, as well as we also help them in different the ways, having workshops for different subjects like import-export, for GST. In fact, before GST came in, we had 400 workshops in our association to prepare our members and the MSMEs in general to be there for MSME, for the GST. Now with this new platform, ONDC, which is coming up, which is going to be a very life-changing thing, for especially for the MSMEs, where we'll be able to cut cost in our marketing. So we are going to have that also program, seminar on 29th at our association. Different workshops on the foreign trade policy, on the new labor policy, all those also happen in our association. Last year, we attempted to have a very grand exhibition. Many of you would have attended MahaIndex 2023, which was held at SIDCO Exhibition Center. It was a tremendously successful show with about 150 plus stalls, pure MSMEs, and we had a good conclave over there where we do a lot of vendor, registrations, as well as we had called the bigger PSUs over there, where they showed us how to register themselves, MSMEs in their portfolio and then get orders. I'm really glad to say that after that, in fact, we had a delegation from different countries also come over there. And Aramco was one of the company which came over there, and they have started doing business with our members. So it is a great achievement for the export potential of MSMEs, which is really great. I'm also an exporter with 65% exports to US, Germany, South Korea, and other countries. And I believe that MSMEs have that. Basically, an MSME is mostly a techno-entrepreneur. It is basically somebody who has a idea and then they fall into come into the industry with that idea, and then they slowly grow up. So we in the association help people to migrate from micro to small to medium, and I'm glad to say so many of our members have graduated from micro and now are medium enterprises, and they are doing great work in the full field of industry as such. We also help the service industry also. We put the service industries also together with our association. So these are the different various things which we do at the association. We also help the exporters give the certificate of origin. So all the entrepreneurs who are in Thane regions are most welcome to be our members. Once again, I congratulate MEDC for taking up MSME as this, because it will keep the focus on MSME, and we'll really help about the different schemes which are available for MSMEs, which will take up the MSMEs much, much forward. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Sujata ma'am. Next up, I would request Dr. Vijay Kalantri ji, President, All India Industries Association, to kindly address the audience.
Good morning, all of you. And I apologize for coming late. I'm sorry I had to come through the traffic. So Mumbai, one can always blame a traffic for being late, but genuinely today it was traffic. Thanks. I'm grateful to Maharashtra Economic Development Council for inviting me to this function. Mr. Ravi Boratkar, the President, Lalit bhai, Samir, Sujata, then Minal, and Bachkana, many of my friends, Deepak, Ghaisas. So all these are my colleagues and friends, and I know them all, and I'm happy that all are associated with MSME. I think All India Association of Industries, that our World Trade Center, we have been working on MSME and women empowerment and startups, and regularly organizing exhibitions and activities. That's one part. But many of my predecessors have spoken something about MSME exports and MSMEs, what they're doing. But 3-4 things which we need to do. That many things which we have been talking about MSME from last 30 years, still those issues remains relevant. One is timely and adequate finance, which was one of the issues which has been always in the mind of the MSME, that we don't get timely and adequate finance, and which is true even today. It may be, and we have been talking that SIDBI should become a full-fledged bank. That should be always there, because if SIDBI becomes a full-fledged bank, you know that is only for MSME. Because that will help all the small-scale sector to go to one bank. We can go to other banks also, but let's see about one bank. We do agree that now the MSME, for MSME there is a stock exchange, we can list our companies, even if you have 5 crore and above turnover. But what we need is timely and adequate finance, and at a reasonable rate. Now large industries get funds at lower rate than the small scale industries. It's there, you can find out from any records. Large industries get a lot of other benefits which small scale don't get. Today if we talk about any benefit, what is the benefit to small scale? I don't think any incentives are there. Anything is left. You pay the same GST, you pay the same taxes, you pay the same, even in interest you don't get concession. Even on exports you don't get concession. So what you get is your par with all the industries. So earlier small scale industry used to grow at 18 to 23%. Now we are growing below 13%. Earlier we used to get funds at least minimum 12% of the total credit. Today we are getting only 8%. Although our turnover has gone up, everything has gone up, but our credit has gone down in the public sector banks. Last time when I was talking at the Reserve Bank Standing Committee, 40% was lending to small scale by private banks, and public sector bank only gave 4% in that year. So if you talk about 40% and 2%, it's too much. So you can see the variation, multiplicity of laws, still we are confronting those same things. Many other things which are confronting small scale growth needs to be done. So what I feel that if government, what they give lip sympathy, let them put it into practice, what they need to do for small scale and what much can be done for the small scale industry. I am told that time is too short, so I am grateful to you for listening to me, and I wish you all the best and hope that we are all get together, have one small group one day and have a think tank and come out with some solutions, and let us all sign one memorandum and give it to the government. Rather than we all sending separately, let us make few points from all and do it, and once we are united, government will listen to us. But I think there is a great future for small scale, and if country has to grow, and if we have to do capacity building of our country, or if we have to create employment, then small scale is the only solution to the country and to the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vijay sir. Next up, I would request Shri Deepak Karandikar ji, President, Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, to address the audience.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. I'm not going to repeat what my predecessors said. I'll tell you a little about MCCIA. I'm the president now. We were established in 1934, almost 89 years ago, and we have been pushing industry initiatives in and around Pune, and I was blessed with a very unique. I'm from the small industry. I'm an MSME owner, and for the first time, I was put on the pedestal as a president there, and I was given 104 weeks before I would step down, and I decided what I need to do. So I needed to make a very impressive dent on the MSME functioning, and as Mr. Vijay said earlier, we need to do something collectively, and I'll tell you what we did. We did on 3 different things. One was delayed payment, the second one was solar, third one was women empowerment, and the list can go on. I have a huge list of about 17 different items that I need to do. But top priority, and you must listen to this because I'm sure that there are many people who have not or must have read what is important. The MSME Act in 2006, Chapter 5, Rule 15, 16, 17 said, an MSME, if registered, must be paid within 45 days if there is a contract. If there is no contract, it must be paid within 15 days. That rested. This was passed in the parliament. Nothing happened after that. There were 4 different initiatives that were taken. The last initiative that I thought was one of the great things that happened, there was an announcement in the budget that Section 43B of the Income Tax Act would be implemented, where companies who do not pay MSMEs within time, that is within 45 days, would not be allowed expense on the amount that is not paid within that particular time. Now I'll give you a small background. The total business that MSMEs do, normal borrowing is 20% of their turnover. What is excess is about this 20%. And please hold your breath. The figure that has been declared by the Joint Parliamentary Committee and Dun & Bradstreet in their report in May 2022 said that over and above the normal working capital limit, the borrowing by MSMEs is 10.7 lakh crores. I'll repeat, 10.7 lakh crores. What are we doing? What is MEDC doing? What am I doing? What is anybody on the dais doing? We cannot be just sitting down and say, this should happen. There is a slip. I have been pushing. I have met the finance minister thrice. I met Dr. Karad last week. I impressed upon him that if you make this implementable, see what is going to happen. All MSMEs will no longer need the excess financing that is required. No bank will be required. Ma'am, just give me 1 minute more. No bank will be required to give the MSMEs because the MSMEs run after borrowing 10.7 lakh crores. What is this required for? To fund the large industry, to fund the PSUs, to fund people who do not pay on time. They enjoy credit at 0%. MSMEs are paying dearly for this kind of a finance. I think if all these gentlemen and ladies sitting on the dais understand this, I hope you all will join me. I will also join somebody, but we must make it understood that our plea is genuine. Just imagine 10.7 lakh crores getting released. It is a fundamental and it is a basic thing. Let us not say we will do this, we will do that. Finance must be made available. Perfect. It's there. Let's do it. Let's take help of law. Second, my only last thing that I would like to make. Solar. Renewable energy is our Prime Minister's goal. We have a huge 300 gigawatt, right? I started a process when I understood that large consumers are given open access. I said, why not me? You know, it took me 7 years, and there was a notification from the CERC on 6th of June 22 that all contract demand consumers over 100 kW will be allowed open access. And I'm so happy that sometime around last week of July, even our state has fallen in line. Believe me, MSMEs will be able to, if they participate in the cluster program, which I would request every chamber association to take up, and collectively produce energy and make it available to small industries, we will be able to buy energy at 5.5 rupees. I think I have a lot more to say. We are doing it. We are setting up a 5 megawatt plant under the umbrella of MCCIA. Anybody wants to contact us to find out how we are doing it, we will certainly be happy to. Thank you, MEDC. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Deepak sir. And he's also the Honorable Chair for Technical Session 1. And of course, we would love to hear more from you in the session as well. Well, with that, I would like to welcome our next dignitary, Shri Samir Somaiya, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce, to address the audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, my friends, Vijay is a friend, my father's friend as well. I met Lalit Gandhi ji in Delhi at the Parliament only a week ago, and all of you on the dais. Thank you so much for inviting me here to be here today. The Indian Merchants Chamber was founded in the early 1900s to represent the cause of the Indian industry, which at that time the associations were more representing the causes of the English or the foreign companies. And that is why the Indian Merchants Chamber was founded. And Mahatma Gandhi ji was one of the honorable members of our association. It is with that same spirit that we want to today talk about building Maharashtra, building India, and building our country of our dreams that can reach the moon. The government has shown in the last few years, with the tremendous success of the JAM, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile banking, how it can now target India to become, in the next few years, the third largest economy in the world. As Maharashtra wants to go towards its dream of 1 trillion, I think the MSMEs are a backbone of this. As I've taken charge of the Indian Merchants Chamber only 2 months ago, I have realized this very quickly, that our focus of our efforts should be on all industries, large and small, but the MSME should be a thrust. The government has taken, and I've seen Sujata madam already spoke about how she's working on the ONDC. There are many such initiatives of the government, which I think we should work on making them aware, and also then working on implementing, and also then advocating for change. In our meeting with Mr. Karad also that I had in Delhi last week, we talked about him about ease of doing business. What he said very clearly was, don't give me just ease of doing business as a statement. Come together and give us specific items where you want changes to be done. This government is serious about making things easy, but come specifically. If it is Factories Act, if it is Shops and Establishment Act, you come with each of those items and come with us, come with all the examples you need. So I thought even if we give tools of digital compliance about what can be done, we can come with a list of how we can proceed. The government has also made a big initiative on saying that India will be carbon neutral by 2070. But do we as companies, organizations know what our current carbon footprint is today? I think we should again make aware so we can know and then find a pathway to going forward. So I think it's a great platform over here that we are working together to achieve this. If I may end with a nice Sanskrit saying, Ram, when he went to Lanka, he said to Lakshman, Api Swarnamayi Lanka, Name Lakshmana Rochate, Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. I think today Maharashtra and Bharat is our Janani, our Janma Bhumi, and it is on way to become Swarnamayi again. But we have to make it Swarnamayi for all, for small and big companies, service sector, startups, businesses, and all people of all colors. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Samir sir. Next up, I would request Shri Lalit Gandhi ji, President, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, to address the audience.
नमस्कार. MEDC तर्फे आयोजित MSMEच्या या रिजनल कॉन्फरन्समध्ये या ठिकाणी उपस्थित MEDCचे अध्यक्ष आमचे सहकारी श्री रवी बोराटकरजी, आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे प्रमुख पाहुणे दीपक घैसासजी, समीर सोमय्याजी, दीपक करंदीकरजी, विजय कळंद्री साहेब, सुजाता सोपरकर मॅडम, अनिल गचके साहेब व या MEDCमध्ये चेंबरतर्फे प्रतिनिधित्व करणाऱ्या उपाध्यक्षा मिनलताई मोहाडीकर व या ठिकाणी उपस्थित माझे चेंबरमधील सहकारी उपाध्यक्ष करुणाकर शेट्टी, शुभांगीताई तिरोडकर व सर्वच मान्यवर. MEDCची ही वार्षिक MSME कॉन्फरन्सची परंपरा MSMEच्या वेगवेगळ्या विषयांना वाचा फोडण्यासाठी अतिशय महत्त्वाचं व्यासपीठ ठरतं आहे आणि माझ्या आधीच्या वक्त्यांनी जे वेगवेगळे विषय मांडले ते नक्कीच महत्त्वपूर्ण आहेत आणि काही वेळाने उद्योगमंत्री आले तर त्यांच्यापुढेही आपल्याला हे विषय मांडण्याची चांगली संधी या निमित्ताने मिळणार आहे. करंदीकर साहेबांनी आता मगाशी जो एक सोलरचा उल्लेख केला, मला सुरुवातीलाच आपल्याला शेअर करायचं आहे. महाराष्ट्र चेंबर बिईंग अपेक्स चेंबर ऑफ द स्टेट, 100 वर्षाचा इतिहास आहे या चेंबरला. काल आता मी महाराष्ट्र सरकारबरोबर महाप्रीतबरोबर एक MOU साईन केला. या महाराष्ट्रातल्या MSMEजना करंदीकर साहेबांनी ज्या सोलर एनर्जीचा उल्लेख केला, विदाउट इन्व्हेस्टिंग अ सिंगल पाई आपल्याला ती सोलरची सिस्टीम आपल्याला इन्स्टॉल करता येणार आहे आणि ती वीज आपल्याला अराऊंड 5 रुपये या पर युनिट दरानं पडणार आहे. आणि ह्याला वर्ल्ड बँकेनं साधारण 3500 कोटी रुपयाचं फंडिंग महाराष्ट्र सरकारला या प्रोजेक्टसाठी दिलेलं आहे. तर त्या काळामध्ये आपल्याला सगळ्यांच्यामध्ये या गोष्टीची माहिती महाराष्ट्र चेंबरतर्फे पोचवण्याचा मी नक्कीच प्रयत्न करू. सर्वच असोसिएशन आम्ही मिळून या ड्राईव्हमध्ये महाराष्ट्रातला सगळ्यात मोठा जो प्रश्न आहे, देशातली सर्वात महाग वीज ही महाराष्ट्रातल्या इंडस्ट्रीला घ्यावी लागते, त्या प्रॉब्लेमचं एक सोल्युशन देण्याचा हा प्रयत्न आहे. राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि उद्योगमंत्री यांच्याबरोबर आमच्या या विषयावरच्या 2-3 बैठका सातत्याने झाल्या, त्यातून हे सोल्युशन पुढं आणलं गेलं. चेंबरच्या माध्यमातून ज्या अनेक गोष्टी MSMEसाठी पर्टिक्युलर केल्या जात आहेत, त्यामध्ये गेल्या वर्षभरापूर्वी सरकारवर सातत्याने दबाव आणून आमचं जे 2 वर्षापासूनचं प्रलंबित अनुदान होतं 2300 कोटी रुपयाचं, ते या सरकारला द्यायला भाग पाडलं. महाराष्ट्र चेंबरच्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला एक मोठं यश सरकारच्या या अनुदान वितरित करण्यामध्ये मिळालं, याचाही मला सांगताना नक्कीच आनंद होतो आहे. MEDC एक थिंक टँक म्हणून या राज्याच्या विकासासाठी काम करते. धनंजयराव गाडगिळासारख्या एक प्रख्यात अर्थतज्ञांनी या संघटनेचा पाया रचला. महाराष्ट्र चेंबर असेल, आमचं मराठा चेंबर असेल, IMC असेल किंवा अशा चेंबरनी MEDCला प्रमोट केलं. बिंग अ प्रमोटर चेंबर मला अतिशय समाधान वाटते की MEDC रवी बोराटकरजी आपल्या कारकिर्दीमध्ये अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीनं काम करते. गेल्या काही वर्षामध्ये आपण बघितलं अनेक वेगवेगळ्या विषयावर MEDCनं अशा प्रकारच्या कॉन्क्लेव्ज आणि कॉन्फरन्स आयोजित करून हे विषय सरकार दरबारी असतील किंवा आपल्या स्टेक होल्डर्सच्या माध्यमातून सोडवण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आणि MEDC जी परंपरा राहिलेली आहे सरकारला पॉलिसीमध्ये मदत करणे, पॉलिसी प्रिपरेशनमध्ये, आणि MEDCकडे जो थिंक टँक आहे त्याचा फायदा नक्कीच आम्हाला राज्यातल्या आणि देशाच्या विकासासाठी होणार आहे याची मला खात्री आहे. आपण आम्हाला सर्व असोसिएशन आज या ठिकाणी एकत्रित बोलवलं, याबद्दलही मी MEDCला मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. महाराष्ट्र चेंबर या राज्याच्या व्यापार उद्योग क्षेत्राच्या वेगवेगळ्या क्षेत्रामध्ये माझ्यासाठी आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. जसं काल आपण बघितलं चांद्रयान-3 सक्सेसफुली लँड केलं, त्यामध्ये चेंबरचे संस्थापक वालचंद हिराचंद यांनी स्थापन केलेल्या वालचंद नगर इंडस्ट्रीचा मोठा वाटा होता. शेठ वालचंद यांनी स्थापन केलेल्या हिंदुस्थान एरोनॉटिक्सचा सुद्धा मोठा वाटा या चांद्रयानमध्ये होता. आणि पर्यायानं महाराष्ट्र चेंबरला डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट या चांद्रयानच्या लँडिंगमध्ये कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट करण्याची संधी मिळाली, ही आमच्यासाठी अतिशय आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. पुन्हा एकदा आपल्या सर्वांना शुभेच्छा देतो. पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदींनी जे विजन दिलेलं आहे देशातल्या MSMEला एम्पॉवर करण्यासाठीचं, त्या यातल्या अडचणी दूर करण्यासाठी आजची ही परिषद आपल्याला उपयोगी ठरेल असा विश्वास व्यक्त करतो आणि थांबतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you so much, Lalit sir. Next up, before I invite him to address the audience, I would like to give a brief introduction about our guest of honor for the day, Shri Deepak Ghaisas ji. He is the chairman, Gencoval Strategic Services Private Limited. He has also worked in the software industry since 1987 and has been involved in a number of roles, including executive member of the NASSCOM Executive Council and member of the CII Executive Council for Western India. Let's have a huge round of applause for Shri Deepak Ghaisas ji.
Good morning. Oh, it's okay. First of all, thank you very much. I think I must thank Minaltai first to invite me here. Somehow she likes me talking, and I wonder when she'll get bored one day to listen to me. But this is probably 10th program of mine in this hall in last 10 years or 12 years or 15 years. But I love coming here because I think the kind of passion she carries, same thing with Ravi. I have worked in MEDC as vice president for umpteen number of years. So I understand the kind of anxiety they go through and the usefulness of, I think the minister has come, so we'll welcome him first. Sure, please. I did that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samant ji. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the dais. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Sir is with us now, we will now move ahead with the lamp lighting with his blessings and with the blessings of the Lord. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais, starting with our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samant ji, to kindly join us for the lamp lighting. Yes, I would request everybody to please join in. Our guest of honor, Shri Deepak Ghaisas ji, Chairman, Gencoval Strategic Services Private Limited. It is our pleasure to start this event with the blessings of our chief guest and the guest of honor and our other dignitaries on the dais. Well, we just hope that with this, all the darkness in our life is cast away, and may the shine of eternal success, good health, and happiness shine upon us. I would now request Shri Ravindra Boratkar ji to kindly welcome Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samant ji. Let's have a huge, huge round of applause. Sir, it is our pleasure to have you with us, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion by your presence. And apologies to our guest of honor. Sir, I would request you to please join us back and continue with your address. Thank you.
Thanks. So let me do it again. So first, thanks again for this MSME conference, because this is again close to my heart and I love this sector. I'm going to talk for 10 minutes. Because Raviji had told me till the minister comes you have to talk. But fortunately it came so early. So let me finish in 10 minutes. Just quick 4 points I will make. One is that, yes, everybody has said that MSME is important for the economy in terms of employment generation, in terms of innovation. And I'll spend a couple of minutes on innovation because I strongly believe that all you guys are the people who are going to create innovation in the industry. Large and big companies in the world cannot create innovations because they are too large and too rigid. And therefore, innovation should and will come from the small scale and medium scale industry. So this you must keep in mind because that's the way to go around. And we saw Sujata Tai giving great history of her own company and the Thana Association. I think I've been there a couple of times, and I love that place because everybody is so enthusiastic and doing so great. So I think if we want to make this economy as 5 trillion and Maharashtra as 1 trillion, MSME will play the role, whether you like it or not. But what happens in MSME, because all these guys just now so far talked about how great MSME is, I'm going to say from outside, since I run a P fund of around a few $1 million, and we sort of fund a couple of $1 million to every company. We have around 45 investments. And what I see from here is two things. One is you have a lack of access to the technology. And I think you must have the good access to technology. For that, you need to open your eyes, open your ears to continuously seek the new technology getting into the company. We talked about financing. I think 10.7 lakh crore, that's what you said. But I also remember the report from Finance Commission, which says that only 60% MSME take funding from banks, and 40% don't even approach banks. So that means it is not 10.7, it is rather 15 to 16 lakh crore rupees that is required for this MSME sector. The problem with that 40% is whatever RBI tries to do in terms of interest or monetary terms, it does not get benefited to the MSMEs fully because they are not funded by the banking. So I think one of the requirement of MSME that they should go to the banks rather than the informal channels of funding. And I think Cosmos Bank is sitting there. So I think they are very keen to do that as well. So it is not 10.7 lakh crore. It is much bigger. Secondly, we talked about this interest cost and 45 days and 15 days. Let me assure you that the number of boards that I sit on, I think every quarter we worry about you guys. We worry about the funding. There is a separate slide that comes which shows that why and the things were not paid and how much interest is payable and why such things should be reduced down to zero because all MSMEs should be paid. So every listed company at least takes care of that. And we shout at people if they don't pay. But there are issues involved. I agree with it. But I think the things have changed much better way than what it was before because the law has come. So law is getting implemented. We are taking it seriously in corporate world. So that I think will go through. What I think we lag is really in MSME as I see is a width of management. I think the management bandwidth is very less. Most of the people try to manage themselves. And in that process, the real technology doesn't get in, the organizational development doesn't happen, and that creates a problem because if you want to contribute to the $5 trillion economy, I think your organization has to be strong. And many times in startups I have seen that funding is a major problem they see, but funding is the fourth major problem. The first major problem is starting with your idea, with your way in which you approach the market, the marketing, the digital marketing, and the team that you create. So the team is very important that you create, and therefore my suggestion to you is, in every MSME, try to expand your organization in such a way that organizational development happens, and please try to get partners or associates who are smarter than you, because that is the way to go to expand your own business. Many times a promoter does not like a smarter person working with because they think that it can outright you. But don't do that. Get smarter people, because that will help your organization to grow. So that is my piece of advice to you. Marketing, as I said, use the new technology coming in, and that is so important. I mean, one of the suggestions, Raviji, is that since you started doing this, next time please put the remote also. So we don't have to gather there. Okay, so just we put the remote, and that's the adoption of technology, right? That's the way we should go about. The future, I think the future is, to me, it looks so great. This is the land of opportunity. I think the worldwide, when I see the world is going towards China +1, they are now looking at the Europe +1 because there are many German companies, chemical companies who have stopped working because of energy issues. And most of the Western companies or corporates or conglomerates are trying to look at India as the destination, as a +1, so that they can start. I am seeing that happening in this country. Okay, so it is very important to take this opportunity and see what all we can replace our goods with the Chinese or with Europeans and supply that to the world. Plus, we have 1.4 billion population market here. The income levels are going up, so there's a local market plus there's a huge export market. And I think this is very high potential that we have. The entrepreneurship is there. We have the funding available. I can assure you, since being in P fund, myself running, we have more money in the market available, and we are chasing the good ideas. So if you're not getting funding, I think there is some problem with you, not with the banks, right? So we have a lot of money in the market today, and we need to do that. We talked about ease of doing business, and one of the experience that yesterday I was in Aurangabad with my automobile company, and we are looking at the new project of some 50 crore, 100 crores. I think one of the major problems that all of you face is on ease of doing business is this corruption. Okay, there is a cost, and unfortunately all of us have accepted there is a cost of doing business. Right from environment inspector to, no, I'll finish in 1 minute, don't worry. She said 2 minutes, I said no, 1 minute. So there is a huge cost of doing that business. And many of us are scared to talk to you, to talk to people about it. Everyone is hush-hushly doing it. But every time the inspector comes, one way I think it is a very advanced country because there's a rate card available, so you pay so much, you don't worry about it. But that is not the way we want the advance. So Mr. Minister, my request to you is that please ensure that no corruption cost or cost of doing business is involved in paying money to any of these regulators. And if that happens, I think 90% of our problems will be sorted out. You can concentrate on business. And I can say it loudly because I'm not currently running an MSME, so I'm not afraid of it. Okay, but I think this is, if this is done, I think the MSME will grow. People will get the time to look at their business without any worries. And if that happens, I think these platforms, I mean, all these associations are here. I think apart from getting power and financing, I think ease of doing business, corruption-free administration is something that you must insist on. And if you get that, I think we have done it. We have great potential, and becoming $1 trillion economy in Maharashtra and 5 trillion is not a big deal to happen. I think we can start putting at the bigger aims, since anyway we have reached the moon now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak sir, and I would say that was well within 1 minute. Well, with that, today we have with us the honorable presence of our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samant ji. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. We have a small token of appreciation and love from Shri Satyajit Bhosle ji, Regional Director, MEDC. I would like to welcome him on the stage and present the token of appreciation to our chief guest.
मंत्री महोदय नमस्कार. हे जॅकेट हे प्लास्टिक वेस्टपासून बनवलेलं आहे, कॅरी बॅग्समधून बनवलेलं आहे, सॉरी आपलं बॉटल्स, पेट बॉटल्स. आणि सर्वांना सांगतो, रत्नागिरी जिल्ह्यामध्ये प्रत्येक ओला वायला कचऱ्याबरोबर एक प्लास्टिक बॉटल्स क्रशिंग मशीन लावलेलं आहे. 1000 मशीन्स पुण्यामध्ये नाहीत, मुंबईमध्ये नाही आहे, पण रत्नागिरी जिल्ह्यात साहेब प्रत्येक ओला वायला कचऱ्याबरोबर प्लास्टिक क्रशिंग मशीन लावलेलं आहे.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, next up, I would like to welcome on stage Shri Kishore Penglekar ji from Marathwada Business Forum, Pune. We are going to do a quick Gati Shakti book launch here, and he's going to tell us more about the same.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, audience. I am from Janmabhumi Parabhani Karmabhumi Pune, Marathwada Business Forum. मुंबई टू परभणीपर्यंत जायला पुण्यातनं जावं लागतं. पुण्यात आम्ही बिझनेस फोरम स्टार्ट केलेला आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये मॅक्सिमम लोकांनी इन्व्हॉल्व. आम्ही 17 सप्टेंबर मराठवाडा अमृत महोत्सव आहे, त्यानिमित्तानं सगळ्यांनी पुण्यात यावं, सगळ्या असोसिएशनने सपोर्ट करावं, हा पहिली विनंती. दुसरी विनंती, गतिशक्ती म्हणून मी मॅगझिन जे रिलीज केलं आहे ते सप्लाय चेन, लॉजिस्टिक आणि ट्रान्सपोर्टेशन भारत सरकारची स्कीम आहे. आपले 22 सप्टेंबर 2022ला ती लॉन्च झाली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये उद्देश हा असा आहे की लॉजिस्टिकमध्ये 14% कॉस्ट आपली लागती, ती सरकारला 11% पर रिड्यूस करायची आहे. त्याचा उद्देश घेऊन मी माझा अनुभव जो पाठीशी आहे तो अनुभव मी पुढे घेऊन ते मॅगझिन पहिले रिलीज करतो आहे. हार्ड कॉपी घेतलेली आहे, हार्ड कॉपी करून डिजिटल कॉपीसुद्धा लॉन्च करतो आहे. तर पहिली कॉपी आपल्यातर्फे लॉन्च करण्यासाठी रिक्वेस्ट करण्यासाठी आणलेली आहे. आमच्याबरोबर नंदिता मॅडम आहेत, सुष्मिता दास यासुद्धा माझ्याबरोबर आहेत, त्या करवारी कॉलेजमध्ये आहेत. बरोबर आम्ही लॉन्च करण्यासाठी रिक्वेस्ट करतो.
Thank you so much. Well, without further ado, I'm sure all of us were eagerly waiting to listen to our chief guest. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our chief guest for today, Shri Uday Samant ji, Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Maharashtra. He's currently member of Legislative Assembly from Ratnagiri, and he has been elected to Vidhan Sabha for 4 consecutive terms, and at present, he's the Guardian Minister of Sindhudurg District. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our chief guest to address the audience.
MSMEच्या निमित्तानं अतिशय उपयुक्त अशा कार्यक्रमाला व्यासपीठावर उपस्थित असलेल्या आदरणीय मिनलताई मोहाडीकर, आदरणीय रवींद्रजी बोरटकर, दीपकजी घैसास, ललितजी गांधी, दीपक करंदीकर, समीरजी सोमैया, आदरणीय सुजाता मॅडम, विजयराव कलंत्री, सर्व सन्माननीय मान्यवर आणि मोठ्या संख्येने उपस्थित बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, इथे पोचायला मला उशीर झाला त्याबद्दल सर्वांची मी मनापासून दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो. पण उशिरा येऊन सुद्धा दिवे लावता आले त्याबद्दल आपले आभार मानतो. म्हणजे मी चांगल्या अर्थानं म्हटलं. आणि आजचा हा जो कार्यक्रम आहे तो मला असं वाटतं की शासनाच्या पुढे जाऊन केलेला हा कार्यक्रम आहे. या महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा या विभागाचा मंत्री मी स्वतः आहे. मी आताच रवींद्रजींना सांगत होतो की आपण एक कॉन्फरन्स करू या सगळ्या मंडळींना बरोबर घेऊन. आणि महाराष्ट्र राज्यातलेच एक खासदार हे देशाचे MSMEचे मंत्री आहेत नारायणराव राणे. तर त्यांच्याशी मी स्वतः चर्चा करेन. कारण हा जो विभाग आहे आपण MSMEमध्ये जे काम करतो ते राज्य शासन आणि केंद्र शासन असे एकत्र येऊन हा जर आपण अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीने उपक्रम राबवू शकलो तर आपण 3-4 गोष्टी ज्या महत्त्वाच्या ह्या ठिकाणी करताय. त्याच्यामध्ये मला असं वाटतं की फंडिंग असेल, त्याच्यानंतर एक्सपोर्टसाठी अपॉर्च्युनिटी असेल, एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन असेल आणि सक्सेस स्टोरी असतील. मला असं वाटतं की ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी पहिल्या 3 गोष्टी केल्याशिवाय यशोगाथा काही निर्माण होणार नाही. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की पहिल्या 3 गोष्टी करणं ही सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटची आणि स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटची जबाबदारी आहे. आणि मी आज आपल्याला वचन देतो की कुठच्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये येत्या काही दिवसात स्वतः केंद्रीय मंत्र्यांची चर्चा करून आपल्यासोबत एक अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीची विस्तारित बैठक ही मुंबईमध्ये लावण्यात येईल. आणि याच्यातनं अजून काय करू शकतो अजून आपण कशा पद्धतीनं पुढं स्मॉल स्केलला नेऊ शकतो यासाठी नक्की महाराष्ट्र शासन म्हणून आम्ही नक्की विचार करू. आज आम्ही हा इंडस्ट्री विभाग चालवत असताना काही गोष्टींचा कायम विचार करतो. त्याच्यामध्ये मग अशी आता दीपक घैसास साहेबांनी सांगितलं की प्रशासन हे भ्रष्टाचारमुक्त असलं पाहिजे. मी याच्याशी पूर्ण सहमत आहे. आता ललित गांधी इथून कुठेतरी गेले रायपूरला, पण आपल्याला एक माझा अनुभव सांगतो. मी राज्याचा उद्योगमंत्री झालो आणि उद्योगमंत्री झाल्यानंतर नक्की उद्योग विभाग काय आहे हे मी समजून घेत असताना माझ्या असं लक्षात आलं की आम्ही स्मॉल स्केल असेल, मीडियम इंडस्ट्री असेल, मायक्रो इंडस्ट्री असेल, मेगा प्रोजेक्ट असतील, अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्ट असतील, ह्याला आम्ही इन्सेंटिव्ह देतो. मला असं वाटतं की पूर्वीपर्यंत असं आम्ही समजायचो की आम्ही जो इन्सेंटिव्ह देतो ते आम्ही मेहरबानी करतो. आणि म्हणून कदाचित मागच्या 3 वर्षामध्ये फक्त 2,200 कोटी रुपयाचा इन्सेंटिव्ह हा उद्योजकांना मिळाला. पण मी अभिमानानं सांगतो, एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी मुख्यमंत्री उपमुख्यमंत्री झाले आणि एका वर्षामध्ये कुठच्याही उद्योजकाला NT चेंबरमध्ये न बोलवता 7,300 कोटी रुपयाचा इन्सेंटिव्ह डायरेक्ट अकाउंटमध्ये जमा करण्यामध्ये आम्ही यशस्वी झालो. आणि म्हणून सांगितलं की मी परवा देखील कुठच्या तरी कार्यक्रमामध्ये आवाहन केलं. कायमस्वरूपी काही विरोधक आमच्यावर टीका करतात. मी त्यांना सांगितलं की 7,300 कोटी रुपयाचा इन्सेंटिव्ह 10 महिन्यामध्ये मी वाटला आहे. महाराष्ट्रातला एक जरी उद्योजक असा निघाला की त्याच्यासाठी उदय सामंतला NT चेंबरमध्ये भेटावं लागलं, काही गोष्टी कराव्या लागल्या, तर मी राजकीय निवृत्ती घेईन असं घैसास साहेब मी सांगितलं. यालाच म्हणतात भ्रष्टाचारमुक्त प्रशासन असं मला वाटतं. आणि भ्रष्टाचार हा एका बाजूनं होत नाही. जर द्यायचंच बंद केलं तर घेतील कसं काय? आम्ही लिहिताना मात्र खुर्ची मागं असं लिहितो की पैसे देणं आणि घेणं हा गुन्हा आहे. मग पैसे जर दिलेच नाही तर घेतील कसे काय? मला असं वाटतं की 15 दिवस 20 दिवस एखादं काम लेट होईल आणि तिथं न्याय नाही मिळाला तर न्यायालय आपल्याकडे आहेत, परंतु दोन्ही बाजूनं हा बंद झाला पाहिजे. आज आपण अतिशय चांगल्या भाषेमध्ये असं सांगतो की भ्रष्टाचार होता कामा नये, पण अशी अनेक उदाहरणं आपण बघतो की काही लोक कामाला येतानाच बॅग घेऊन येतात. पण त्या प्रपोजलमध्ये काय असतं ह्याच्याशी कोणाचं घेणं देणं नसतं. प्रपोजल कसंही जरी असलं तरी ते मंत्र्यांना मंजूर केलं पाहिजे, ते प्रधान सचिवांना मंजूर केलं पाहिजे, ते आयुक्तांना मंजूर केलं पाहिजे. ही जे देखील प्रवृत्ती जोपर्यंत बदलत नाही तोपर्यंत मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला नाही, देशातला नाही, जगातला भ्रष्टाचार थांबवू शकत नाही. आणि म्हणून येताना आपली बॅग घेऊन या ना, पण त्याच्यामध्ये प्रपोजल जर 100% क्लिअर असेल किंवा 100% आम्ही सांगितलेल्या कागदाची पूर्तता केलेली असेल, 100% आम्ही सांगितलेल्या सगळ्या नियमामध्ये तुम्ही जर बसत असाल तर मला असं वाटतं की दुसरी बॅग घेऊन यायची आवश्यकताच नाही. त्याच्यामुळे भ्रष्टाचार जर बंद करायचा असेल तर तो एका बाजूनं होणार नाही. आणि ज्यावेळी माझं असं वैयक्तिक मत असं आहे, ज्यावेळी भ्रष्टाचाराला प्रोत्साहन देतो असं आपण म्हणतो, जर आपल्यामध्ये खोटच नाही तर मगाशी सांगितलं न्यायालय उघडी आहेत, काहीतरी कुठंतरी असतं. घैसास साहेब, काहीतरी कुठंतरी असतं. 100%तलं 70% झालेलं असतं, 30% माफ करावा अशी काही भूमिका असते. त्यावेळी त्या 30%तल्या 2% लोकांना 2% हे देण्याचा काही लोक प्रयत्न करतात. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की ह्या सांघिक जबाबदारी आहे. ही फक्त शासनाची प्रशासनाची जबाबदारी नाही, तर जे देतात त्यांची देखील जबाबदारी आहे की जर आपण अतिशय नियमामध्ये रूल्स अँड रेग्युलेशन्स फॉलो करून आपण जर काम केलं तर मला असं वाटतं की एक पैसा देखील कोणाला द्यायची गरज नाही. आम्ही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राहतो, आम्ही भारतामध्ये राहतो, आम्ही भारताचे नागरिक आहोत, आम्ही स्वतः भ्रष्टाचारमुक्त प्रशासन करू शकतो. ही शपथ आपण घेतली की मला असं वाटतं की भ्रष्टाचारमुक्त महाराष्ट्र काय देश होऊ शकतो. परवा एका कार्यक्रमाला मी उपस्थित होतो. मी त्याची सुरुवात आपण का करायला पाहिजे, आम्ही स्वच्छता मॉनिटर नावाची एक संकल्पना मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राबवतो. ही नक्की काय मोहीम आहे, तर ज्या ठिकाणी लोक गुटखा खाऊन थुंकतात, तंबाखू खाऊन थुंकतात, सिगरेटचं थोट टाकतात किंवा कचरा टाकतात, या सगळ्याचं मॉनिटरिंग कोणी केलं पाहिजे तर ते लहान मुलांनी केलं पाहिजे. हा त्याची संकल्पना आहे. पण त्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये एका मुलानं असा प्रश्न विचारला की आम्ही काकांना जर सांगितलं की थुंकू नका आणि काका ओरडले तर काय करायचं? तर आमच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी सांगितलं दुसरे काका जे न थुंकणारे आहेत त्यांना सांगायचे की हा थुंकतोय ह्याला आवरा. हीच परिस्थिती आपण जर केली तर मला असं वाटतं की फार चांगलं होऊ शकतं. आणि मी त्यावेळी सांगितलं की या सगळ्यामध्ये सिस्टीम आणणं गरजेचं आहे. आज स्वच्छतेमध्ये मी तर कधी कधी सांगतो की आम्ही जर चॉकलेट खाल्लं एअरपोर्टवर जाताना तर ते चॉकलेटचा जो कागद असतो परदेशामध्ये जात असताना तो आम्ही खिशात घेतो, एअरपोर्टला खिशात ठेवतो, अख्खी दुनिया फिरतो, परत मुंबईला येतो, तोपर्यंत तो कागद खिशात असतो. पण मुंबईच्या रस्त्यावर आलं की तो कागद काढतो आणि आपण रस्त्यावर टाकतो. मला असं वाटतं की ही मानसिकता जी आहे ही बदलणं फार गरजेचं आहे. आणि ही काय मी एकट्यानं बदलू शकत नाही, तुम्ही कोण बदलू शकत नाही, ह्याच्यासाठी सांघिक प्रयत्न गरजेचे आहेत. आणि म्हणून मी ते स्वच्छतेचं उदाहरण दिलं की लहान मुलं जर 68 लाख लहान मुलं या सगळ्या मोहिमेमध्ये सामील होणार आहेत. जर लहान मुलं एखाद्याला स्वच्छतेचा संदेश देऊ शकतात तर उद्योजक भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त प्रशासनाचा संदेश का देऊ शकत नाहीत? हे आपण प्रत्येकानं विचार केला तर मला असं वाटतं की MSMEला चांगले दिवस येतील. मी ज्यावेळी अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्टचा विचार करतो आणि आम्ही कायमस्वरूपी भाषणं करतो की अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्ट ज्यावेळी असतील त्यावेळी आम्ही रेड कार्पेट देणार आहोत, मेगा प्रोजेक्ट ज्यावेळी असतील तेव्हा रेड कार्पेट देणार आहोत. पण मी तुम्हाला आश्वस्त करतो की स्मॉल स्केलला देखील भविष्याच्या कालावधीमध्ये महाराष्ट्र गव्हर्नमेंट देशात पहिल्यांदा रेड कार्पेट देणार आहे आणि त्याची सुरुवात आम्ही महाराष्ट्रामधनं करणार आहोत. ठीक आहे, एखाद्याची कुवत असेल 50 लाखाची, एखाद्याचं कर्ज काढण्याची कुवत 10 लाखाची असेल, पण तो देखील उद्योजक आहे आणि 10,000 कोटी रुपये इन्व्हेस्ट करतो ते देखील उद्योजक आहेत. समस्या दोघांच्याही सारख्या आहेत, परंतु हा छोटा आहे आणि तो मोठा आहे, हा ज्याच्यातला फरक आहे. आणि म्हणून जे अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्टला आम्ही करतो तेवढं करू शकतो की नाही मला माहीत नाही, परंतु स्मॉल स्केलच्या मागं देखील ठामपणाने शासनानं उभं राहिलं पाहिजे, ही आमची भविष्यातली भूमिका आहे. आणि त्याच्यासाठी आपल्याला मला सांगताना आनंद होतो की आपण मायक्रो इंडस्ट्री म्हणतो, मीडियम इंडस्ट्री म्हणतो, स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री म्हणतो, ह्या सगळे शब्दप्रयोग आपण करतो. पण माझ्याकडे एक योजना आहे ताई, मला आपल्याला विनंती करायची आहे, कधीतरी सगळ्या बचत गटाच्या महिलांना बोलवा. 35% आम्ही त्यांना सबसिडी देतो. मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजना 35%, म्हणजे 1 लाखाचं जर कर्ज असेल तर 35,000 रुपये आम्ही देतो. पण त्याच्यामध्ये आपण किती स्टार्टअप निर्माण केले, त्याच्यामध्ये आपण किती पुढे गेलो आहे, तर त्याचं एक उदाहरण मी देतो की ज्यावेळी विभाग आम्ही चालवायला सुरुवात केली तर आतापर्यंतचा सगळ्यात मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेचा ग्रोथ जो आहे, जो चार्ट आहे, तो 5,013वर येऊन थांबलेला होता. आणि आजपर्यंतची 3 वर्षाची जी सबसिडी आहे हे 150 कोटीच्या कधी पुढे गेली नव्हती. मी स्वतः मुख्यमंत्र्यांशी आणि उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांशी चर्चा केली. त्यावेळी तिसरं इंजिन आलं नव्हतं, त्यावेळी दोघंच होते आणि तो विभाग देवेंद्रजींकडे होता. तर मी देवेंद्रजींना सांगितलं की आपण फक्त नोकऱ्या देण्याच्या गप्पा मारतो, तर आपण नोकरी देणारा सुद्धा तयार केला पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेची व्याप्ती आपण वाढवूया. आम्ही त्याच्यावर चांगलं काम केलं आणि 3 वर्षामध्ये जेवढे उद्योजक आम्ही तयार करू शकलो नाही तेवढे एका वर्षात केले. यावर्षी आम्ही 12,336 उद्योजक निर्माण केले. 250 कोटी रुपयाची सबसिडी आम्ही दिली. मला असं वाटतं की ही देखील मोहीम आपण राबवायला हरकत नाही. काही लोकांनी माझ्याकडे मागणी केली की मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंगमध्ये 50 लाख हे कमी आहेत. मी 2 दिवसापूर्वी त्याचे 1 कोटी रुपये केले. सर्व्हिस सेक्टरमध्ये 20 लाख रुपये कमी आहेत, त्याचे मी 50 लाख रुपये केले. आता 50 लाख रुपये आणि 1 कोटी रुपयाचं कर्ज 35% 25% सबसिडीवर जर आपल्याला मिळणार असेल तर त्याच्यामध्ये जीव ओतून सगळ्यांनी काम करणं गरजेचं आहे. आणि साहेब तुमच्यासारख्या असोसिएशननी याच्यामध्ये पुढाकार घेणं गरजेचं आहे. ज्यावेळी आपण रोजगार निर्मितीची गोष्ट करतो किंवा ज्यावेळी स्टार्टअपची आपण गोष्ट करतो, आपण कशासाठी 50 कोटी 100 कोटीचा स्टार्टअप केला पाहिजे मला असं वाटतं. कारण मी जे माझ्या घरातनं शिकलो आहे, माझ्या वडिलांनी कन्स्ट्रक्शनमध्ये पहिलं 50,000चं काम घेतलं होतं आणि आज हळूहळू आम्ही मोठे झालो. आणि म्हणून राजकारणच हा आमचा काय व्यवसाय नाही, तो स्वतःचा व्यवसाय कसा करायचा हे देखील बाळकडू आम्ही आमच्या घरच्यांकडनं घेतलं. पण त्यावेळी माझ्या लक्षात आलं की डायरेक्ट 1 कोटीचं कशाला रजिस्ट्रेशन लागतं, 50,000चं करू, 50,000मध्ये 4 पैसे कमवू, 1 लाखाचं करू, 1 लाखामध्ये 20 पैसे कमवू, पुढं 5 लाखामध्ये जाऊ. असं करून जर ग्रामीण भागातला एखादा कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर A+ रजिस्ट्रेशनपर्यंत पोहोचत असेल तर आपली जी मानसिकता आहे, विशेषतः आपल्या मुलांची जी मानसिकता आहे ती बदलणं गरजेचं आहे. मी स्टार्टअप असा मानतो की जो खऱ्या अर्थानं नवीन बिझनेस सुरू करतो, नवीन नाविन्यपूर्ण काहीतरी करतो, त्याच्यासाठी शासनाकडनं कर्ज घेतो आणि त्याच्यातनं मोठा होतो, तो स्टार्टअप खऱ्या अर्थानं समोरच्या पुढच्या युवा पिढीला आदर्श राहणार आहे. परवा आम्ही 3 पुरस्कार दिले, 4. त्याच्यामध्ये उद्योगरत्न रतनजी टाटांना दिला, उद्योग मित्र अदर पुनावालाला दिला, तिसरा उद्योगिनी पुरस्कार गौरीताई किर्लोस्करांना दिला आणि चौथा मराठी उत्कृष्ट उद्योजक पुरस्कार हा मी विलास शिंदेंना दिला. रतनजी टाटा तर उद्योग जगताचे पितामह आहेत, त्यांच्याबद्दल मी जास्त बोलून काय आपल्याला सांगू इच्छित नाही. परंतु मानसिकता कशी असते बघा, की शासनानं जर पुढाकार घेतला तर काय चमत्कार होऊ शकतो. मी स्वतः रतनजी टाटा साहेबांना जेव्हा भेटलो आणि मी सत्काराच्या अगोदर 1 तास त्यांच्याकडे गेलेलो होतो. चर्चा करता करता काही गोष्टी त्यांनी मला सांगितल्या, पण एकही कुठं राजकीय गोष्ट नव्हती. कोण कुठचं सरकार येणार आहे, काय होणार, ह्याच्यात काही लोकांना हल्ली फार इंटरेस्ट असतो, पण ती काही त्यांनी चर्चा केली नाही. त्यांनी 2 गोष्टी मला महत्त्वाच्या सांगितल्या. एक म्हणाले, गेली 3 वर्ष भारतातलं सगळ्यात मोठं IT सेक्टर टाटा निर्माण करतं आहे, परंतु तुमच्या विभागाकडनं त्याला काही पुरेशी साथ पाहिजे तशी मिळत नाही. दुसरा त्यांनी मला मुद्दा सांगितला, की मला असं कोणीतरी ब्रीफ केलं की ॲज अ इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर म्हणून तुम्ही जर्मनीला जाऊन आला, मर्सिडीजची म्युझियम बघितलं, तुम्ही दक्षिण कोरियाला जाऊन आला, तिथं हुंडाईचं बघितलं, तुमचं ह्याच्याबद्दलचं मत काय. मी पहिले त्यांना सांगितलं की माझ्याकडे तुमचा IT सेक्टरमधला कुठचाही प्रस्ताव आलेला नाही, पण प्रस्ताव न येता मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, किती जरी अडचणी 3 वर्षामध्ये निर्माण झाल्या असल्या तरी पुढच्या 3 दिवसात त्या सॉर्ट आउट केल्या जातील. आणि मला आनंद आहे की 6,000 कोटीची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट IT सेक्टरमधली देशातली सगळ्यात मोठी इन्व्हेस्टमेंट आज रतन टाटा नवी मुंबईला करत आहेत, त्यांना आम्ही क्लिअरन्स दिला. दुसरा त्यांनी मला प्रश्न विचारला होता की म्युझियमचं काय. तर मी त्यांना असं सांगितलं, जगवार कोण बनवतं, ते म्हटले ऑब्वियस हम बनाते. लँड रोवर कोण बनवतं, ते म्हटले हम बनाते. नॅनो किसने बनाया, हमने बनाया. पहिलं एव्हिएशनमध्ये कोण होतं, म्हणजे टाटा होते. मीठ कोण बनवतं, ते म्हणजे आम्ही बनवतो. तेल कोण बनवतं, म्हटलं आम्ही बनवतो. पण माझ्या दृष्टीनं हुंडाईच्या म्युझियमपेक्षा आणि त्या मर्सिडीजच्या म्युझियमपेक्षा रतनजी तुम्ही मला आश्वस्त करा की तुम्ही टाटा ग्रुपचं म्युझियम बनवणार. आणि तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल, सत्कारात तर त्यांनी सांगितलंच, पण चंद्रशेखरनी डायरेक्ट व्यासपीठावर सांगितलं की उद्योगमंत्र्यांनी जी भारताच्या दृष्टीनं अतिशय महत्त्वाची मागणी केली ते जागतिक स्तरावरचं टाटा ग्रुपचं म्युझियम आम्ही बनवतोय. आणि त्याच्यासाठी त्यांनी 350 कोटीची तरतूद केली CSRमधून. ह्या 2 गोष्टी मी कशासाठी सांगितल्या, तर मला असं वाटतं की या स्मॉल स्केलच्या दृष्टीनं अतिशय महत्त्वाच्या आहेत. मानसिकता जर सकारात्मक असेल आणि काम करण्याची इच्छाशक्ती असेल तर दुनियेमध्ये काही होऊ शकतं. हे रतनजी टाटांनी अख्ख्या जगाला दाखवून दिलेलं आहे. वय वर्ष 86. आणि तरी किती इच्छाशक्ती असू शकते बघा. ते आमच्याशी चर्चा करताना सांगत होते की आम्ही जेव्हा विचारलं मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी आणि सगळ्यांनी की सत्कार तुम्ही आमचा स्वीकारला, शासनाची आमची जी आहे प्रतिमा ती त्याच्यामुळे उंचावलेली आहे. त्यांनी जे महत्त्वाचं सांगितलं ते सांगतो की माझी सुरुवात उद्योगाची ही महाराष्ट्रातनं झाली, विशेषतः मुंबईतनं झाली. त्याच्यामुळं महाराष्ट्राच्या आणि मुंबईच्या ऋणात राहूनच जागतिक स्तरावर महाराष्ट्राचं नाव मला उंच करायचं आहे. आणि त्याच्यासाठी अजूनही काही करावं लागलं तर त्यांचे सगळे चेअरमन बसलेले होते, हे सगळं करतील असं सांगून त्यांनी 8 दिवसात अजून 10-15 प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्रासाठी आमच्याकडे दिलेले आहेत. तर ह्याच्यातनं काय होणार आहे, मला असं वाटतं की ह्याच्यातनं MSMEच डेव्हलप होणार आहे. कारण जेव्हा अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्ट आपण काढतो त्यावेळी आजूबाजूला जी इकोसिस्टम निर्माण होते त्याच्यामधनं फार रोजगाराची निर्मिती होते. आज कलंत्री साहेब इथे आहेत. कलंत्री साहेब, दिघी पोर्टचा हा इतिहास आहे. आता दिघी पोर्टला देखील आपण त्या ठिकाणी कॉरिडॉर करतो आहे. पण मी त्यांच्या धाडसाला दाद देतो. ज्यावेळी असं वातावरण नव्हतं, कलंत्री साहेब बरोबर ना, 2012-2013ला ते मी राज्यमंत्री होतो, तेव्हा मी त्यांना बघितलं की दिघी पोर्टसारखं पोर्ट एक आंतरराष्ट्रीय दर्जाचं पोर्ट डेव्हलप झालं पाहिजे म्हणून ते प्रयत्न करत होते. पण आज ज्यावेळी उद्योग मंत्रालय माझ्याकडे, त्यावेळी मला कळलं की दिघी पोर्टची आवश्यकता काय, बाकीच्या इंटरनॅशनल पोर्टची आवश्यकता काय, JNPTची आवश्यकता काय. JNPTसारखं अजून एक्सपोर्टसाठी बंदर निर्माण करण्याची जबाबदारी ताई मी स्वतः घेतली. JNPTसारखं असं म्हणणार ना, त्याला कम्पेअर करणार नाही, पण कोकणासारख्या ठिकाणी इंटरनॅशनल जेटी असावी हे उद्दिष्ट ठेवून मी माझ्या मतदारसंघामध्ये कामाला लागलो. आणि मला सांगताना आनंद होतो की आज इंटरनॅशनल जेटी जिंदालच्या रूपानं आज माझ्या रत्नागिरी मतदारसंघामध्ये आहे. ऊसाच्या मळीपासून सगळं एक्सपोर्ट आमच्या रत्नागिरीतनं होतं. आणि म्हणून मला सगळ्या इथल्या सहकाऱ्यांना एक विनंती करायची आहे की ज्यावेळी आपण स्टार्टअप, MSME किंवा सगळ्याच गोष्टीवर चर्चा करतो त्यावेळी आपल्यातनं अजून अनेक उद्योजक कसे निर्माण होतील यासाठी आपल्या सगळ्यांचा प्रयत्न राहायला पाहिजे. आज असोसिएशन देखील माझ्यासोबत जी उद्योग विभागामध्ये काम करतात खरोखरच आदर्शवत काम करतात. म्हणजे काही ठिकाणी तर मी असोसिएशनचं काम बघितलं आहे, जे कुठच्याही राज्यामध्ये शासनानं केलं नाही अशा पद्धतीची कामं असोसिएशन करतायत. हे महाराष्ट्राच्या दृष्टीनं अतिशय महत्त्वाचं आहे. आम्ही आता औरंगाबादला ऑरिक सिटी केली. आपली सगळ्यांची जर तयारी असेल, मी आज या ठिकाणी जाहीर करतो, आपण तिथे MSMEचं क्लस्टर तयार करू. आपण त्या ठिकाणी अजून काय तुम्हाला झोन पाहिजे असेल MSMEचा तो तयार करू. त्याला नाव तुम्ही काय ठेवायचं ते ठेवा, पण MSMEसाठी वाटेल ते करण्याची ताकद महाराष्ट्र सरकारची आहे. हेच या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्ताने इथं मला सांगितलं पाहिजे. आणि हे सगळं करत असताना दुसरं देखील आपल्याला माहिती पाहिजे. मी फक्त 3 वर्षाचा आपल्याला इतिहास सांगतो. 2019-20ला महाराष्ट्र राज्य हे SBIच्या रिपोर्टप्रमाणे देशातलं 1 नंबरचं फॉरेन इन्व्हेस्टमेंट आणणारं राज्य होतं. त्याच्यानंतर 20-21 माझ्या माहितीप्रमाणे कर्नाटक होतं आणि 21-22 गुजरात होतं. ते का होतं, कशामुळे होतं, ह्या राजकारणामध्ये मला जायचं नाही. पण एक सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोन आम्ही ठेवला सगळ्यांनीच. CM असतील, DCM असतील, उद्योजक आमच्याकडे येण्यापेक्षा आम्ही उद्योजकांकडे गेलो आणि 10 महिन्यामध्ये आम्ही ही किमया केली की 1,18,422 कोटी रुपयाची फॉरेन इन्व्हेस्टमेंट ही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आली आणि पुन्हा एकदा महाराष्ट्र हा 1 नंबरला आला. आता आमची जबाबदारी वाढली की महाराष्ट्र उद्योग जगतामध्ये 1 नंबरला जो ठेवायचा आहे, यासाठी उद्योजकांना इथं बोलवण्यापेक्षा आम्ही उद्योजकांकडे जाणार आणि उद्योजकांना या ठिकाणी घेऊन येणार. याचे परिणाम काय होतात ते जाता जाता फक्त आपल्याला या ठिकाणी विशद करतो. परवा मी दक्षिण कोरियाला गेलो होतो. दक्षिण कोरियाला गेल्यानंतर मी 3 कंपन्यांना भेटलो. एक हुंदाईमध्ये आमची एक बैठक झाली, एक LGमध्ये बैठक झाली आणि एक लोटे फूड्स प्रॉडक्ट म्हणून आहे, ज्याचं हॅमनोर नावाचं काहीतरी कुठचं एक आईस्क्रीम आहे, ते आज फार फेमस आहे. त्या 3 कंपन्यांमध्ये गेल्यानंतर असं लक्षात आलं, स्वयंभू पुढारी जे असतात, स्वयंघोषित ज्याला आपण म्हणतो पुढारी, त्यांच्यामुळे इंडस्ट्री काही ठिकाणी यायला, कोण म्हणते आम्ही चेन्नईला जाणार, कोण म्हणतं तेलंगणाला जाणार. मला सांगताना आनंद होते की त्या 3 दिवसाच्या बैठकीमध्ये जवळजवळ 12,500 कोटीची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट आपण भारतामध्ये आणली. त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यात मोठा प्रोजेक्ट होता हुंदाईचा, जो जनरल मोटर्स US बेस्ड कंपनी आहे, आज टेकओव्हर केलेली आहे. हे मी इथं का सांगतोय, तर त्यांचा 5,000 कोटीचा अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्ट जरी असला तरी ते 4,000 कोटी रुपये स्मॉल स्केलवर खर्च करणार आहे, इकोसिस्टीमवर खर्च करणार आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की त्या ठिकाणी अशा पद्धतीचं त्यांना जे लागणार आहे ते आपण MSMEमधनं त्या ठिकाणी जर तयार केलं तर त्यांची देखील भूक भागू शकते. ते आणायला ॲब्रॉडमधनं आणण्याची आवश्यकता नाही, ते अन्य कुठच्या राज्यातनं आणण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की अशा तर्तीची आपण जर एखादी कॉन्फरन्स केली आणि स्मॉल स्केलला आणि सगळ्याच तुमच्या क्षेत्राला ताकद देण्याची भूमिका घेतली तर या सगळ्यातनं मार्ग निघू शकतो. महत्त्वाची गोष्ट एक्सपोर्ट्स आहे. मी आज तुम्हाला उद्योगमंत्री या नात्यानं या ठिकाणी ग्वाही देतो की एक्सपोर्टची पॉलिसी जरी मोठी पॉलिसी MSMEमध्ये नसली तरी तुमच्याशी सगळ्यांची चर्चा करून एक्सपोर्टसाठी अतिशय सुंदर पॉलिसी, ज्याच्यामुळं MSMEला फायदा होईल आणि MSMEची लोक एक्सपोर्ट करण्यामध्ये पुढे येतील, अशा पद्धतीची पॉलिसी येत्या महिन्याभरामध्ये तुमच्या सगळ्यांची चर्चा करून बनवली जाईल, हा शब्द या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं देतो. इथं आल्यानंतर आमचा आदर सत्कार केला त्याबद्दल मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. आणि भविष्यामध्ये ज्या सेक्टरसाठी तुम्ही काम करताय तो सेक्टर महाराष्ट्रातला नाही देशातला नंबर 1 बनावा, यासाठी महाराष्ट्र राज्य तुमच्या सोबत आहे. एवढाच शब्द देतो आणि थांबतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
धन्यवाद सर. आणि एवढा वेळात वेळ काढून तुम्ही इथे आलात व या कार्यक्रमाला आपली हजेरी लावलीत, यासाठी तुमचे खूप खूप आभार संपूर्ण MEDC टीमकडून. एकदा जोरदार टाळ्या होऊन जाऊ द्या आपल्या चीफ गेस्टसाठी. वेल, विथ दॅट we are now towards the end of the entire inaugural session, and to give the closing remarks of the inaugural session, I would like to welcome on stage on the podium Mr. Anil Gatske, State Committee Chairman, MSME and Cooperative Banking, MEDC. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
क्लोजिंग रिमार्कच्या आधी सर मी थोडं 2 मिनटं बोलतोय. क्लोजिंग रिमार्कच्या आधी 2 गोष्टी तुम्हाला सर सांगायच्या होत्या. तुम्ही इतकं छान असं इन्स्पिरेशनल भाषण दिलं, त्यात तुम्ही आम्हाला खरंच चांगल्या गोष्टी सांगितल्या. तुम्ही आम्हाला आश्वस्तही केलं की आपण एक्सपोर्टची पॉलिसी करू, MSMEचं मोठं एक्झिबिशन करू. सर मला इथे आमच्या MEDCचे 2 तुम्हाला फक्त इनिशिएटिव्ह थोडक्यात सांगायचे आहेत. एक म्हणजे अगदी गेल्या महिन्यात सर आपण चेन्नईला एक एक्झिबिशन लावलं होतं, बायर सेलर मीट मोठी. म्हणजे ॲपरल मॅन्युफॅक्चरर्स ऑफ इंडिया जे आहेत आपल्या मुंबईचे 90% लोक मुंबईचे होते. 180 ॲपरल करणारे, रेडीमेड गार्मेंट्स करणारे, यांचं आपण जवळपास 1 लाख स्क्वेअर फूटमध्ये मोठं एक्झिबिशन चेन्नईला लावलं. तामिळनाडूचं जे कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर आहे चेन्नईला तिथे. आणि सर त्याला 2000 बायर्स पूर्ण बाहेरून आले होते आणि त्यांचा तिथे जवळपास 200 कोटीचा टर्नओव्हर झाला. आणि 280 जे बायर म्हणजे सेलर होते, ब्रँड्स होते वेगवेगळे कपड्यांचे, त्यातले सर जवळपास 95% लोक हे मुंबईत म्हणजे आपले गार्मेंट्स तयार करतात. कोणी भिवंडीला आहेत, कोणी गोरेगावला आहेत, कोणी अजून पुढे आहेत. तर हाही एक उपक्रम MDCनी केला, म्हणजे त्याचे छोटे सेक्टर वाईज इंडस्ट्री घेऊन त्यांना मोठे मार्केट्स मिळवून देणं. तसं तुम्ही जसं म्हटलं तसं औरंगाबादले आपण करू. सर अजून एक विषय होता की ज्या आपण मुंबईला म्हणजे देशाची आर्थिक राजधानी म्हणतो आणि ते खरंही आपल्या सगळ्या फिगर्स ते जस्टिफाय करतात. सर जगातले जे 50 मोठी शहरं आहेत त्या 50 शहरांपैकी जवळपास 46 ते 47 शहरांचं स्वतःचं कन्व्हेन्शन प्रमोशन ब्युरो आहे. म्हणजे तुम्ही कुठल्या सिटी घ्या, न्यूयॉर्क असेल, शिकागो असेल, टोकियो असेल, या शहरांचं स्वतःचं कन्व्हेन्शन प्रमोशन ब्युरो आहे. कारण सर जवळपास म्हणजे प्री कोविड फिगर्स ज्या माझ्याकडे आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये 4 लाख इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्फरन्सेस दरवर्षी होत असतात. आणि एक कॉन्फरन्स आली तर एक जो फॉरेन डेलिगेट असतो त्याच्यामागे साधारणतः असा अंदाज आहे की $500 हा डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली तो इथे असताना खर्च होतो. तर मुंबईला तसंही भारतामध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त आपल्याकडे फॉरेन टुरिस्ट येतो, पण तो येऊन इथे ट्रान्झिटसारखा दुसरीकडे निघून जातो. तर जर का मुंबईला आपण मुंबई कन्व्हेन्शन प्रमोशन ब्युरो असा केला तर मला वाटतं सर त्याचा या माईस सेक्टरला, इथल्या हॉटेल इंडस्ट्रीला, इथल्या सर्व्हिस सेक्टरला अतिशय चांगला फायदा होईल. त्याचा पूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट आमच्याकडे तयार आहे. खरं तर आम्ही 2-3 वर्षापूर्वी इथं सरकारला दिला होता, इन प्रिन्सिपल अप्रूव्ह झाला होता, पण नंतर पुढे काही झालं नाही. अनायसं तुम्ही आज इथे आलात तर तुमची वेळ घेऊन आम्ही तुम्हाला तो परत एकदा सबमिट करू आणि त्याच्यावर विचार झाला तर खरं तर माईस सेक्टरकरता फार चांगलं होईल. हां, तसं मिनल त्यांनी आठवण करून दिली. आम्ही सर एक अष्टविनायकवरती एक प्रोजेक्ट केला होता की अष्टविनायकला डेव्हलप करण्याकरता मला असं वाटतं की कदाचित इतिहासामध्ये पहिल्यांदाच MEDCच्या प्रयत्नांनी त्या 8ही देवस्थानाची अध्यक्ष म्हणजे संस्थानाचे जे अध्यक्ष आहेत ते एकत्र MEDCनी पहिल्यांदा आणले होते. आणि सध्या काय होतं की टुरिस्ट जातो, एका सर्किटने जातो, 4 ठिकाणं करतो, परत येतो, दुसरीकडे जातो, दुसरी 4 ठिकाणं करतो, परत येतो. पण थोड्या तिथे डेव्हलपमेंट केल्या तर टुरिस्ट तिथे थांबू शकतो आणि त्याच्यामधनं बाहेरनं काही जास्त इन्व्हेस्टमेंट नको. तिथे फक्त टाऊन प्लॅनिंग त्याला असं म्हणतो ना आपण, ते प्रॉपर प्लॅनिंग केल्याने त्याचंही आमच्याकडे एक सविस्तर रिपोर्ट आहे. कधी आपण वेळ दिला तर आम्ही तोही तुम्हाला दाखवू आहे ना. पण तुम्ही इथं आलात आणि अतिशय चांगलं इन्स्पिरेशनल भाषण केलं आणि आम्हाला म्हणजे पुढे होप दिली की आपण अजून मिळून काय करू शकतो आहे ना. त्याबद्दल मनापासून धन्यवाद सर. थँक्यू.
आता जे उद्घाटनाचं सत्र जे आहे ते संपत आलेलं आहे. माझं आभार प्रदर्शनाचं काम झालं की आपल्या पुढच्या सत्रापासून आपली टेक्निकल सेशन सुरू होतील. मंत्री महोदयांनी आत्ता त्यांच्या भाषणामध्ये जे सांगितलं त्याचबरोबर मला त्यांना 2 गोष्टीची आणखीन आठवण करून द्यायची आहे आणि आमचे अध्यक्ष रवी बोरटकर जे बोलले त्याला सप्लिमेंट करायचं आहे. मंत्रीजी, आम्ही 2 वर्षापूर्वी एक कॉन्फरन्स कोस्ट ह्या विषयावर आणि ब्लू इकॉनॉमी ह्या विषयावर घेतली होती. त्याच्यामध्ये कोकणातल्या कोस्टल विकास जो आहे तो महत्त्वाचा होता आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला, आपण पालकमंत्री आहातच रत्नागिरीचे आणि मंत्री ओरिजिनल मंत्री आमदार आहात ते रत्नागिरीचे असल्यामुळे आमच्याकडनं जे डेव्हलपमेंटच्या संदर्भामध्ये एक मानचित्र तयार केलेलं आहे तर ते आपण नक्की लक्षात घ्यावं आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आम्ही आपल्याला बरोबर राहून काय काम करू शकतो ह्याची आपल्याला एक झलकसुद्धा दाखवता येईल. आणि जेव्हा जास्त डिटेलमध्ये बघायचं असेल त्यावेळेला आम्ही तुम्हाला प्रत्येक एकेका क्षेत्राचे म्हणजे टुरिझम हा एक जसा विषय आहे कोस्टल टुरिझम, त्याचबरोबर तिकडचं फिशरीज आहे, फिश प्रोसेसिंग आहे, मरीन आहे, कोस्टल वॉटर ट्रान्सपोर्ट आहे, असे अनेक आयाम जे आहेत त्या सगळ्या आयामांना आम्ही त्याचा तयार केलेला जो आढावा आहे तो आपल्यासमोर सादर करता येऊ शकतो. आज आपण इथे आलात, आमच्या इथे समोर जवळजवळ 600-700 डेलिगेट्स इथे बसलेले आहेत. त्यांच्यासमोर आपण आपलं ओजस्वी भाषण केलं आणि त्यांना उद्बोधन केलं ह्याबद्दल महाराष्ट्र इकॉनॉमिक डेव्हलपमेंट काउन्सिल आणि आमच्या अध्यक्ष उपाध्यक्ष आणि सगळ्या मंडळींच्या तर्फे आणि आज इथे उपस्थित असलेल्या सर्व डेलिगेट्सच्या तर्फे आपल्याला खूप खूप धन्यवाद. आम्हाला महाराष्ट्र गव्हर्नमेंटचा सपोर्ट हा नेहमीच लागतो, आवश्यक असतो आणि आपण करता पण. त्याच्यामुळे महाराष्ट्र गव्हर्नमेंटचे जसे आपले व्यक्तिगत आम्ही धन्यवाद करतो आहे, तसे महाराष्ट्र सरकारचे सुद्धा ह्या निमित्ताने मोठे आभार आहेत. आणि आमच्याबरोबर ह्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये MIDC हे एक पार्टनर असल्यामुळे ही कॉन्फरन्स जी आहे ती सर्व लघुउद्योगांना, मायक्रो उद्योगांना, सूक्ष्म उद्योगांना ही उपयोगी पडेल. ह्या बाबतीमध्ये महाराष्ट्र सरकारचे आम्ही खूप आभारी आहोत. आज इथे मंचावरती उपस्थित असलेले सर्व चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स आणि असोसिएशन्सचे अध्यक्ष आणि त्यांच्याबरोबर आम्हाला ही MEDC ही जी संस्था सुरू केली ती महाराष्ट्रातल्या 5 चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सनी मिळून एकत्र मिळून सुरू केलेली संस्था आहे. तर त्या संस्थेच्या करता आज आम्ही बरेच वर्षानंतर हा प्रयत्न केला की सगळ्यांना एकत्र आणून एका स्टेजवरती उभं आणावं आणि त्यांचे विचार पण सगळ्यांच्या समोर ठेवावे. तर ह्या निमित्ताने आलेले इंडियन मर्चंट चेंबरचे अध्यक्ष समीर सोमय्या, महाराष्ट्र चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सचे अध्यक्ष ललित गांधी आणि त्यांचे सहकारी, मराठा चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्सचे दीपक करंदीकर, ठाणा स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज असोसिएशनच्या सुजाता सोपारकर आणि ऑल इंडिया असोसिएशन ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीजचे विजय कलंत्री, ह्या सगळ्या मंडळींनी आज इथे येऊन आपल्यासमोर त्यांचे विचार मांडले आणि स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीकरता, लघुउद्योगाकरता त्यांच्या चेंबरमधनं कसे मदत केली जाईल, माहिती दिली जाईल उद्योजकांना, हे सगळं विशद केलं. त्याच्याबद्दल ह्या सगळ्यांचे, या 5 जणांचे खूप खूप धन्यवाद. आज ही इव्हेंट दिसते इथे मोठ्या प्रमाणावरती. आमच्याकडे 850चं रजिस्ट्रेशन झालं, पण आत्ता इथे जवळजवळ 650-700 लोक ॲक्च्युअल उपस्थित आहेत. आणि अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आम्हाला आमचे मीडिया पार्टनर जे होते 2 जणं, बिझनेस स्टँडर्ड आणि महाराष्ट्र टाइम्स, ह्यांनी केलेल्या पब्लिसिटीचा खूप उपयोग झाला आणि त्याच्यामुळे आपल्याला ही मोठी संख्या इथे आज दिसते आहे. त्या दोन्ही वृत्तपत्रांचे आम्ही खूप आभारी आहोत. त्यांनी केलेल्या प्री पब्लिसिटी आणि ह्याच्यानंतरसुद्धा आज दिवसभरातले जे डेलिब्रेशन होईल त्या डेलिब्रेशनच्या बाबतीमध्ये सुद्धा ते त्यांच्या वर्तमानपत्रातनं लिहिणार आहेत. तर ह्या सगळ्याच्याकरता त्यांना विशेष धन्यवाद. हा कार्यक्रम जो आहे तो उभा करायचा म्हणजे महाराष्ट्र इकॉनॉमिक डेव्हलपमेंट काउन्सिल ही एक NGO आहे, नॉन प्रॉफिट मेकिंग ऑर्गनायझेशन आहे. त्याच्यामुळे आम्हाला कोणाकडनं तरी सपोर्ट हे नेहमीच लागतो. महाराष्ट्र सरकारने सपोर्ट दिलेलाच आहे आणि त्याचबरोबर अन्य काही स्पॉन्सर्स जे आहेत त्यांनी पण आम्हाला खूप सपोर्ट दिला. त्याच्यामध्ये टाटा बिझनेस हब, बँकांनी काही सपोर्ट दिला, TGSB बँक, ग्रेटर बँक, स्टेट बँक ऑफ इंडिया, सेंट्रल बँक ऑफ इंडिया, अशा बँकांनी आम्हाला पण सपोर्ट दिला, आर्थिक सपोर्ट दिलेला आहे. त्याचबरोबर ECGC, एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट अँड गॅरंटी कॉर्पोरेशन, मल्टी कमोडिटी एक्सचेंज, ह्यासारख्या बँका, ह्यासारख्या फायनान्शियल इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स, कॉस्मॉस बँक आणि सरोज स्वीट्स, ह्यासारख्या ज्या संस्था आहेत त्या संस्थांनी, त्या बिझनेस हाऊसेसनी आम्हाला हा कार्यक्रम उभा करण्याकरता आर्थिक सहाय्य केलं. त्याच्यामुळे त्यांचं पण खूप खूप धन्यवाद. आणि ह्या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये नॉट बट द लिस्ट म्हणतात तसं आपला सगळ्यांचा सहभाग आणि सहकार्य हे विशेष महत्त्वाचं. आता आम्ही इथे रिकाम्या खुर्च्यांच्या समोर दिवसभराचा कार्यक्रम करण्याला काही अर्थ नाही. आम्ही कार्यक्रम केला म्हणजे रकाना भरला असं न करता आपण सर्वांनी जो सहभाग केलेला आहे आणि त्याच्यामध्ये दिवसभर आपण थांबाल अशी अपेक्षा व्यक्त करून ह्या कार्यक्रमाकरता आपण जे आलात त्याबद्दल आपले सर्वांचे पार्टिसिपंट्स म्हणून खूप खूप धन्यवाद. आज महाराष्ट्र सरकारच्या वतीने जे काही आम्हाला सपोर्ट दिलेला आहे आणि ह्याच्या पुढेसुद्धा महाराष्ट्र सरकारकडे आमची अपेक्षा आहे की आम्ही जे जे उपक्रम करू त्याला आपला सहकार्य असावं, आपला पाठिंबा असावा आणि आम्हाला नवीन नवीन काही विषयाच्या बाबतीमध्ये आपल्याबरोबर डायलॉग करण्याची, आपल्या अधिकाऱ्यांच्या बरोबर डायलॉग करण्याची संधी मिळावी ही एक अपेक्षा व्यक्त करून माझ्या आभाराचं 2 शब्द पुरे करतो. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद अनिल सर आणि पुन्हा एकदा व्यासपीठावर उपस्थित सर्व मान्यवरांना खूप खूप धन्यवाद की आज तुम्ही इथे वेळात वेळ काढून आलात व आज उपस्थिती लावली या कार्यक्रमाला. Well, once again, thank you so much for gracing this occasion by your presence and taking out time and being present here at MEDC MSME Conference 2023. I would request everyone to please settle down. Thank you so much. A big thank you to our chief guest and all our other dignitaries for joining us at this prestigious conference. Well, with that, we are now going to move towards our first session for today, which is export promotion for MSMEs. To conduct this session, I would request our Honorable Chair, Shri Deepak Karandikar ji, President Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, MCCIA, to kindly join us on the stage.
आत्ता माझा अभर प्रदर्शनाच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये चुकून एक नाव घेण्याचं राहून गेलं. आपले आज प्रमुख अतिथी, विशेष अतिथी जे होते श्री दीपक घैसास, ह्यांचं नाव माझं अनावधानाने राहून गेलेलं आहे, त्याबद्दल मी क्षमा मागतो. आणि दीपक घैसास सरांचं जे उद्बोधन झालं लघुउद्योगाकरता ते अतिशय महत्त्वाचं होतं, फारच चांगलं होतं. तरी आपण सगळ्यांनी एकदा दीपक घैसास सरांच्या भाषणाकरता एक जोरदार टाळ्यांनी गजरामध्ये त्यांना धन्यवाद द्यावेत. धन्यवाद. मी विचारून घेतो.
And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. We will now start with the technical sessions. The first session for today is export promotion for MSMEs. And while Deepak sir joins us, I would request Mr. Anil Gatske, State Committee Chairman, MSME and Cooperative Banking, MEDC, to kindly join us on the stage and chair this session. With him, I would like to welcome our esteemed speakers for today, Shri Sunil Khujnare, Additional Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Mumbai. We also have with us Shri Rishikant Tiwari, Joint Director, Federation of Indian Export Organization. And I would like to welcome Ms. Mrunali L, Director, MSME Global Network. Let's have a huge round of applause as our Honorable Chair and esteemed speakers join us on the stage.
So, I have been given the responsibility export promotion for MSMEs. Unfortunately, I had to leave at 12 o'clock. I have an appointment in Colaba at 2, which I had said. So my interaction was planned from 11:15 to 12:15. However, I will spend 10 minutes with you and I will moderate this session, probably giving you all a perspective of what we did for global promotion, global export promotion, and how specifically we did it for SMEs. We are, as a chamber, we are not talking about global exports for large industry because they have the potential, they do their own. What happens is you see a small industry. See how he starts. He either starts on two counts. One, he gets a handed down business from his father, his uncle, family business. So we have a family business forum also running in our chamber. And that's where comes the initiative for the new guys to come and, the new generation to come and take over business from his parents or the earlier generation. The second is when he starts on his own. What he does is, when he starts on his own, he starts with probably an idea, probably a technology, little money, and what drives business essentially is fire in the belly. In my times, what I would like to bring to your notice is the fire in the belly was very important. Odds of business were very, very heavy, very huge. And to overcome all these hurdles was a big problem. Exports came lower down in the priority. Reason? Technology was lacking. Reason? He was engrossed with doing business. There was no ease of doing business. There was doing business. And what he was doing was maybe something that I could relate to, probably. Let's go back 1 century when the British wanted all German products to be labeled as made in Germany. Only then they could be exported and used in the UK. Can you guess why? They wanted to tell the buyer, look here, this product is made in Germany and you be careful. This is not up to the standard. Let's go down 80 years. What happened? Made in Germany was the best. And that was a premium product. That was a product that was desired. And this all happened through probably 2 world wars that Germany faced. They were leveled. They were left with no resource. There was very low GDP in Germany to start off with, end of 45. We got independence in 47. Look what they did by 1980s and 1990s. They not only developed technology, they connected with the world, and they became the supreme product brand. You see the best automobiles that come out of Germany. Mercedes, BMW, Volvo, VW, BMW. So you have the top 4 brands coming from Germany. What did they bring? They brought value. They brought technology. And what they did was export this technology later on. Unfortunately, they did a full circle. What happens today? Today in Pune alone, and I will not be able to comment on the number of companies that are operating elsewhere, but in Pune alone, we have in excess of 335 German companies operating out of Pune. We have brands like Mercedes, Volkswagen, we have other brands in other product lines, all German. And they give us technology, they create opportunities for themselves and us. Let's flip the story. If we flip the story and we start today, I think sometime, as Mr. Ghaisas said, technology should be the driver for small industries. And if technology is the driver, and if you have patents to your credit, there will be buyers from all over the world who will be approaching you, will be on your helipad, will be on your doorstep, trying to get trying to buy off this technology or buy products from them. I'll give you a small example. There is a small company in Pune, and that gentleman, Mr. Lalit, he kept interacting with DRDO. And DRDO had developed an alloy, a copper alloy. And believe me, it was not zirconium or borium. It was titanium copper. A very difficult alloy to be manufactured, but its end uses are immense. It took him 8 years to perfect that technology. And today, he's on the anvil where he's probably one of the very few manufacturers of titanium alloy, which can be used in oil exploration, in space, and the end uses are just enormous. Now, what does this gentleman have? He started small. He finished 60 years of his working experience, retired as an MD of a company, and started this. And at the age of 65, he has this patent, which he rather licensed to manufacture from DRDO. And look where he is today. So, export now is one of the biggest potential outlets for him, and he is getting inquiries from technology-rich countries like Japan, Germany, and the US. And he is being helped by my chamber to really promote this. Now, having said this, my task was export promotion for SMEs. I gave you a small example of how we did just this. There was another issue that, as I said, we have to be bang on. Pravachan nahi deisa, gyan naka diyo. It's not necessary. Don't come and say how big we are. Don't come and say what we need to do. Do it. So you know what we did? We realized during the energy crisis, and I'm going to ask each one of you, but there is an energy crisis after the Ukraine war over the last 15 months, 18 months. And this energy crisis is worsening in Europe. And as Ghaisas also said, that there are countries who are looking for energy-intensive operations in India, and they want to migrate here. There was another issue that came up. We found out that there were 40,000 companies in Germany alone, and SMEs in Germany are the economy drivers, believe me. They drive the GDP in Germany. 40,000 of them have problems of succession, have problems of running this because they either do not have the Gen Next to take over, they cannot find people who would take over their business other than their relatives, or they're just fed up of what they're doing. There are 40,000 such in various verticals. You know what we did? We identified. We got hold of one gentleman who was working in Pune for 12 long years, and he was running a company in Ranjangaon as the MD of that place. He left, went back to Hamburg where he lived. His wife was an Indian. We called him back and we said, look, why don't you help a couple of SMEs in Pune who could, with your expertise in trying to locate relevant businesses in Pune and in Germany, and then we could do the following. We could do joint ventures, tricky issue. We could do contract manufacturing, that is to start with. We could do technology transfer, lovely. And we could do so many things, together, provided they are available and we do. We contracted with him, 6 of our SMEs got together, formed a cluster, appointed 7 such consultants in Germany. They live all over the place. One lives in Hamburg, one lives in Berlin, one lives in Frankfurt, one is in Munich, one is in Baden-Baden, one is in Aachen. And they live all over the place. They are a small group, and they find opportunities for we companies in India. I'll be glad to tell you, 6 3 out of 6 have already bought companies in Germany, and they have a marketing outlet in Germany. They bought the company, they are running the company with the help of the Germans, and they are selling. Your options, madam. How do you think of this idea? Mike.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present over here, first of all. It's a great, concept, what you are mentioning over here. It's more about like adopting technologies, innovation. I would also like to put up this thing that government is trying, Indian government is trying, the center as well as state schemes. There are several state schemes, center schemes, which are trying to, upgrade the MSMEs over here also. When you're talking about the foreign technology and all, there's no depth of knowledge over here. We have like, technology also, but the only thing is MSMEs don't know how to reach up till there. So there are several schemes. There are around 50 schemes if I can count on. Actually, due to the paucity of time, I cannot give the presentation though. But then there are several schemes like Z scheme is there, or lean schemes are there, where you can actually, our Indian MSMEs can also upgrade their technology. There are like subsidies up to like 90%, where government is coming forward for help for the MSMEs. It's only up to MSMEs to come forward and take it, grab it. I was here for a previous session where there was a discussion for finance, and MSMEs don't get finance. It's not that. Also, there are banks are there to provide finance for technology upgradation. There are several schemes like credit guarantee fund trust scheme. Then there are like market access schemes, like when I can say international cooperation scheme, where MSMEs can go abroad and they can attend BSMs, they can attend RBSMs, they can actually get the subsidy up to 5 lakhs. And for women entrepreneurs, there are wonderful schemes. And there is top off of 10% extra, where women entrepreneurs can get, SC, ST, candidates can get 5% more. So there are, when we are talking about foreign countries, why not talk about our country, our India, where we can, level up to, foreign standards using all the technologies what we have in hand, if we try to. And we have so many examples of MSMEs who have tried and who have succeeded. There are certain number of people who say nahi, loan nahi milta hai, technology nahi hai, humko hamara kya hoga and all. See, agar चाह है तो राह है. You have to put the first step forward. आपके intentions matter करते हैं कि आपको आपकी जिद, आप कितना आगे बढ़ना चाहते हो, ये मैटर करता है. लोन लेते समय जब आप जाते हो, technology upgradation, if I give, I'm sorry if I'm taking a lot of time, but
No,
it's a matter of my interest. MSME is one sector which is so close to my heart. I have worked for 10 years in this sector, and I am so much connected to the sector, the people, and I get day in and day out, people coming up to me and they're saying ma'am, nahi milta hai loan. When you say नहीं मिलता है, ऐसा नहीं है, नहीं मिलता है. Schemes बनी हैं आपके लिए, but how you present yourself, आपका क्या intention है, आपका projection आप कैसे दिखाते हो. जब आपका confidence आपके अंदर है नहीं, तो सामने वाले को कैसे confidence आएगा. So you have to show that confidence. I can count on, there are so many schemes I have bought in today, but I know that there's not much time. If I go into detail, each scheme will take around half an hour.
Can I interrupt you? So, you said there were a number of schemes. You said there are technology upgradation issues. You know what? The MSME does not reach out, and I do not know why MSME. Either either the department is not able to reach the MSMEs or the MSMEs are not receptive. They stay in their shell. And there are so many issues that I am facing. I'll tell you, in the first lean scheme where you had floated 100 clusters, only my chamber, I did 14 such clusters. 4 in the first one and 10 in the second one. I don't know of any other chamber that has done so many. But, you know how much work was required to be done by the chamber to get there. And it was all because of the help that MSME DI gave us from Mumbai. And there were so many others. But what I want to mention is that there is a certain slip between the cup and the lip. And it does not reach. You know, you do not do the last mile connectivity. Like when we have the metro in Pune now, we don't know how to get to our destination from the station. That is exactly what is happening with all these schemes. And you all must be able to reach out to the MSMEs who are hungry for all this.
I would like to interrupt for that, like, sorry, because this is something very interesting topic which you have mentioned. There is lack of awareness.
Yes.
The schemes have been there since last 10 years, but even now when I go out, I have done more than 500 seminars from my end. And even now, today, when I go out, reach out to the interiors, they are so shocked, what is MSME? I mean, they don't know what is MSME. Yes. Forget about the schemes. So we, like associations like us, if we come forward, and it's a wonderful platform where all these associations have come forward with a great agenda of uplifting the MSMEs, if we all come together and create an awareness, about the schemes, about the cluster schemes. As you said, there are 40 centers where you can we can give employment to more than 500, artisans. That is the wonderful thing which we can do, an employment generation. So, it is up to we as leaders, we as associations.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll have to stop here because I'll have to give a chance to these two gentlemen. Maybe your short comments, please, because we are running out of time. And we would like to have your views on this.
Let me supplement what moderator has highlighted and my fellow panelist has highlighted. Broadly, the challenges comprise of 3 aspects. First, whether an MSME which is doing a domestic business can get into exports, and if the MSME which is already into exports can augment its export business. And the third is how an MSME can manage a proper liquidity. Looking into these challenges, Government of India has rolled out certain schemes, like we have International Cooperation Scheme, through which financial assistance is extended to MSMEs which participate in international fairs and exhibitions, and they are reimbursed their airfare expenses which they may incur while participating in these international fairs. Similarly, for raising sufficient finance, there is a CGTMAC scheme. Earlier under this scheme, 2 crores collateral-free finance was extended. Now this has been scaled up to rupees 5 crores. So you, being a micro and small enterprise, can avail 5 crores collateral-free finance under CGTMAC scheme. There is a Mudra loan for micro enterprises which are involved in manufacturing and services activity up to rupees 10 lakhs. Ministry of Commerce has rolled out interest equalization scheme under which you as an MSME manufacturer can get 3% interest equalization benefit. What I mean to say that suppose if you are raising pre-shipment or post-shipment export finance in Indian rupees, and if the rate of interest is say 9%, bank will extend it to you at 6% if you are an MSME manufacturer. So you will observe there are multiple such beneficial schemes, but as moderator highlighted, MSMEs are not aware about it. I represent FIO, Federation of Indian Export Organization. We are an apex export promotion body set up by Ministry of Commerce in the year 1965. We conduct a lot of workshops, seminars, webinars, open houses on regular basis, on daily basis, wherein we educate Indian exporters, especially MSMEs, how to start an export business till you derive export benefits from the government. So still, but there is a lot of hand-holding which needs to be done. There are a lot of important pockets wherein organizations like FIO, departments like MSME, and there are several local associations and chambers which needs to penetrate. If we talk about Maharashtra, we have Patni saris from Aurangabad, we have exclusive bamboo products from Vidarbha district, we have an exclusive Maharashtra Bamboo Development Board. Very few of you may have heard about this department, but this department produces an exclusive bamboo items which can have a good demand in international market. We have Varli painting from Palghar district. Recently, e-commerce export has been captured in the new foreign trade policy by the regulator, that is DGFT, wherein e-commerce export has been now captured. There is a high scope for Indian MSME to scale up their business through e-commerce exports. Currently, we stand at around $6 to $7 billion of e-commerce exports, and government has anticipated $200 to $300 billion of e-commerce export by 2030. And in the first part of the inaugural session, few of the senior speakers have highlighted that around 43% of our total exports is contributed through MSMEs. So if I'm saying that government has anticipated $200 to $300 billion of e-commerce export, there is a high possibility that 50% of it, or more than 50%, would be contributed by Indian MSMEs.
Thank you, sir. Can I give an opportunity to Sunil Saab? Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I welcome to all of you for gathering over here. And I'm from MSME department, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Government of India, Mumbai. As sir has suggested and ma'am has suggested, lot of schemes are available for the benefits of the MSME. And MSME department basically formulate the policy for the benefits of the micro and small entrepreneurs and medium entrepreneurs. We are working for the two aspects. One is for the existing industries, other one is for the prospective entrepreneurs. As regards the export, MSME department has not been formulated so far the export policy for the benefits of the MSME. But recently, just 1 year back, under the PMS scheme, Ministry of MSME has started one scheme that is capacity building for the first line exporter. Those exporter who has completed 3 years for the exports, they are getting monetary benefits in terms of reimbursement of the RCMC charges and the testing charges, and these powers has been delegated to the All Export Promotion Council. Various departments are working for the promotion of the exports for the MSMEs. MSME DFO, FIO, all export promotion councils, DGFT, customs, all are working for the export export promotion.
So, sir, this scheme that was promoted a year ago, can we have some literature, or is it available on the site?
Sir, it is uploaded on the site, and the
Is it
information
functional? Is it
yeah, it is functional. It's
Okay.
functional. The ministry has launched this scheme, but the power has been delegated to the all export promotion councils as well as the NSIC to receive the application online and providing the reimbursement to all these MSMEs.
I see.
Second thing is that a lot of schemes are available for these MSMEs. We are running the flagship scheme of the Cluster Development Program, MSCCDP scheme. Since so many years, we are providing these financial benefits to all these cluster group of peoples for setting up of the Common Facility Center. In Maharashtra, more than 30 Common Facility Centers has been set up so far in 8 years, and it has been operationalized. Number of proposals are under pipelines, and we are giving these funding up to 20 crore rupees to all this group of peoples who wanted to set up the clusters in various sectors. Second thing is that we are also working for the intellectual property right. intellectual property right is one of the schemes wherein the MSMEs who get these trademarks, patent or trademarks, patent, so they are, and barcoding, so they are getting the reimbursement from our office directly. So this scheme is also operative, and number of MSMEs have been benefited so far. Another thing is that we are also running the scheme of the PMS, procurement and management supports. Under the procurement and management supports, those entrepreneurs who wanted to participate in the domestic trade fairs as an MSMEs, as a women entrepreneurs or any entrepreneurs, and if he is having the valid Udyam registration, so we are reimbursing the entire amount for participation in the trade fairs. In Mumbai region, last year, more than 100 proposals we have been received, and we have reimbursed the amounts to the all MSMEs. Now also we are receiving the proposal for participation in the domestic trade fairs, and we are providing the funding to all the MSMEs. Another thing is that there is another scheme for the export promotion is the International Cooperation Scheme. Under the IC schemes, those MSMEs who wanted to participate in the international trade fairs and they wanted to showcase their products, so they will get the reimbursement from our office directly. Only thing is that the association has to take part on it, and they have to provide, they have to upload these requests from 10 number of the delegation is required. At least 10 number of the MSMEs peoples are required to participate in the international trade fair. That scheme is also being operative.
One last minute.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Please.
So in addition to that, number of schemes are there like public procurement policy, business incubators, then PMEGP scheme, CMEGP scheme for the new entrepreneurs, because the thing is that we are also working for the prospective entrepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs who wanted to set up the new ventures, they can approach to our organization. We are providing the hand-holding supports to all these entrepreneurs, and we are providing supports to get this finance under the PMEGP and CMEGP scheme also, and Mudra scheme also. Other credit facility schemes are also available, and we are providing supports to all the MSMEs to start their ventures. We are, as a part of the skill development programs, we are also conducting the various kind of the skill development programs in our entire Maharashtra as per the guidelines of the ministry, and under the skill development program, most of these prospective entrepreneurs, they are getting trainings in the various sectors, and advanced training also they are getting, and basic training also they are getting. And in addition to MSME DFO, so many organizations like diaz, PO, DGFT, all export promotion council, they are also working for the export promotion and for the benefits of the MSME. Thank you, sir.
So, gentlemen, thank you for all your inputs. We are short of time, otherwise I think a lot more inputs could have come in. If there are any question answers, I think we'll have to take them offline because we're already short of time. But thank you for coming here. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. It was a great session. Thank you.
Deepak sir, I would request you to kindly felicitate our esteemed speakers, starting with Shri Sunil Khujnare, Additional Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Mumbai. Next up, we have Shri Rishikant Tiwari, Joint Director, Federation of Indian Export Organization. And last but not the least, the lovely lady on the dais, Mrunali L, Director, MSME Global Network. Let's have a huge round of applause. A big thank you to our Honorable Chair and our esteemed speakers. I would request you to please take your seats in the audience. But once again, thank you so much for joining us at this esteemed conference, MEDC, MSME Conference 2023. Yes, let's have a group photograph. Thank you so much, everybody. With that, we are now going to move towards our next session for today, which is export. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. The second session for today is export opportunities for MSME, and for the same, I would like to welcome our Honorable Chair, Mrs. Sujata Soparkar, President, Thane Small Scale Industries Association, and I would like to welcome our esteemed speakers for today, Mr. Pradeep Kulkarni, Director, Casper Group, Shri Ravleen Singh Khurana, Managing Director, Nikita Pharmaceuticals, Shri Jagat Shah, Chief Executive Officer, Global Network, and Ujjwala Gosavi, Director, Climber Enviro Solutions LLP. I would request Sujata ma'am to kindly take the session ahead.
Good afternoon, friends. We are here now for export opportunities by MSME. I believe MSMEs, as I said earlier, we contribute 43% of the exports, and we are very niche companies are there in the MSMEs who take this forward. I'm chairing this, so I would like, we have some presentations. So can I start with Shri Pradeep Kulkarni, Director, Casper Group, to make their, it's still coming? Okay, so I'll request Mr. Pradeep Kulkarni to please take over.
Good morning, respected diaz and dear friends. I am from Casper Group. We are dealing with the MSME from last 9 years. We have completed almost 9 clusters. When we say clusters, it is a group of 10 industries, and I will be specifically talking about the lean manufacturing system, which is very much required for the MSMEs to come to the next level, whereby they can compete with the international market and make themselves ready for the export market. So we have implemented this scheme in almost 160 industries in the last 9 years. 9 clusters we have completed. All of the, what are the speakers previously, they talked about the importance of MSME. But what I will be talking about, what are all the lacunas, what are all the problems our MSMEs have. Most important is the lacking the data. And what is important is the decisions which are based on the data, which is lacking in our MSME. And what the customer wants is the product with a zero defect and at the right time. What our experience is, this is what is basically a missing part as far as MSME is concerned. And the challenges what MSME has is to maintain the margin of profit, lack of updated knowledge and skills, space constraints, financial constraints, traditional technologies, and little exposure to the modern technologies. Those are the problems what our MSMEs are having. And what we feel, the solution to the larger extent for these problems is the lean manufacturing system. This is the solution what we feel the MSME can have, one of the solutions the MSME can have. Because what lean talks about, it talks about the reducing the non-value added activities and doing the which is required for the customer. What we say is a value added activity. Because of the time constraint, I am not going into the more details, just bullet points I am going to talk about. So this scheme, implementation of the scheme, Government of India has provided the subsidy of up to 90% to all the MSMEs. Only 10% they need to pay. So roughly 36,000. They will be getting all these consultancies from the experienced consultants for 18 months for training, hand-holding, and implementation of the project, whereby they will get upgraded to the next level. This what we say is a culture change program in the MSME, whereby the entire culture in the organization will be changed so that they will be ready for export in terms of quality, in terms of productivity. Because what are the bottlenecks with our MSMEs are that are clearly identified with these schemes, and by identifying these bottlenecks, we come out with their KPIs. We talk about the KPIs. We make them aware about their KPIs. We make them aware about the bottlenecks so that they will be ready with the quality products. They will be ready for the production on time or delivery on time. So specifically this scheme talks about the enhancement of the resources and space, enhancement of quality, reduction of rejection, enhancement of knowledge and skills, enhancement of production, and also the digital empowerment. So this is a beautiful scheme launched by the Government of India, which can be taken advantage by all the MSMEs, and we are very sure with our experience of last 8 years that this scheme will be very beneficial to the MSMEs to come to the next level so that they can be competitive in the international market. Today also a lot of changes are happening. Lot of foreign companies are coming over here and they are asking us to develop their product over here so that we can compete and we can export those products to the international market. This scheme is for the 18 months, whereby for all the 18 months they will be giving hand-holding support, they will be given the training, they will be given the support for the implementation of the various projects on the shop floor. That is how the scheme works. And along with this scheme, one Z scheme is also there, which is launched by the Government of India, Zero Effect, Zero Defect, which gives the certification for the MSMEs, which will be certifying them at what level they are, and with these certifications, they can compete for the bidding in the GEM portal for the public sector companies, for the railways, for the defense sector. So I think all our MSMEs need to take the advantage of these schemes and upgrade themselves to the next level so that they will be ready for the export market. Thank you very much. That is all from my side. Thanks. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni, for keeping it short. And I believe any of these schemes which you would like, what he said, Lean and Z, you can always go on the website or you can always contact any associations or MEDC for more details. So I would like now Mr. Khurana to please make his presentation. We are making it quick so that because don't want to keep you from lunch. But the other thing I said, export, you can do an export only if you have hunger in your bellies. So we'll keep you hungry for some time. So bear with us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. We are going to talk about opportunities for MSMEs in exports. I have been given 15 minutes, so I'll try to finish these 30 slides in 15 minutes, so I'll be quick. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So we can see the India year-on-year growth in export has been 31%. So if we see Y-on-Y numbers, there's a huge scope. You all can start export, and these numbers tell you that you have a lot of space to do that. Now Government of India and Government of Maharashtra, they all are supporting vocal for local. So a lot of support is also available, which was not there in the past. So it's the right time for every one of you to get into exports right today. Even India has become the 5th largest economy in the world. We were 7th a few years ago, today we are 5th, and in next few years we are envisaging to be 3rd in the world after US, China. 3rd should be India. Now how we do that? By increasing exports. So as a MSME, if you want to really do something for the country, do exports. Not only for you, your employees, but also for the nation. These are some exports figure which shows that India is exporting $57.47 billion worth of goods and services, and half of it, that is 46% of it, is from MSMEs. So that means about $25 billion worth goods and services are being exported by MSMEs like you and me. So if they can do it, you can do it. For exports or for anything, it is important to know who, what, how, where, why, and when. So 5 W's and 1 H are very important if you do want to anything nicely. So let's quickly go through it. Now, why we should export? So for doing anything, the why is most important thing. If we are clear about why, rest we can take care. I'll tell you briefly about my company, Nitika Pharma, how we started, and I hope it can be a good inspiration for many of the starters. So we started in 91, and our turnover for the first year was 1,85,000 rupees, less than 2 lakhs. This year, we are going to touch 200 crores, and 70% of it is through exports. So these are some of the milestones. We started export to US in 2000. Our first export was to USA. Normally people start with Africa, something like that. But we believed if your quality is good, why not US? Because you get the value for your products. We filed the DMF. We are in pharma raw materials. So we are the first company from Asia and second in the world to file a drug master file in the US FDA in 2005. And after that, our exports took J-curve. We also got a national award from Modi ji as the best MSME among the top 3 MSMEs in the country. So India has 5 crore plus MSMEs, and we are honored to be amongst top 3 of them by Government of India. And this was possible only because of exports. Our 70% is exports. So because if you want to be innovative, you want to make new products, new technologies, you want price for them. You can't fund research without getting a good valuation. And that you get very well from some of the countries like US, Europe, etc. A tablet of paracetamol costs $1, Panadol costs $1 in US. In India, we sell it at 2 rupees. So naturally, We are supplying to Indians, we are supplying to Americans. He's selling tablet at 80 rupees, 83 rupees. This guy is selling at 2 rupees. So naturally, he can't give you much value. So if you want real good margins, if your product has a good quality, then export is a destination for you. This is the award that we got from Modi ji. We also got a PLI scheme, production linked incentives. So if you're innovative and if you're exporting, then government also supports you. For getting the PLI scheme, one of the criteria is either you should make an import substitute or you should make a product which can be exported. So we are the only PLI holder in the country for pharmaceutical excipients. Some of you might not be knowing what pharmaceutical excipients are. So every tablet has an active content, maybe paracetamol, aspirin, etc. and many inactive ingredients or additives. Those are called excipients. And in India, 90% of those excipients are imported from US, Europe, China, etc. And we are one of the leading pharmaceutical excipient manufacturer and only recipient of PLI scheme by Government of India in the pharmaceutical excipient sector. Again, why was this possible? Because we did a lot of R&D. And having R&D, having WHO certification, having US FDA, DMF are the criteria. Now, if you would have been selling just in the domestic market, can we do that? No, not possible. So again, it is possible that we could get PLI scheme only because of the exports that we have been doing in last 32 years. Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, DSIR, gives you a lot of funding for R&D. So suppose your client in a foreign country wants you to develop some product. Being a MSME, you can get funds very easily from the government. It's very easy now. Just go there, demonstrate what kind of project you have, what kind of funding you want, and government even has a scheme in which they will just take some royalty, a part of profit from you for that research project. You have to file some patents, etc. In Nitika, we have filed a lot of US patents and Indian patents, and because of those patents, in US, some of the products only we can sell. So one side, government is giving you funds for development. Other side, they help you in doing patents also. So if you do patent, the 75% of the patent fees is reimbursed by government. If you do product registrations abroad, government supports you with the subsidy for that. So for every step in exports, government gives you a lot of support. So you have to come up with the idea and understand the process. Funding, I am telling you, is not going to be a problem for you. Banks also, if you are doing domestic business, you are a big risk for them as a MSME. But if you are doing exports, ECGC people are here, yeah, madam is there, they take care of your complete responsibility. So if bank is giving a funds to you under export promotion scheme, EPC scheme or PCFC scheme, and suppose you default, they pay 95% to the banks. So banks are also, they don't hesitate to give you money easily because they have ECGC at their back. But if you go for domestic, you don't have such opportunity. Secondly, if you're exporting and your client makes a default, the client doesn't pay you. Again, madam is there to make the payment to you. So she'll give you 90% of the payment if your client defaults. Of course, you have to do all the formalities and you have to pay a premium, which is peanuts. But then in domestic, you don't have such schemes very easily available. But in exports, yes. You export it, no money received, go to madam, she'll pay you. We have received it in the past. These are more awards we got from Axis Bank, this is Udyog Gaurav Award. We got award as the best pharma MSME in the whole country by Axis Bank. And they gave us award in 2012, this Udyog Gaurav Award, and they've been chasing us since 12 that we should become their customers. Finally, in 21, we became their customers at a very good rates. Again, exports was one of the major reasons why they were after us. Banks also, they give you export funds very easily because it's a priority sector. More awards, will not go in details. This is the best MSME award by Government of India, the best excipient award by organizer of CPHI. It's a multinational who organized this event. So we are supplying our products to the 90 countries and 1,000 buyers across the globe, and we have been audited and approved by hundreds of clients, including MNCs like Pfizer, Novartis, Sanofi, Abbott. The list is long. You name it, and we are working with all the pharma companies. One more very interesting fact I'll share with you. We used to make quality products from the day one, but we never had buyers. Why? Pharma companies believed in buying it from American, Japanese, European more than Indian company. Especially startup, they'll say no, simply no. Then we started exporting to US. We filed a DMF in US. And then the domestic companies made a beeline. Hamare ko bhi chahiye. So that's a big difference that you get once you get approved by those companies in those countries. So that's the indirect benefit you get in selling your domestic goods also. So we started our export to US in 2000, and since then we have been doubling our capacity almost every year. We double the capacity, it's full. We double the capacity, it's full. And now also we have built a plant under PLI scheme, which is one of the biggest plant in MCC. It is one of the key excipients. And that plant is going to be inaugurated on 19th by Gadkari ji and Devendra ji Fadnavis on 19th of September. Again, our lot of foreign buyers are going to be there in that program, and most probably all our capacity will be booked by them. So again, one more benefit of exports, that normally you put up a plant and then you look for buyers. But here, before you go for the plant, your buyers are ready to take that product from you. So you get the return from the day one. So we are in 90 countries, 1,000 plus buyers, and I had been to 60 countries across the globe. The learning that you get from those people is immense. So business, yes, but how to do business also, you learn from them in a very nice way, and that helps you to grow still faster. So this is little about me. I was 19-year-old and went to a conference, met the MD of Ranbaxy, Dr. Parvinder Singh. He guided me that in India, a lot of formulators are there who make tablet capsules. A lot of API manufacturers are there, but not many excipient people are there. So go for excipients. And at the age of 19 only, started this company. Before I could write my final B.Pharm, production started. And today we have reached a very good stage. So the message is, people say you should have experience. I never had. I'm successful. So again, having experience is good, but not necessarily you should have it. Another aspect is choosing the product wisely. So that gentleman, he was a visionary. He was the director of Ranbaxy then. He told me the right product. I was not knowing anything about it. I just followed it. So it's very critical to choose the right product. In the later slides, we are going to see that also, that how to choose a product. Don't go for a me-too product. In exports, you'll be beaten badly. Go for something unique, something innovative, something which only few can do. So this is our new plant which has come up. And our target is 200 crore for this current year. Thank you for that. So, yeah, total is 15 minutes. So how much minutes are gone? Yeah. Okay, so I can wind up anytime. You tell me. No problem. Because I scheduled 15 minutes as per this thing. Anyway, so I'll go more quickly. I hope you will be able to get it. So why export? Demands are huge globally. Price realization is better. Volumes are large. You get an international presence. You get noticed. Getting funding is easy. You get forex realization, which is much better valuation. What you should export. So I was talking of the product. It's very important to choose the right product. And anything and everything can be exported. So tea can be exported, bananas can be exported, onion can be exported, jewelry, anything. So it's not a particular product that can be exported. Anything and everything can be exported. There's a market for it. You have to go and look for it. So type of product, range of product, you have to do some study in this. You should have always plan B, because the things change very fast internationally. So you go with something and you're not able to sell it, you should not be dependent on that. So you should be flexible enough to make something else, otherwise you could be out of business. Your plan B should be ready. This is the website, government website, which helps you in selecting the product. So that today government has made very nice websites. It gives you a lot of data, and that data can help you a lot. Where you should export. So you should find out where the demand is, where the competition is, where a lot of Indians are there, don't go there. In Africa, a lot of Indians are selling, we don't sell to Africa. Quality versus quantity. So you should know your strengths, whether you want to sell quality or you want to sell the quantity. Quality, then go to US, Europe. Quantity, you have a lot of other markets available. Your capabilities, your production capability is important. If you take an order and you're not able to deliver, you're gone. In India, chalta hai approach is there, but there they don't agree to it. You have to deliver on time. And there are a lot of free trade agreements in which their duties are very less. The list you can see on the website. So with these free trade agreements, you can export. They imported 0 tariff. So that's the advantage. Our major markets are US, Spain, Bangladesh, Germany, Mexico, China. We export a lot to China. Our products are registered in the Chinese FDA. There are a lot of barriers for stopping import from India, but we have successfully overcome that and will export a lot to China. We have an office in Dubai. And how to do it? So this how, I think you can go to websites and find, because time is not there. So I think I should stop here. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you, Mr. Khurana. I believe he has made it seem so easy to export and to get in the dollars. But I think being in the pharma, the margins which they have are tremendous, whereas engineering or other things, the margins, they are not so lucky. So you need to check on that also. So I would now request Mr. Jagat Shah, CEO of Global Network, to please give his talk.
थैंक यू MEDC फॉर द इन्विटेशन। दोस्तों, अभी जैसे खुराना जी बता रहे थे कि कोई भी प्रोडक्ट एक्सपोर्ट हो सकती है, ठीक है। मुझे ज़रा बताइए, आप में से कितने लोग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं? हाथ उठाइए। ठीक है। कितने लोग ट्रेडिंग का काम करते हैं? ओके। कितने लोग सर्विस सेक्टर में? ओके, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। तीनों इक्वल है। हर प्रोडक्ट का एक्सपोर्ट हो सकता है। बिल्कुल खुराना जी ने सही बात बोली। मैं आपको 3 उदाहरण देता हूँ। एक कंपनी है इंडिया में जो बकरी की लिंडी एक्सपोर्ट करती है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आया हूँ, गुजराती में हम लिंडी बोलते हैं, ठीक है। और वो अमेरिका की एक मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी इंपोर्ट करती है। वो मुंबई न्यूयॉर्क स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में लिस्टेड है कंपनी, और उसका इतना बढ़िया पैकेजिंग है, डिज़ाइनर पैकेजिंग है, और उसको $3 में बेचते हैं वो लोग अमेरिका में, और उसको रोज़ प्लांट के मैन्योर की तरह यूज़ किया जाता है। और मैं इस कंपनी को जब मालिक को पूछता हूँ कि तुम्हारा सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है बिज़नेस का, तो बोलता है सप्लाई नहीं मिलती। वो बोलता है 1.5 से 2 करोड़ के ऑर्डर हमेशा हाथ में होते हैं मेरे। दूसरा मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ। पेंडेमिक के टाइम में मिडल ईस्ट की जो कंट्रीज़ है बड़ी परेशान हो गई कि अरे ये इंडिया, बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका जो हमको फूड भेजते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, इन्होंने अगर फूड एक्सपोर्ट बंद कर दिया तो वहाँ तो डेजर्ट है, वहाँ तो कुछ खाने का वो होता नहीं है। तो उन्होंने केलॉग्स को, अमेरिकन कंपनी को अपॉइंट किया कि जल्दी से हमको रिसर्च करके दो। खूब पैसा दिया, पैसा मिडिल ईस्ट में बहुत है, कि भाई डेजर्ट में क्या एग्रीकल्चर कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने रिसर्च के फाइंडिंग में बताया कि 5 स्टेट है इंडिया के, वहाँ का जो गाय का गोबर है वो आपके एग्रीकल्चर को फैसिलिटेट जल्दी करेगा। और आपको सरप्राइज़ होगा, जयपुर की एक कंपनी है लामोर करके, उसने पहला शिपमेंट 192 टन्स के गाय के गोबर का कुवैत को किया। और अभी उसके पास 900 मेट्रिक टन का ऑर्डर है। मेरे को वो अभी भी उसको भी यही बोलता है कि मुझे सप्लाई नहीं मिलती। मैं तीसरा उदाहरण देता हूँ, फिर आगे बढ़ूँगा। अहमदाबाद में एक कंपनी है, आप लोग कितने लोग अहमदाबाद गए हैं? ठीक है, अगली बार जब जाएं एकदम कालूपुर रेलवे स्टेशन के सामने रोड क्रॉस करेंगे तो एक बोर्ड दिखेगा, बोर्ड देवेंद्र ट्रेडिंग कॉरपोरेशन। वो सड़े हुए आलू एक्सपोर्ट करता है और उसके परचेज ऑर्डर में लिखा हुआ है कि 5% से अच्छा, 5% से ज़्यादा अच्छे क्वालिटी के आलू होंगे तो हम पेमेंट काट लेंगे। अभी ये उनको मैंने बोला भाई कोई क्वालिटी की कॉन्फ्रेंस में मत जाना, ठीक है। क्या एप्लीकेशन है प्रोडक्ट का? सऊदी अरेबिया की एक कंपनी है सैबिक कॉरपोरेशन, बहुत बड़ी गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। उन्होंने इस प्रोडक्ट को लेके इसमें से स्टार्च एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं, बहुत बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट है उनका। उसमें उन्होंने केमिकल ट्रीटमेंट से एक प्रोडक्ट बनाया है। और खुराना जी बहुत सही बोल रहे थे कि पेटेंट, उन्होंने उस प्रोडक्ट को पेटेंट किया है। क्या एप्लीकेशन है? वो लोग इतनी पतली सी ब्रिक बनाई है उन्होंने और वो एयरलाइंस को बेचते हैं। जब एयरलाइंस एविएशन फ्यूल डालता है और ये पतली सी ब्रिक ऐड करता है, इट इंक्रीजेज द माइलेज ऑफ द एयरक्राफ्ट बाई 30%। अब ये प्रोडक्ट एप्लीकेशन। अब मैं आप लोगों को पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपकी प्रोडक्ट इन 3 प्रोडक्ट से बेहतर है या नहीं? अगर बेहतर है तो ये मेरा आज का टॉपिक है एक्सपोर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़। तो आज हम भारत में हैं, मुझे कई लोग बोलते हैं कि तुम इंडियन कंपनी, छोटी छोटी कंपनीज को क्यों मोटिवेट करते हो एक्सपोर्ट करने को? इंडिया अपने आप में इतना बड़ा मार्केट है। इंडिया की MSMEs तो 2-3 राज्यों से ज़्यादा बेचती नहीं है, उनको पहले यहाँ तो बेच लेने दो। मैं सबको यही बोलता हूँ कि देखो, जब हम एक्सपोर्ट करना शुरू करते हैं, हमको दुनिया की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में पता चलता है अपने बिजनेस में। और जब हम वो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस अपने इंडियन बिजनेस में अप्लाई करते हैं तो हमारा इंडिया का बिजनेस सुधर जाता है। इसको बोलते हैं कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस। हम लोग एक इंस्टीट्यूट चलाते हैं 25 साल से, ऑनलाइन है, ग्लोबल नेटवर्क इंस्टीट्यूट। इसमें हम इस चीज़ की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं कि एक्सपोर्ट कैसे करने का। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ कि आप, इसलिए मैंने पूछा कौन मैन्युफैक्चरर है, कौन ट्रेडिंग करते, कौन सर्विस सेक्टर में है, कि सिर्फ 5 एलिमेंट आपको इनकॉर्पोरेट करने बिजनेस में आज के टाइम में, पर्टिकुलरली आफ्टर द पेंडेमिक। उसका नाम है KEYDW। वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू ए नॉलेज इकोनॉमी। आप जितना नॉलेज बिजनेस में जोड़ोगे ना, उतना आपका बिजनेस बढ़ेगा। पहली बात, नॉलेज इकोनॉमी। एक क्विक उदाहरण देता हूँ। पूरे वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी आज $100 ट्रिलियन को क्रॉस कर चुकी है। अमेरिकन इकोनॉमी है $26 ट्रिलियन, चाइनीज़ इकोनॉमी है $19 ट्रिलियन, इंडियन इकोनॉमी है $3.5 ट्रिलियन। 1981 में चाइनीज़ और इंडियन इकोनॉमी सेम थी। वो 19 ट्रिलियन क्यों हुई? बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेशन। उसका 10 टाइम्स इंडिया से ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट है। जिस समय 1750 में इंडिया को सोने की चिड़िया बोलते थे, हमारे पास 25% ऑफ द GDP ऑफ द वर्ल्ड था, आज 3% है। वापस सोने की चिड़िया बनना है तो एक्सपोर्ट करना है, और बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है। ये 3 उदाहरण से मैंने आपको साबित कर दिया। नॉलेज, KEYDW, नॉलेज। क्विक उदाहरण, अमेरिकन गवर्नमेंट, मैंने आंकड़े इसलिए बताए, अमेरिकन गवर्नमेंट $3 ट्रिलियन के गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज साल में इंपोर्ट करती है उस $26 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी में। इंडिया का टोटल GDP 3.5 ट्रिलियन है। 3 ट्रिलियन। अमेरिकन गवर्नमेंट को कुछ भी बेचना हो तो एक उसका पोर्टल है sam.gov, उसमें अपने आप को एज ए वेंडर रजिस्टर करना पड़ता है। इंडिया से 730 कंपनीज रजिस्टर्ड है, चाइना से 14,800 कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड है, और वो फॉर्म इंग्लिश में भरना पड़ता है। हमको ब्रिटिशर्स इंग्लिश सिखा के गए, चाइनीज़ को इंग्लिश नहीं आती। नॉलेज को बिजनेस में जोड़ो, अपने आप बिजनेस बढ़ेगा। आज नॉलेज का एक टाइम है। इको फ्रेंडली इकोनॉमी, कुछ भी अपना इको फ्रेंडली प्रोडक्ट पकड़ो, 20 साल का बिजनेस है। वाई? यूथ ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी। यूथ, आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में यंगस्टर्स को जोड़ो। खुराना जी डिजिटल मार्केटिंग की बात कर रहे थे, एक और वक्ता पहले बोल रहे थे, डिजिटल मार्केटिंग से आज एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। पेंडेमिक में पूरे दुनिया का बिजनेस कम हो गया, इंडिया का एक्सपोर्ट 36% बढ़ गया। कैसे बढ़ गया? ना कोई गया बाहर, ना कोई बाहर से आया, बढ़ कैसे गया? तो डिजिटल अप्रोचेस से बढ़ा। वर्चुअल एग्जीबिशंस होने लग गए, वर्चुअल B2B मीटिंग्स होने लग गई, और लोगों को समझ में आया कि इस तरह भी बिजनेस कर सकते हैं, राइट। एंड डी उसका वो KEYDW डिजिटल इकोनॉमी, जितना डिजिटलाइजेशन आप अपने बिजनेस में करोगे आपका बिजनेस बढ़ेगा। लोग मुझे कई बार बोलते हैं अरे डिजिटलाइजेशन से लोगों की जॉब चली जाएगी। इट इज़ टोटली रॉन्ग, नो एविडेंस, इट इज़ अ मिथ। आप डिजिटलाइजेशन ऐड करोगे, टेक्नोलॉजी ऐड करोगे, आपका बिजनेस बढ़ेगा, आप ज़्यादा लोगों को हायर करोगे। और लास्ट इज़ KEYDW वर्क फ्रॉम होम। मार्केटिंग के अंदर ऐसा कोई काम नहीं है, पर्टिकुलरली एक्सपोर्ट में, जो आप घर में बैठ के नहीं कर सकते, एज ए लीड जनरेशन एंड एज ए लीड कन्वर्जन। मुझे आज तक समझ में नहीं आया ऐसी क्या एक्टिविटी है मार्केटिंग के अंदर, पर्टिकुलरली इन एक्सपोर्ट, जो जिसके लिए ऑफिस आना पड़े। हम छोटे छोटे उद्योग हैं, वी आर MSMEs, हम ज़्यादा सैलरी नहीं दे सकते लोगों को, लेकिन यू हायर यंग पीपल। यहाँ मैंने देखा बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स बैठे हैं, हायर फ्रेश ग्रेजुएट्स। खुराना जी की बात मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी, 19 साल की एज में कंपनी चालू की। आप 21 साल के लड़के लड़कियों को रखो ना, और उनको ये सिखाओ एक्सपोर्ट मार्केटिंग के बारे में, अपने प्रोडक्ट के बारे में, लीड जनरेशन होगा और उसमें से लीड कन्वर्जन होगा। हम लोगों ने ये पेंडेमिक में हमारी कंपनी में 95 लोगों को हायर किया फुल टाइम, और 94 वर गर्ल्स। एक लड़के को रखना पड़ा मेरे फैमिली प्रेशर से। इस लीड जनरेशन के काम में विमेन आर मोस्ट सूटेड विथ टेम्परामेंट। चाइना को देखो, आज चाइना में 68% ऑफ द वर्क फोर्स मीन्स वुमेन, ऑफ द 68% ऑफ वुमेन इन चाइना इज इन द चाइनीज़ वर्क फोर्स। हमारे यहाँ 20% है। सो ये बहुत ही मैचिंग है। आप जो जितने लोग फैमिली बिजनेस फैमिली से आते हो, अपने घर के विमेन को एनकरेज करो कि एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में डिजिटली और लीड जनरेशन का काम करें। तो मुझे जस्ट इतना कहना है आप लोगों को कि बिल्कुल ये लिमिटेशन दिमाग से हटा दो। और मैं अभी भी चैलेंज दे रहा हूँ, आप मेरा यूट्यूब में जाओगे, मेरे बहुत वीडियोस मिलेंगे। मैं 25 साल से चैलेंज कर रहा हूँ, आज भी करता हूँ। गिव मी अ प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस, और आप बोलो ओ ये मेरा प्रोडक्ट एक्सपोर्ट नहीं हो सकता। मैं आपको 15 मिनट में एक कंपनी इंडिया की दिखा दूंगा जो उस प्रोडक्ट को एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, 15 मिनट में दिखा दूंगा। अगर कोई कर सकता है तो आप क्यों नहीं कर सकते? थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Mr. Jagatshah, for firing up everybody. As he says, that I agree that you have to find your own niche, and you have to find a person gullible enough to buy that, not necessarily in the wrong way, but you have to find a market. So now let's hear from Ujjwala Gosavi, madam. She's from Climber Enviro Solutions. You have a presentation, ma'am? So can we have the presentation?
नमस्कार. मी उज्ज्वला गोसावी. माझी कंपनी क्लाइंबर सिस्टीम्स. क्लाइंबर हा माझा ब्रँड आहे. challenges I am taking from my collegehood. First, I am the first generation entrepreneur. My company These are three companies of mine: Climber Engineers, Climber Enviro Solutions, and Climber Systems. Climber Engineers is my first company, which is formed in 2006, and it is in a research and development. We are giving the customized solutions to the companies. I do have vendor code for the 52 companies from the Tata से लेकर Alfa Laval and Good Health. मेरी जनरेशन की शुरुआत हुई एक पैशन लेकर, एग्रीकल्चर मशीनरी आई वांट टू डू फॉर द फार्मर्स. 96 में पहला पावर टिलर हमने तैयार किया था, जो 5 HP का छोटा पावर टिलर था. वहाँ से ये सपना लेके हम लोग यहाँ तक आए हैं. मेरी क्लाइंबर सिस्टम से कंपनी फॉर्मेशन 2008 में हुआ है. क्लाइंबर इंजीनियर्स में जब काम कर रहे थे तो these are some of the developments we have done. This is the enclosure, acoustic enclosure we have done for the Tata. This is a decanter assembly cover enclosure for the Alfa Laval. This is the modular enclosure for the American Axle company. We are fortunate that we have got such type of opportunities to customize, give the customized solutions to the companies. हमारा total experience जो है वो automation and robotics में है. That experience we are now using for the farmers and for the environmental solutions. This is our first product, groundnut decorticator we have made. हमारा जो 2006 का जो प्रवास था इंजीनियर्स के साथ, उसके बाद हमें we have got an opportunity from the AIT, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. They have their technology and we have made a live toilet for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations. And after that my journey has a different way. We have gone to the product development company as a product development. We are giving the customized solutions to the companies. Now we do have our own products in the environmental. This is the AIT team which came to my company for their developments. ये रोशन बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स के रोशन श्रेष्ठा है जो मेरे यहाँ आए थे उनके टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए जो मैंने प्रोडक्ट किया था. ये पब्लिकेशन डिपार्टमेंट्स डिन कैट्स है, बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन. दिस इज द बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन के जो तब के हेड थे दुलाइको ने, उन्होंने भी मेरे यहाँ visit किया to see the development, and I have got an opportunity to present as a manufacturer in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as a reinvent the toilet fair in 2014. वहाँ जाने के बाद एक समझ में आया कि whatever Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation wants to do is necessary for my country. तब एज अ इंजीनियर टॉयलेट्स करना मेरे आई वांट एट दैट टाइम मैं इन्वेस्टर भी ढूंढ रही थी. जब मैंने इन्वेस्टर को बताया कि आई वांट टू मेक अ टॉयलेट विच शुड बी हार्डवेयर के दुकान में मिलेगा, 2 घंटे में तैयार होगा, ऐसा टॉयलेट मुझे करना है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि टॉयलेट एक क्या प्रोडक्ट हो सकता है क्या. बट आफ्टर दैट आई हैव मेक दिस टाइप ऑफ टॉयलेट्स and bio toilets I have manufactured. My toilets are constructed in 2 hours of ACP. It's a modular and portable. And second one, PCC, cement concrete toilets, I can construct in 4 hours. In toilet manufacturing, the total knowledge we have used is jig and fixtures, assembly वगैरह जो मैंने इसमें किया यूज़ किया था नॉलेज, वो यहाँ हम लोग सब यूज़ कर रहे हैं. These are some of the toilets which are constructed on the site. I have worked with the BIF, Swadesh Foundations, government, and for this one. I do have the products. ये जो मुझे ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट है, हम लोग STP बनाते हैं, तो आई गिव द बायो STPs. हमारा सपना है कि गांव में अभी क्या हुआ है कि ड्रेनेज लाइंस दिए गए हैं, मगर वो जो पानी है वो पानी रीयूज़ नहीं होता है. तो आई वांट टू गिव सच टाइप ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस टू द ईच एंड एवरी विलेज सो दैट दे कैन रीयूज़ देयर वाटर, एंड वहीं का वाटर वहीं यूज़ करके अभी जो ड्रॉट यानी ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर गोइंग ऑन, दैट विल बी मिनिमाइज with this technology because it is a proven technology, it's a natural, and what sir is saying that it should be eco-friendly. All these technologies are eco-friendly. My next company is Climber System. अभी क्या हुआ कि कस्टमाइज सोल्यूशन देते देते प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट हमारा तजुर्बा हो गया था. सो that you can see a prototype and the product. That prototype is rice de-husking machine from the Pabad, Vigyan Ashram Pabad, and that is the product I have made. I have customized this one, and these are my products for the farmers. Our mission is that farmer should get the small machines. He should do the value addition at his own place because raw material is his. And a small agro micro entrepreneurs should be created so that our GDP can be increased. Because what happened, automobile industry से MSMEs, micro industries are बहुत हो गए, मगर agri industry पे अभी तक कुछ हुआ नहीं है, तो value addition से micro agro industry बढ़ सकती है. These are small millet. These are my products. Groundnut decorticator I have done. This is the millet mill I have manufactured. I am designed, developed, and this is India's only one I can say, because all types of millets can be dehusked in these machines, and it is patented. What I am doing that, I am taking the problems of the farmers, I am solving that problems with the help of machines, and their labor pain and all these things I am minimizing. Who benefits these products? All these products are benefits to the self-help group, new entrepreneurs, farmers, and FPOs. जैसे ये लिज्जत पापड़ है, वैसे ये छोटी छोटी FPOs अपने फार्मर्स को छोटी छोटी मशीनरी दे के एक ब्रांड तैयार कर सकती हैं इस मशीन से. अभी सर बोल रहे थे कि what is my intention? My intention is that I want to export all this, because I do have a meeting in February with the Niger consulate. And at that time, in a conversation with him, I understand that the same problems they do have also. And I am thinking that as an engineer, we can solve their problem also, give the solutions to them also, because in the African countries, after pandemic, they are saying that agriculture industry, they want to focus on it. Because before pandemic, they have export more than. So they just now want to do, so whatever they want, they want to do in their area. These are some awards. I have got an award for my rice diaz machine from the Maratha Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club award, and last year I have got the award from the Ami Udyogini, AUPBX award. I am giving the engineering solutions to my farmer customers. All my machines are made with the engineering method. Jig, fixture वगैरह हम जो यहाँ वो use करते थे, whatever quality we are doing in the automation robotics, the same quality we are giving to the farmers. We are giving the sustainable machines. China machines आते हैं. अब तक क्या होता था कि चाइना मशीन्स आते हैं, फार्मर्स लेते हैं, 6 महीने में मशीन बंद पड़ता है, तो फार्मर डरता है वैल्यू एडिशन करने के लिए. वो डर हम लोग कम करना चाहते हैं कि इंडियन मेक मशीन शुड बी देयर, इट्स सस्टेनेबल, इट शुड बी सस्टेनेबल. एंड 1.5 लाख 2 लाख से कम बिजनेस अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो बहुत सारे बिजनेस बढ़ सकते हैं. इसीलिए वी आर ट्राइंग फॉर दैट वन. आल्सो वी आर इसके लिए मैं एक्सपोर्ट के लिए भी बहुत सारे ट्राई कर रही हूँ. अभी मेरा IES नंबर भी आ गया है. सो आई एम स्टडिंग द सेम थिंग सर इज सेइंग दैट आई एम स्टडिंग फॉर दैट वन ऑल्सो. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Ujjwala madam. Your journey was really impressive and really path-breaking. And I believe that this sort of innovations can be done and are done only in India. Because I know an SPM, because we manufacture electronic components. So we had a process in which we need to do laser trimming of the resistors. That machine was costing about 2 crores if I had to import it from the US. But what happens is that when these machines get imported from there, it's a big machine. You don't require all the processes. As a manufacturer, you know, as she said, she requires the farmer requires only this. So I had this where I required only 2-3 functions, but we wanted it to be customized. So we found out a way of making this machine over here in India by getting a software from, again, it was a Gujarat company. I think unka bheja bahut acha chalta hai. They developed such a good software, and I was able to make this machine for just 20 lakhs. So the machine which I would have to import for 2 crores, and would have given me so many functions which I did not need. I made an SPM, and now after the first machine, I have now 4 more machines, and my production has increased quite a lot because of this. So I really appreciate that. I think you have, of course, a lot of potential for the export. Export का नहीं मिलेगा तो जगत शाह साहब को पास जाइए, he will export it for you. And the other thing what I would say is that the Made in India brand which is there, it is maybe because of our Modi sir, but Made in India brand was first established when our software, the Y2K, we have proved ourselves as Indians are able to deliver. And now me being in a hardware industry, initially if anybody would buy a electronic anything product, you say ki Made in India means wo to kharab ho jayega. But now this Made in India brand which is there, even in the US and Germany, it is quite a recognized brand. So when I export to US and some customer asks them, they are also proud to say that it is being made in India. So this Made in India brand, it's quite recognized, and we should all be able to make use of this. So we should not, try to sell it through a different brand of a US. But at the same time, I believe कि आपको इंडिया में सेल करना हो तो मेड इन इंडिया नहीं चलता है. You need made in USA. Because I know कि Indian customers जो है, you try to sell your product over here, नहीं, if it is made in, so I have had, actual this, कि I won't name the names, but component which they wanted to import, they did not want to buy from me, but they brought my product from USA with a value addition, maybe 10 times of that. So that is another thing, but it is coming quite, nowadays it is quite easy. And as now everybody knows, so as the question is of opportunities of export. So the whole world has become a global village. So anybody sitting there, you cannot have anything which is, secretive. Everybody knows where this product is made. जैसे अपन Amazon में दुकान में जाते हैं, ये TV कितने का है, ये करता है, and then you go and Google इसमें कितने पे मिलता है. So that's how everything happens, outside also. So it has become it is good for us also and bad for us also. Because as of this global village, you have the whole world as your market. As they have said, it is your ability to find your own niche. And I believe as an MSME, because we are concentrating this in an MSME, we don't have the economy of scale. See, we don't manufacture things like China in millions, billions. We manufacture small quantity. So what we need to do is have a proper niche, have a quality product, and find a market for that quality product. Quality compromise nahi ho sakta hai. That is one thing. If you get blacklisted, or even they won't even blacklist you. You send a product to a customer, if it doesn't work, they just forget about you. You will not get an order for the next, your lifetime. So that is one thing. And the other thing is timeliness. So timeliness which is there of whatever your commitment, I have faced that. My factory is in Thane. We export through the airport. So one of the time initially abhi to Octroi gaya, otherwise there was an N-form facility, and between Thane and Mumbai there is this Octroi post where it used to take time. And one parcel got stuck over there. So from there the US fellow is asking me, Sujata, how far is your factory from the airport? Why can't it reach over there? Those people can't fathom our, our bureaucracy. So as an MSME, we need to also bypass all these, not exactly bypass, you have to overcome these. But I believe things have become quite this. Today we did not have Mr. Shanmugarajan was supposed to be here because we were with him just yesterday. And there is a Maitri portal which is coming up. As an MSME, I will not take more of your time, but this is a very interesting thing for MSMEs. Till now, we did not have so much of a redressal system. So you place put an application for MPCB or shop and establishment. It just used to get escalated, or it used to, some sort of queries used to come. But now, after a period, if you put it in the Maitri portal, they are time bound to give a solution to that. So this is a very good thing for an industry, which we should all make use of it. So that is another thing. So again, I think I will not stand between your lunch and this. We have had a very good session. Thank you all for the speakers. And I should again congratulate all of us for landing on the moon. So when we were seeing this on the moon, and as everybody knows, the Russia thing they were not successful. And why we were successful? Anybody guesses? Because we can negotiate the khaddas. That's what he said. तर चंद्रावरती खड्डे आहेत आणि आपण मुंबईकरांना खड्ड्यांचं सगळ्यांना उभे आहेत, तर त्यामुळे त्या लोकांना बरोबर त्यांना कुठे जायचं ते बरोबर कळलं आणि वी हॅव देअर. So but this again, it is a big opportunity for all our Indians, as a lot of people of us, we are supplying to the defense people, so this is going to open a lot of gates for all of us. So I wish you all the good luck for exports, and any help you need, you can always contact MEDC or our associations for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, I would request Sujata ma'am to felicitate our speakers for today, starting with Shri Ravleen Singh Khurana. So for everybody who's moving out for lunch, one important announcement. The lunch for the delegates is on the 2nd floor, and for all the students, the lunch is arranged on the 3rd floor. Next up, we have Mr. Pradeep Kulkarni, Director, Casper Group. Also, one request to everybody, can I have your attention? I would request everyone to please be back by 2:15, 15:15, not 50:15. And I know it's quite demanding, but because we are already behind the schedule, we need to run the next session on time. Next up, we have with us Shri Jagat Shah, Chief Executive Officer, Global Network. Let's have a round of applause for all our speakers. And lastly, we have with us Ujjwala Gosavi ma'am, Director, Climber Enviro Solutions LLP.
Friends, you just a 1 minute. This particular year, we have given thrust in MSME conference on export and export opportunities. Those who will be going after lunch, for them I am announcing this, that next year our thrust will be on Indianization of the defense products.
Thank you so much, Anil sir. Let's have a group photograph. Once again, the lunch for delegates is arranged on the 2nd floor, and for all the students, the lunch is arranged on the 3rd floor. I would request everyone to please be back by 2:15. I know that the time is really short, but we are expecting everyone to be back soon so we can start the 3rd session in time.
Because next up I'm going to call up a sponsor, and of course we want all your attention on their presentations. So what we'll do is, let's raise our hands. We'll also burn some calories and just clap really loud. Let's raise our hands up in the air. Come on, everybody, everybody.
Wow, the audience seems really lovely. Nice. Okay, the second one is, I always believe that laughter is the best medicine. So just smile and laugh. Don't look at me, but look at each other. Look at each other and laugh and smile. Who was that? Nice, good one, good one. Okay, the last one, which I do all the time. Like right now, you wouldn't feel that, but let's shout it out, okay? Okay, can we give it for MEDC? Come on, everybody. Wow, that is amazing. Okay, now one last thing. I'm not going to be too demanding. Let's do everything together, like clapping, smiling, shouting, hooting. Come on, everybody, come on. Wow. I'm doing a great job, I think. But well, with that, I think the audience is now ready for our sponsors. So next up, I would like to invite on stage the representatives of Multi Commodity Exchange of India Limited for their presentation.
So very good afternoon. So Madam has done a great job of waking you up post-lunch session, right? So I do not have a formal presentation to be done today because we don't have enough time. But thank you, MEDC, for giving us this opportunity to be here on the stage. Anybody who has heard this name of MCX? Anybody? Yeah, I could see very few handful of hands up. Thank you. At least few people know what MCX is. Since I do not have a lot of time, what I will do is I'll quickly update you. What's the role of what the company does? Why is it of importance to you people out here, right? So MCX stands for Multi-Commodity Exchange. What do? We provide a platform for buyers and sellers. The buyers and sellers could be manufacturers, could be producers, could be importers, could be exporters, right? The platform for buyers and sellers to come and manage their price risk. Now, what do you mean by this? अपने बॉडी में अगर ब्लड प्रेशर ज़्यादा होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं? डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली क्या करते हैं? दवाई खाते हैं, राइट? दवाई खाते का मतलब क्या है कि if the blood pressure is too low, then also it is dangerous, and blood pressure is too high, then also it is dangerous, right? What we do is we take a pill to normalize the blood pressure. Otherwise, what is going to happen? Some issue. There is a risk on the body. Similarly, in the businesses, if you have risk, which I'm talking about commodity risk, then you need to manage it. Because if the commodity prices go up or down, it's likely that your profitability also may go up and down. Because the cost of rising material is going to impact your profitability. The cost of falling material may impact your sales. So what I want you to understand is that to manage your price risk, the commodity price risk, you need to come on a platform like MCX to hedge. We were talking in morning sessions about India becoming a 5 trillion economy. 25% of that particular number is going to come from manufacturing sector, of which MSME is going to play a pivotal role. That's right. When the MSMEs start importing or exporting more, they're going to start consuming commodities. When I talk about consuming commodities, it could be metals. For example, when India is growing, government is spending a lot on infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure spending, we are talking about steel, we are talking about cement, we are talking about airports. We are talking about green energy so that our dependency on coal imports go down. Coal is also a commodity. India is a 140 million people country, a consumption-driven economy. When the prices of commodities go up, what we use a word? Inflation. To manage the inflation, when the price of commodities go up, there is a risk to the companies who are exposed to these commodities, right? To manage this risk, you need to make use of the platform. For example, if you are an importer or an exporter, you are exposed to US dollar risk. What if the rupiah 82.50 ka 84 या 81 पहुंच जाए? Vice versa, right? Some importers would benefit if it comes down, or exports would benefit if it goes up, right? But you need to still manage your currency risk, right? How do you manage your credit risk? You may go to bank, take loans, etc., etc. But what about managing your raw material price risk? How do you do that? Electricity is a commodity. If you are aware about a spot auction exchange called IEX, which is a 24/7 electricity market, which provides live auction of electricity sales between the producers and the consumers. We have seen price fluctuating from rupees 2 a unit to 28 rupees a unit. Now it has been intervened that the maximum price limit can be 12 rupees. But look at the fluctuation in the electricity prices. It's all because of demand and supply. We were talking about electric cars, electric buses. What is used in electric cars and electric buses? Large use of aluminium. In this room we are sitting, it has got ACs which use copper. We are talking about infrastructure and buildings coming up. They are going to use steel and cement. It is commodities. When the demand is going to increase with restrictive supply, do you think that the price of input material will remain the same? No, it's going to rise. The classic example was post-COVID, when the economy started to boom. We had seen prices of most commodities going up. Why? Because there was sudden spurt in demand with supply restricted. Last March, 8th of March 2022, Russia war in Ukraine. India is the largest importer of nickel. Approximately 80% of nickel is imported from that region. With Russia doing war, what had happened is nickel prices on London Metal Exchange shot up by 100% in 2 days. The price of commodity increased. We had seen similar impact on MCX as well. Right? So all those SMEs out here who are into manufacturing segment, who are consuming metals or energy products as their raw material or even finished goods, I would request that kindly look at information on exchange platform. If you have any other help required, we are here to make you understand what price risk management means. Yesterday we saw Chandrayaan landing on moon. It has got steel and aluminum which has gone there. वो भी commodity है. Fuel वो भी commodity है. Right? So commodity is one thing which is going to drive this economy. So that is why we need to understand that we need to buy and sell commodity at the right price. But वो अपने हाथ में नहीं है. It's an equation of demand and supply. And that's why kindly understand what the exchange is and what is the commodity price risk management, what is hedging. This is going to help you to better manage your balance sheet, profit and loss, and your business. With this short speech, thank you so much. If you have any other inquiry, we are here. Or else you can go to our website. My number is on the website. I'm Somesh Vaidya. Please get in touch with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for finishing it within time. Well, that was Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited, one of our sponsors. Next up, I would like to welcome on stage Tata Business Hub. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I just wanted to start with the fact that 90% of people who drink alcohol, who consume alcohol, have a sharper IQ of 15% as compared to people who don't drink alcohol. Now that is an incorrect fact. I just made it up. So the thing is that whatever I say, since I say it on this stage, some people somewhere deep within their heart would believe it. शायद मैं आपसे real life में मिलता और ये चीज़ बोलता बोले चल ये येड़ा मत बना. तो just wanted to start with why are we all here? आप लोग इधर क्यों हो? Pin drop silence हो गया. Knowledge के लिए. Knowledge. सब लोग knowledge के लिए आए इधर. Networking. Can we get to the basics? Networking करना होगा तो social media site है, knowledge चाहिए तो n number of sites. Correct. And the agenda is networking with the right people for doing, if I sum it up in one word, business. Correct. We are all here for business, correct? Okay. We do business for various reasons, money being the primary driver here. I just want to cut down right to the chase since I don't have a long time and I don't want to waste that precious time of yours. What we are doing at Tata Nexar is basically amalgamating a lot of business services. The majority the primary focus being on government tendering. How many of you currently are interacting with government in their businesses? Very few. कोई है बिजनेस में? 2 लोग दिखे मेरे को अभी जो अभी गवर्नमेंट से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं बिजनेस के लिए. Sir, and I think couple of people in a room full of 3 people. What's stopping you coming to that point? Private से सभी कर रहे हैं, correct? Private companies से सभी business कर रहे हैं. Am I correct? Okay. What's stopping you guys to do business with government entities? Corruption. Corruption, sir, just one question to everyone who says कि government में corruption है. Prevalency, I guess, somewhere कम ज़्यादा होगी. But ICICI rings a bell, right? Chairman. So, corruption private में भी दिखेगा आपको. Anything else? Long process, bureaucratic. Inertia बोल सकते हैं कि मैंने कभी किया ही नहीं है तो मैं करना ही नहीं चाहता. चल रहा है, चलने दो. जो करते आ रहे हैं वही करते रहेंगे, क्यों चेंज करें? अच्छा, just all the facts that have been stated, I think couple of facts which I want to highlight. 4 trillion के करीब का इकोनॉमी है. 22 या 23% of it was expensed on government tendering. This is data of last year. You can cross check it. I'm not making it up with the alcohol consumption wala jaisa data. That is around 1 trillion in government tendering. पूरे रूम में 2 लोग कर रहे हैं या 3 लोग, I guess. Private सब कर रहे हैं. So food for thought. We are doing government tendering and we are doing it end to end. जहाँ पे हम लोग, as people rightly said, bureaucratic या bureaucracy जो processes हैं, वो setup नहीं है, हम लोगों को समझ में नहीं आता how to get around it. We are helping you out with that. How we are helping you out? We can help you out in detail. Our podium is right outside and people will be trying to connect with you regarding that. That's my time here. Thank you. You've been a lovely audience.
Hello. Thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause for him. Now that was within time, without any notes. Well, with that, we are now going to move towards the post-lunch sessions. And the third session for today is funding opportunities for MSMEs. To conduct the session, I would like to welcome Honorable Chair Shri Mohan Tangsaye. Let's have a huge round of applause for him as we welcome him on the stage. Back? Okay. So let's wait till Sir comes in. For the speakers? Okay, sure. For the third session, the speakers who are going to join us are starting with Shri Ketan Gaikwad, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Receivables Exchange of India Limited. I would like to welcome him on stage. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. Next up we have Shri Anand Chari, Deputy General Manager, Small to Medium-Sized Enterprise, Bombay Stock Exchange. We have with us Shri Vikram Vaidya, Chartered Accountant. And last but not the least, we have with us Shri Chandrasekhar Shelar, Chief Manager, SME Credit, State Bank of India. A very warm welcome to all of you. And Mohan sir, I would request you to please take the session ahead.
Very good afternoon. I think I wanted a little warm response because that is the biggest challenge after the lunch. Doesn't matter. I am sure funding is one which can help me not allowing you to slip. And thus all my colleagues who are here are going to tell you very exciting information how exactly you can
get into raising the funds. At the outset, let me compliment the MEDC for this initiative, and I am sure you have got enough inputs from the earlier panels that how MSMEs are important to the globe, our economy, how they are contributing in the exports, what is the business size, what is their contribution to GDP. But at the cost of repetition, I would like to remind you guys that MSME is the heart of the economy. MSMEs are contributing substantially to the GDP of the country. It contributes to the exports. I think the 30% contribution is from the MSME sector to GDP. Exports almost around 40% plus. It gives huge employment opportunities. And last but not the least is, I think Make in India is something which is possible only and only if the MSME sector is really promoted. आजही आपल्याकडे दिवाळीत आपण चायनाचे लाईट्स घेतो, कुठल्या दुसऱ्या देशातले काही घेतो, म्हणजे कदाचित इम्पोर्टेडचं आपलंही क्रेज थोडंसं आपल्याला कमी करायला हवं आणि आपल्या MSMEsला खरोखर सपोर्ट करायला हवं. देन ओनली दे कॅन ग्रो. दॅट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. त्याच्यामुळे हा कल्चरल इश्यू दोन्ही साईडला असतो की बायर शुड ऑल्सो बिलीव that nahi, our MSMEs can produce the stuff which is at par. Yes, I know एखाद्या वेळेस costing is one of the factor, कारण सगळ्या चायनीज गोष्टी खूप स्वस्त मिळतात आपल्याला. पण irrespective of that, my suggestion is that we all should really give an opportunity to the MSME sector to produce those small things and make the what you call made in India a real success. Now, when we talk of the funding to the MSME sector, as a banker, I have served for 40 years in the banking industry and I have been a part of the financial sector. Probably in many conferences I have spoken, but till today, the problem remains the same, that the credit does not reach to the MSME sector. And thus, I have requested my colleagues that your effort should be that how do we reach to the unreached? When we talk of the inclusive growth, which is one of the what you call the global slogans, and we all believe, and yes, let's all admit that we have done a wonderful job to push the inclusive growth, but I think a lot to be done, and thus in my panel, I have got Mr. Ketan Gaikwad, who is the MDC of the trades. Trades is something which is most important for the MSME sector. But how exactly trades can capture all the MSMEs to have the benefit so that they get their invoice discounted and they are in the funds. Because MSME sector, the biggest challenge is that if their cash flows are proper, if their funding is cycle is maintained, probably it's workable. My second colleague, Mr. Vaidya, is a chartered accountant, and he will take us through the various governmental provisions, how exactly the various MSME Act empower the MSME sector to receive their funds in good time, although they may not. So Vaidya will do that. We have Mr. Anandachari is a DGM SME from Bombay Stock Exchange. This is something very interesting, where we have created the SME exchange, MSME exchange. We want more and more MSMEs to really come and come to the equity route. Today the MSME definition is so wide. Up to 50 crore capital expenditure, 250 crore turnover. I think these are the industries they should look for broad basing their fundraising activities rather than relying only on the lenders. I am sure Chari will take us through that. And the most important is a banker. Chandrasekhar Shelar is a chief manager from State Bank of India. I would like to put very humbly before all of you that today the banking sector has expanded and have really created its own reach, I will say up to the last mile, if not to the bank's branches, using the banking correspondent model. You've got the trading platforms called PSB 59 minutes, where the MSMEs can put their applications online, if they can do themselves, if not with the help of the chartered accountants or anybody who is, and can get their in-principle approval in 59 minutes. Because in these 59 minutes, your proposal gets referred to the income tax for your defaults, it gets referred to the credit bureau for the credit scores, so on and so forth, and ultimately delivery happens. So I'll request if the digital platforms can also be covered by this. In addition to that, of course, you have got the NBFCs of the world, you have got the micro finance institutions, and these are the institutions which are growing. Let me tell you, these sectors are having a substantial market share now in the MSME financing. The NBFCs and the microfinance institutions are gradually increasing their market share, and they are looking for such opportunities. So don't think that the banking is the only organization where you should look for a fund. You should look for the NBFCs. There are NBFCs which are dedicated for the MSMEs. There are microfinance institutions which are dedicated. And when I say that, even the small self-help groups, JLGs, even those level funding is possible if they are into the MSME. And as I said, the MSME definition, the micro definition itself has now, so lot many units come into micro itself with 1 crore capital expenditure and turnover of 5 crores. So huge opportunity is there for fundraising. In addition to that, you got the investors world, there are venture capitalists, startup funds. There are a couple of things which are available. How exactly all this could be made available, I'll request my colleagues to take you through their presentation, and thereafter we will have an open session. The panel and me will be extremely happy to take up any question, any kind of a pain points which you have. I totally agree that till today, if you cannot say that we have ironed out all the pain points of the MSME sector. Yes, they do have the problems. But just one thing I'd like to remind, and before I close, that funding is not the only thing which helps MSME survives. It is the product, it is the differentiation, it is meeting the needs, what kind of a problem solving you are doing, how are you doing procurements, what is your labor efficiency, what is your productivity, and most important part for the MSMEs, please be careful and watchful of your credit rating. This is one thing, let me tell you, I sit on the boards of NBFC and I see the rejection ratios are very high on account of the credit report. Why? The MSME should be sensitive to the fact that their credit discipline can only get them the good funding from the lending institutions. With this, I wish you all the very best, and I request Mr. Shelar to please start as a banker to start with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As sir has rightly said, quite a few things about MSME, and they are factually true. Right now, the biggest hurdle which we see is MSMEs are unable to find funding, and that is what I am trying to address here on behalf of State Bank of India. So, next slide, please. So there are a few schemes under which, without any collateral, MSMEs can avail of credits from banks. Most of the PSU banks usually are asked to make sure that these government schemes are implemented. The first which I'll talk about is PMMY. Any loan any customer requires up to 10 lakhs is covered under this scheme. No collateral security is asked by the bank for this. And the features of this scheme are here. They are also available on the website. The basic structure of this scheme is that all loans up to 10 lakhs are covered here. CGFMU provides a guarantee cover in case the loan is not repaid by the borrower. So they pay part of it on behalf of the borrower. And loans up to 10 lakh are given in the form of Kishore, Shishu and Tarun. So these are the three basic criteria under which they are given. Then there is another scheme from 10 lakhs to 1 crore, which is Stand Up India. For anybody who is a SC/ST category person or women entrepreneur who are starting a new venture, which is called as greenfield in banking terms, they can avail of this scheme, that is Stand Up India, and they can take this again loan up to 1 crore without any collateral security. This scheme also has a term loan and CC facility or a composite loan. The loan tenure is usually 7 years. The application for both the schemes, that is Mudra as well as Stand Up India, is to be done on a portal called Jan Samartha. As sir was pointing out, that application and getting in principle approval now has been digitized. So this is the portal which every customer can use. The link for the portal is given on the last line of this PPT. Jan Samartha is the portal on which anybody can apply. They can input their data and get an in principle approval for the loan amount which they have asked for. After this, the proposal goes automatically to the bank which they have selected, and the bank is able to see this application. Then the bank starts contacting you. Rather than you running after the bank, here the opposite happens. The bank will contact you because they have a tag to follow in all these portals. So the bank will get in touch with you and ask you to provide papers. The next scheme is PMEGP. A lot of entrepreneurs nowadays ask what subsidy is provided, I don't have enough margin. So anybody who is doing a business or starting a business which is capital intensive, they will require some amount of subsidy or some amount of help from the government. So PMEGP is a scheme under which a person can apply for a term loan or a CC in which they can avail of some subsidy based on the area in which they are operating and also the category which to which they belong. Like for example here, if a person is in urban area, the maximum subsidy that PMEGP will provide them is 15%. And if a person is from SC/ST category, OBC category, or from Northeast, etc., they will be able to avail 25% subsidy in urban area. But in rural areas, it is different, 25 and 35. Now these subsidies and application, etc., are done with government authority, not the bank. Here I would like to differentiate the first two schemes who are directly reaching the bank. Here your application on the portal given on the last line of this PPT will go to the DIC or KVIC depending on which scheme we are applying for. A similar scheme exactly like this is called as CMEGP. I think Mr. Uday Samant earlier spoke about it, that Maharashtra state government also provides subsidy, that is called as CMEGP. So these proposals which you put up along with your project and what exactly you are going to do, reach the government body, then they decide whether that activity is feasible, fundable or not, and then they forward the proposal directly to the bank of your choice. So these are the basic schemes which are used or which can be used by budding entrepreneurs or people who want to start businesses. Apart from these schemes, there is another scheme called as CGTSME, in which the recent guideline has come out. For all loans up to 5 crore without any collateral security, a person can go for this scheme. Any micro enterprise which has a loan up to 5 lakhs will get an 85% cover. Means 85% cover is what? If you default 100 rupees, 85 rupees CMEGP will pay the bank, and only 15 rupees is what the bank can ask from you. Similarly, it goes up to from 85 to 75, 85 depending on the category in which we fall. Everybody may fall into a different category. The maximum loan cover available here is up to 5 crores. So anybody who is looking for loans up to 5 crores can use this scheme. It is called as CGTMSE. Now as sir had earlier said, digitization is important. Any loan of this quantum, that is 5 crore, can be applied through government's portal called as 59-minute loans. So I would request all of you to make use of those portals. These portals provide you with two things. First, your pre-check already happens in that. So if you are not eligible, most of the customers usually complain कि बैंक के पास पेपर बहुत दिन से पड़े हैं, बैंक बता नहीं रही है होगा कि नहीं होगा. ये पोर्टल आपको आधे घंटे में बता देगा कि आपका लोन हो सकता है या नहीं, क्योंकि यहाँ ऑटो रिजेक्ट का फैसिलिटी है और ऑटो सैंक्शन जो इन प्रिंसिपल होता है वो यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है. तो जो SBI 59 मिनट्स वाला लोन का पोर्टल की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, please do make use of it before applying to a bank so that your time is saved. बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स मैंने जो अभी अपने एक्सपीरियंस में देखा है 12-15 साल के, पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ देयर ओन क्रेडिट स्कोर्स. तो माई रिक्वेस्ट एंड द होल reason why I'm standing here today, if I can gain something, is I want everybody here to know that free of cost CIBIL reports are available on each of your mobile. Please देख लीजिए उनको. पैसाबाजार.com, वन कार्ड, ये 2 ऐप्स है जिसमें आपको आपके सिबिल, एक्सपीरियन, क्रिफ, हाईमार्क की रिपोर्ट्स दिखते हैं. आपको पढ़ना नहीं आता है रिपोर्ट, ये मैं समझ सकता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत लोग बैंकिंग से नहीं है. कलर तो सबको समझते हैं, लाल बुरा, ऑरेंज थोड़ा डाइसी और ग्रीन बहुत अच्छा. ये 3 कलर तो समझ में सबको आएंगे. तो आपका सिबिल स्कोर ग्रीन होना चाहिए, ये खाली देख लीजिए. और उसमें भी एक चीज़ मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा अपनी तरफ से, सिबिल स्कोर अकेले पर रिलाय ना करें, क्रिफ हाईमार्क का स्कोर देखिए. बहुत कम बैंक्स आजकल सिबिल को रिपोर्ट कर रही है. मैक्सिमम बैंक्स आर रिपोर्टिंग टू क्रिफ हाईमार्क, क्योंकि आजकल मार्केट में स्मॉल NBFCs बहुत सारे आ गए हैं. तो आप लोग मार्केट में आजकल देखते होंगे कि मिक्सर लेना है, वॉशिंग मशीन लेना है, लोन पे मिल जाता है. दीज ऑल स्मॉल कंपनीज डू नॉट गिव देयर डेटा टू सिबिल, दे गिव इट टू क्रिफ हाईमार्क. तो वहाँ अगर कोई डिफ़ॉल्ट हुआ है तो वहाँ पता चलता है. कुछ केसेस, जस्ट 2 मिनट ज़्यादा लूँगा, 1-2 केसेस जो मैंने देखे हैं, मैंने मेरे दोस्त को मोबाइल के लिए मेरा पैन नंबर दिया था, उसने डिफ़ॉल्ट किया, मेरी गलती नहीं है, मगर पैन तो आपका पिट गया, सिबिल तो आपका ख़राब हो गया. ये केसेस बहुत मिल रहे हैं हमको आजकल, क्योंकि मोबाइल लेते वक्त लोग, उसका पैन नंबर के स्कोर ख़राब है तो दूसरे किसी का लेके ले लेते हैं, दोस्ती खाते में हम कर देते हैं और फिर आपका सिबिल स्कोर ख़राब हो जाता है. तो प्लीज़ अवॉइड दीज थिंग्स, बिकॉज सिबिल स्कोर टुडे इज़ इक्विवेलेंट टू अ ब्लड रिपोर्ट. दिस इज़ व्हाट आई टेल एवरी कस्टमर. आपका ब्लड रिपोर्ट आप ही सुधार सकते हो, बैंकर नहीं. तो ये एक बार प्लीज़ अपना अपना सिबिल रिपोर्ट आज अगर यहाँ 10 मिनट में आप लोग ऐप डाउनलोड करके देख लोगे तो आपको भी पता चलेगा वेयर वी स्टैंड. बिकॉज देर आर ओनली 3-4 थिंग्स विच अ बैंकर लुक्स एट दीज डेज. MSME फंडिंग में पहले तो उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन होना चाहिए, तभी आप MSME क्लासीफाई होंगे, पहला. दूसरा है आपका CIC रिपोर्ट, और कोई सिबिल डिफ़ॉल्ट है या नहीं है. CIC रिपोर्ट मतलब क्रेडिट इन्फॉर्मेशन कंपनी. हम सबको सिर्फ एक ही पता है, सिबिल. सिबिल जैसी और भी कंपनी है जिनके नाम मैंने यहाँ PPT में दिए. बॉस आगे बढ़ा दोगे? आलन है, हाँ. तो यहाँ मैंने नाम दिए हुए हैं, ऐसी अलग अलग कंपनियाँ होती है, इनके रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं. इसमें जो हाईमार्क है दैट हैज़ द मैक्सिमम डेटा इन माय एक्सपीरियंस. और बेसिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो लोगों को ज़रूरी लगते हैं हमेशा, वो हर बैंक में ये कॉमन रहेंगे. KYC, प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट, आपका GST और ITR. ये 4 पेपर के बिना कोई बैंकर कोई डिसीजन ले ही नहीं सकता आज के ज़माने में, ठीक है. तो अगर ये आप बेसिक पेपर रेडी रखेंगे, एवरी बैंकर इंक्लूडिंग SBI विल बी हैप्पी टू फंड यू, बिकॉज वी आर ऑलरेडी ग्रोइंग इन SME फंडिंग. अगर आपने न्यूज़ पढ़ी होगी तो SBI ने 50,000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट जब डिक्लेयर किया था, उसके इमीडिएट बाद फर्स्ट क्वार्टर में हमने बताया है कि हमारा MSME लेंडिंग 18 से 19% से बढ़ गया है. सो वी आर एक्चुअली डूइंग इट. इट्स जस्ट दैट वी आर अनेबल टू कनेक्ट टू द पीपल एंड गिव देम द गाइडेंस दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड. कस्टमर हमारे पास जब तक पहुंचता है तब तक यूजुअली वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड रहता है. तो उसको अगर हम शुरू से बताते हैं तो वो पेशेंस खो देता है. तो शुरू में ही अगर मैं ऐसे आप सबसे रीच आउट कर रहा हूँ, आप यही इन्फॉर्मेशन और लोगों को देंगे, तो मे बी इट विल बिकम ईजियर फॉर एवरीबडी. वी वॉन्ट टू लेंड बिकॉज दैट इज़ आवर जॉब, एंड वी वॉन्ट टू मेक श्योर दैट वी आर इन विथ यू फॉर योर जर्नी टू सक्सेस. अगर कोई क्वेरीज होंगी तो यहाँ नंबर्स दिए हुए हैं, आप लोग कॉन्टैक्ट कर सकते हैं फ्रीली, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. थैंक यू.
Thank you. I think you can permit MEDC to even provide this presentation to those who want it. No issues? Good. So this presentation can be made available to you. I think that will be very helpful to all of you. And the thrust on credit score has come out very well, that you have to really look for it. As I said that funding is one part of a story, but it is not restricted to only the bankers or the NBFCs. You have got the open market, and from the open market perspective, I'll request Mr. Chari, please tell what way they can really encash on these opportunities. Thank you.
Good evening to all the dignitaries on the dais, Mohanji, Ketan Gaigwadji, Vikram Vaidyaji, Chandrasekhar Selar, and all the dignitaries of the dais. And firstly, I would like to thanks MEDC for giving us an opportunity to showcase this platform in front of the large audience over here. This is my first session along with Maharashtra Economic Development Council. Earlier, my immediate colleague and my boss, Sujata, has done a lot of events, and we could really see, we could really put much of effort to reach out to the last leg of the people who are taking the loans from the market. It looks very exciting कि हमारा company भी listing होना चाहिए. एक aspiration सबके पास है कि नहीं है आज? जितने लोग आज यहाँ बैठे हैं. I could really see 2 people raise the hand. Yeah, so few more are coming forward. I could really see some familiar faces who have come and met me in BSc a few years back. Yet to see them getting listed onto my platform, and we are there to help them out, to clarify and help them and facilitate what all the confusion and the pain points. So coming back to the topic, funding market से हो रही है, सर ने बताया, और ये platform जो है, हम लोगों ने शुरू किया था 13th March 2012 में. It is completed 11 years. Today when we speak, we have more than 450 companies, SME companies listed onto the platform, and from more than 23 different sectors. And the fundraising happened through this platform has been more than 5,454 crores. Precise number I'm talking about today. The wealth creation or the market capitalization, what has been created by this platform today stands at 83,000 crores. That's a wealth creation happened to this platform. जिस तरह शेलर जी ने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप मैक्सिमम लोगों को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंचाएं कि ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है. Till today we have done more than 2,500 seminars physical in last 11 years, and during the COVID we had done more than 700 webinars, and I could really see the number. What is listed with us is 450 companies. It's a minuscule number. A lot of effort has gone through our team. As an organization, we have done it. Till now, we would have met more than 50,000 SME companies across India through our team. Individually, I would have met more than 4,000 companies. Possibly, we could really see that one person has been the conversion. It is not the easy task for us as a regulator, and we could really see the numbers can be 10 times of the numbers. We can see the numbers happening. For that to happen, we would like to see that the people are coming forward to get the pain point clarified, or the myths what they have in the market, about the market, and the platform has to be clarified with us directly. तो यहाँ पे क्या है कि सर पैसा तो मिलेगा. सबसे important point है, शेलर जी ने भी बताया, इनको cash flows दिखना चाहिए, balance sheet दिखना चाहिए. ये बहुत important है. जो भी निवेशक हैं यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करने आ रहे हैं, they want to invest into a good company which is going to flourish further, and they have a sound balance sheet. Very important. Here, only one thing sells in the market is your trust. आपका balance sheet ही एक चीज़ है जिसको देख के आपका trust create होगा. And this also happens over the period of time. आपने list कर दिया, अगले 2 साल में आप 100 करोड़ से 1000 करोड़ हो सकते हैं, 2000 करोड़ हो सकते हैं, पैसा आएगा 100 करोड़ 200 करोड़. It's not easy. सभी लोग आपका performance देखना चाहेंगे. Look at the scenario of the people who are working for the industry for ages. I worked for 30 years in the capital market, predominantly on the asset management side. 6 साल से मैं BSS जुड़ा हूँ. तो आप देखिए कि ये ओवर द पीरियड आप गेन करते हैं, जो भी नॉलेज है, जो भी है, रिकग्निशन है, सभी चीज़ें. टेक एग्जाम्पल ऑफ द कंपनीज लाइक Tata. They have been there for ages. Today when we speak about anybody who speaks in the market about the trust and all, we talk about Tata as a brand on the trust side. We have so many companies created. On the main board of BSc, we have more than 4,800 companies. And if you see the numbers on the SME, in 11 years is 450 companies, and we have a startup platform totally based on the tech companies we are giving up. More than 14 companies are already listed on the platform. Numbers are minuscule. अगर आप देखें हमारा database, almost 98% out of the 6.5 crore MSME company में 98 to 98%, 99% are micro companies, जिनका 50 लाख से 1 करोड़ का turnover है. But still we see more than 2 to 3 lakh companies can get listed on the bourses. अगर आप सोचिए आज हम सेंसेक्स की बात करते हैं, बैरोमीटर अगर इंडियन इकोनॉमी की कोई भी चेक करना चाहेगा ऑल ओवर इंडिया वर्ल्ड में, दे चेक द सेंसेक्स. तो अगर आप चाहते हैं एज ए SME companies today, we could really see that next Tata, Birla, whatever the company you talk about, Infosys is going to come from this platform only. And for that to happen, we would like to see all the entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs should come forward. We have the platform, but आप अगर लिस्टिंग के लिए आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म भी किसी काम का नहीं है. हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि पानी और दिखा सकते हैं, आपको वेल दिखा सकता हूँ. एज अ पर्सन आपको जाके पानी पीना पड़ेगा, उसका एफर्ट आपको लेना पड़ेगा. एज ए एक्सचेंज we have been there for almost 149 years in exchange. आप सोचिए 149 years हम लोगों ने कंप्लीट किया जुलाई में. And if you talk about the equity culture, share bazaar, we were the first organization to start this equity culture in India. Today we talk about the economy growth, $5 trillion, $10 trillion. पॉसिबली नहीं, हम लोग का 100% उसमें हाथ रहा है ये इकोनॉमी को ग्रो करने में, बिकॉज वी मोस्ट ऑफ द कंपनीज लार्जर कॉर्पोरेट्स व्हाट वी कुड रियली सी टुडे हैज बीन लिस्टेड इन BSE ओनली. तो आपको खाली एक ही काम करना है कि आपको आगे बढ़ के अपना बैलेंस शीट लेके आना है. वी आर रेडी एज एन एक्सचेंज टू सिट अलॉन्ग विथ यू, listen to your pain points and connect with the right individuals and advisors in the market to help you to raise the fund from the market in the platform. आपको कल यही डिसीजन लेना है, आपका लास्ट 3 साल का बैलेंस शीट लेके आना है. वी विल सी द बैलेंस शीट एंड गाइड यू विद द प्रॉपर guidance will be given by the intermediaries. We will sit along with you and discuss about the company's performance and the product and the market. Then we will guide you for you to get the company listed. We have done it for all these 450 companies. We have done all the meetings with more than 50,000 companies in last 11 years. So आपको यही करना है कि आपका डिसीजन एक ही होगा कि आप कम फॉरवर्ड कीजिए. I sit on the 17th floor of BSE. I've been handling BSE SME and startup across India. I've been giving presentation. We could really see so many people are sitting on the dais, they are putting their individual effort to reach out to the last leg of the people. The kind of effort Shailor has been putting it, I have been doing it for last 6 years. But I could really see कि आप जैसे लोग को आगे आना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हम स्पीच दे सकते हैं, मोटिवेशनल स्पीच भी दे देंगे मोहन जी. मोटिवेशन आपको अंदर से आना पड़ेगा, आपको आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा. Why we are telling you, अगर आपकी कंपनी लिस्ट हो जाती है, आपको मोक्ष प्राप्त मिलेगा. हंसने की बात नहीं है. अब सोचिए कि आज आप क्या दे रहे हैं, कागज देख के पैसा ले रहे हैं मार्केट से. वी आर नॉट गिविंग एनी एसेट टू द इन्वेस्टर्स. यहाँ पे आप शेयर सर्टिफिकेट को दे रहे हैं, विच वॉज फिजिकल अर्लियर, नाउ इट इज इन टू डीमैट फॉर्म. यू आर ट्राइंग टू टेक द मनी फ्रॉम द इन्वेस्टर्स. सो वी रिक्वायर कंपनी शुड हैव some criteria so that they can get listed. I'll give you a gist about the criteria what we have, what all companies can get listed. कौन सी कंपनियां आके लिस्ट हो सकती हैं. कंपनी 3 साल पुरानी होनी जरूरी है. यहाँ पे 3 साल का बैलेंस शीट चाहिए हमको. नेट टैंजिबल एसेट या नेटवर्थ कह लीजिएगा, उसका 1.5 करोड़ होना जरूरी है. प्लांट मशीनरी जो बोलते हैं, टैंजिबल एसेट जो आप फील कर सकते हैं. थर्ड पॉइंट इज दैट द कंपनीज नेटवर्थ शुड बी पॉजिटिव. फोर्थ पॉइंट है कि कंपनी का वेबसाइट होना जरूरी है, सो दैट निवेशक जो भी इन्वेस्ट करें वो देख पाएंगे कंपनी क्या कर रही है, क्या फंडामेंटल्स है, कौन से प्रोडक्ट में काम कर रही है. कंपनी अगर 3 साल नहीं कंप्लीट की है, देन इट शुड बी फंडेड बाय बैंक्स और अ गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन, और कंपनी का ग्रुप कंपनी SME प्लेटफॉर्म और मेन बोर्ड में होना जरूरी है. देन दे कैन गेट लिस्टेड इफ दे आर नॉट कंप्लीटेड 3 years. कंपनी का नेटवर्थ पॉजिटिव होना इंपॉर्टेंट है. नेट टैंजिबल एसेट 1.5 करोड़ एंड 3 साल का कंपनी एग्जिस्टेंस होना चाहिए. आउट ऑफ 3 years वी नीड दैट द कंपनी EBITDA लेवल पे कंपनी जो है ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट होना चाहिए. वी आर नॉट क्वांटिफाइड द टर्नओवर, नॉट इवन द प्रॉफिट. इफ द प्रॉफिट मार्जिन्स आर वेरी गुड, रेजिंग द फंड्स कैन बी हायर. We have seen company raising on this SME platform more than 100 crores in last 11 years. I'll share you some numbers of the companies also. तो ये important point है. Last 2 point very important है कि आपके कंपनी के अगेंस्ट में और आपके अगेंस्ट में कोई भी litigation नहीं होना चाहिए. And it should not be referred into BFR, IBC, anything. कुछ litigations नहीं होना चाहिए. Before filing of the document with BSE, 1 year before, there should not be any change of promoter. अगर नया कोई प्रमोटर आए हैं तो हम परफॉर्मेंस देखेंगे 1 साल के बाद, उनका कंपनी का क्या इंपैक्ट है बिजनेस में, क्या फंडामेंटली, क्या फाइनेंशियली, देन ओनली वी विल बी गिविंग यू द अप्रूवल. सिंपल क्राइटेरिया है. समय में आ रहा है आपको. यू आर गेटिंग मी, यू आर इन द सेम पेज. थैंक यू. अभी क्या है कि इसमें सबसे बड़ा मिथ है कि कैसे कंपनियां आ गई, आपको बता दिया. इसमें सबसे बड़ा मिथ है कि सर यहाँ पे कंप्लायंस बहुत होगा, हमको काफ़ी खर्चा आएगा. यही माइंडसेट है आपका भी, है ना. तो यहाँ पे सेबी ने क्या किया हुआ है, सिक्योरिटी एक्सचेंज बोर्ड ऑफ इंडिया ने, उन्होंने बोला कि इसको टोटली रिलैक्स रखें. जितने भी SME promoters आ रहे हैं, they could really see that they are not savvy about the capital market, they are operating as a company, as a technocrat. ठीक है ना. उनको कैपिटल मार्केट के बारे में जानकारी नहीं है, कंप्लायंस कितने करेंगे उनको पहला से नहीं कर रहे हैं. उन लोग डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट में काम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो टैक्सेशन फॉर्मेट में काम कर रहे हैं. When you're coming into the platform, into capital market, you are coming into a wealth creation platform. We want total transparency, actual turnover and profit आना जरूरी है, because जो भी निवेशक आएंगे they have to invest. So वो हिसाब से क्या है कि आपको 6 monthly officially unaudited आपको करना है. वही आपका ये है compliance है with limited review which can be held by a chartered organ locally. आपका GST आने के बाद आप क्या कर रहे हैं, ऑडिटेड कंपनी ऑडिटेड कर रहे हैं सालाना, वो कॉपी को अपलोड करना है और आपके वेबसाइट में, हमारा वेबसाइट में. दिस इज सिंपल कंप्लायंस. 6 monthly है. उसके बाद हमारा क्या है कि इसमें कॉन्सेप्ट है मार्केट मेकिंग का, जिसमें एक लिक्विडिटी विंडो प्रोवाइड किया जाता है. जो जो कंपनियाँ लिस्ट हो रही है, कंपनी को निवेशक मिले, उनको भी एक एग्जिट फॉर्मेट मिले IPO के बाद, निवेश करने के बाद, उसमें मार्केट मेकिंग करके है जहाँ पे ब्रोकिंग आर्म of most of the merchant banker are going to provide a liquidity window, जहाँ पे 75% of the market time वो buy and sell bid डाल के कंपनी के behalf में करेंगे, ताकि कोई भी निवेशक बेचना चाहता है वो खरीदेंगे और जो खरीदना चाहता है शेयर्स को बेचेंगे. इसके लिए आपको 1.25%, दैट इज 25% जो डाइल्यूशन है प्लेटफॉर्म में कंपलसरी, विच शुड बी देयर इन द पब्लिक डोमेन, 5% ऑफ 25%, दैट इज 1.25% वो खरीदेंगे मार्केट में एंड लीगली वो लिक्विडिटी विंडो क्रिएट करेंगे. दिस इज अ यूनिक कॉन्सेप्ट विच इज देयर इन एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म, नॉट ऑन द मेन बोर्ड. दिस इज द सिंपल क्राइटेरिया. आपने बताया कंप्लायंस, मैंने बता दिया, सिंपल है, ऑफेली है, रिलैक्सड है आपके लिए. जब आप मूव ऑन करते हैं मेन बोर्ड में 2 years के बाद, आप जब मूव ऑन करते हैं 10 crore का आपका पेडअप कैपिटल हो जाता है, ऑटोमेटिकली आपका यहाँ से 2/3 नॉन प्रोमोटर अप्रूवल लेके आप मेन बोर्ड में माइग्रेट कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पे लार्जर कॉर्पोरेट्स आपका डील हो रहा है. तो ये सिंपल क्राइटेरिया है और सिंपल प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे आप आसानी से एक्सेस कर सकते हैं कैपिटल को, कंपनी को बहुत बड़ा बना सकते हैं. दिस वी हैव मेड इन लास्ट 11 years. इसमें सिंपल अगर एक मेथोलॉजी का अगर एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूँ, वी कुड रियली सी जितने भी प्रमोटर्स हैं जिनको मिलते हैं मैं फोरम्स में, उनको पेन पॉइंट यही रहता है कि हम 10 साल 20 साल से धंधा चला रहे हैं, ये बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, बट आज के तारीख में हमको ये दिख रहा है कि हम टैक्स भरने के लिए, शेलार जी से लोन जो लिया हुआ ईएमआई भरने के लिए और एम्प्लॉय का सैलरी निकालने के लिए कमा रहे हैं. हम यही चाहते हैं कि आप जो है बिजनेस रूपी चक्रव्यूह में घुस चुके हैं, उससे बाहर निकलना है. आप अभिमन्यु के जैसा घुस चुके हैं बिकॉज यू डोंट नो व्हाट इज द बिजनेस रूपी चक्रव्यूह, यू हैव बीन डूइंग द बिजनेस, क्योंकि आपको बिजनेस अच्छी तरह से आता है. आपको चक्रव्यूह से बाहर आने के लिए आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? ब्रह्मास्त्र यूज करना पड़ेगा. चक्रव्यूह में कौन अंदर जाके फंस गया था? अभिमन्यु, जिनको अंदर जाना आता था, बाहर आना नहीं आता था. मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल आर स्टक बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड फॉर्मेट में बिजनेस चला रहे हैं, उनका प्रिडोमिनेटली सर्टिफिकेट जो वाइजर जी हैं सीए या कंपनी सेक्रेटरी के पास पड़ा होगा, बिकॉज उनको पता नहीं उसका वैल्यू क्या है. मदर ऑफ ऑल फंड इज इक्विटी, बिकॉज यू आर गोइंग टू गेट द फंड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, क्योंकि आप 25% जो है कंपनी का भागीदार बना रहे हैं, बट उसमें वेल्थ क्रिएशन होगा, आप भी उसका भागीदार बनने वाले हैं एज अ प्रोमोटर, क्योंकि 75% आपके पास रहने वाला है. तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, जितने प्रोमोटर विशेष साइकिल जो बिजनेस रूपी साइकिल में फंस चुके हैं, उसको बाहर निकालना है तो आपको अर्जुन बनना पड़ेगा. दोनों का नाम देखिए, अभिमन्यु अर्जुन. तो अर्जुन आपको ब्रह्मास्त्र कौन सा? आपका बैलेंस शीट है. अगर आप उसको लेके अगर आपने अनलॉक नहीं किया आपकी कंपनी को, काफ़ी डिफिकल्ट होगा सर्विसिंग द इंटरेस्ट रेट एंड ईएमआई. तो वो भी बैंक भी चाहता है कि आपको लोन्स मिले, जितने स्कीम्स उन्होंने आज एक्सप्लेन की है आप उसको लें. उसके बाद आपके पास ऑप्शन बनता है कैपिटल मार्केट अप्रोच करने का. वी एज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बीन देयर फॉर 149 एंड आई हैव बीन देयर विद द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फॉर 6 years. आई टेक केयर ऑफ पैन इंडिया बेसिस ऑन एसएमई इन स्टार्टअप. We would like to invite all of you who are taking care of the SME for so many years. We would like to invite you personally on our office. Please come down. We would like to explain the same concept one-to-one, understand your pain points, and we will try to facilitate and connect with the right intermediaries to list the company. Thanks to all the people who are listening to me. Thanks to MEDC. Thank you.
Can we have the question answer session when all speakers have spoken? Of course, of course. There will be question answer session, of course. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chari. I think very exciting, and it's an area where the familiarization is not much. So, my sincere appeal to MEDC and BSc is that you must work out on the joint familiarization programs at all the MSME hubs. How exactly, Chari? I want MEDC and BSc to really tie up for some familiarization programs, some workshops at all the MSME hubs, industrial areas, where you can really create the awareness. Because I think although it is there for last 10 years, that kind of awareness which should be there in the MSME sector is not there. As he rightly said, that today investor world is looking for an opportunity. And let me tell you one thing, whether it is an investor or a lender, if he believes that this MSME is on a growth path or has a potential to grow, they will like to invest here more because the risk is less. Let me tell you, even as a banker, when we talk of the credit risk management, basically lending to MSME helps me in reducing my concentration risk. And I'm sure Shelar will agree that today every bank, I think there is a misgiving that banks look for only बड़े बड़े लोगों को पैसा देता है. ऐसा नहीं, बैंक सबको पैसा देना चाहता है, छोटों को भी देना चाहता है. On the contrary, by giving lending to the MSME sector, they are reducing the concentration risk. One more thing which I thought I must add, that the moment you are getting onto the equity raising, let me tell you, you will imbibe so much of discipline, because then you have to be very careful about the equity stakeholders. You have to be careful about the various regulatory compliances, corporate governance, and by default, let me tell you, you will have a very qualitative growth, good credit score and everything, and you will be able to raise as much funds as possible. Now, before I invite Mr. Ketan Gaikwad, I think the biggest pain point which MSMEs have is not getting their invoices paid in time. There is the MSME Act, there are various platforms, so on and so forth, but I think every MSME has a complaint that they don't get paid in time, which impacts their cash flows, which impacts their cycle, and thus most important part is that if there is a facilitation whereby they get their invoices discounted and they are in the cash and are able to roll out, I think they can grow better. Over to you, Ketan. Welcome.
I'll control it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tangsai. He is a senior, so and plus the wonderful presentations made by the people over here. So see, when you start a company, he has already covered that what are the loans you should be taking. But when you started the company, now the second stage comes in where you want to list it, or when there is a discipline, you want to list it because you want to make other people as equity partners, and you have to encash the value which comes. But the most important part is that what Mr. Tangsale said is, that the payments to MSMEs, that doesn't come on time. And when you talk to any MSMEs in India, or not even in India, outside India also, the problem is the MSMEs are used as banks by the large corporates, or any corporate which is taking the money or taking the supplies. When the MSME supplies the goods, and there is even a single day delay, you get charged for the liquidity date, liquidated damages, delay damages over there. But when the corporate does not make the payment to you within 45 days or whatever, they go scot-free, So this is the normal thing, and this I always keep on telling the government also, MSME ministry also, that the large corporates use the MSMEs as the banks. They use the working capital. The borrower is there, the loan, the MSME is taking a loan, supplying to the large corporates or the corporates, but these guys don't get payment on time. And after he's realized this payment also, the large corporate or the buyer, then again also he waits for the MSME to keep on reminding again. So when the study was carried out in 2019, it was found that although the MSME Act is there, the MSMEs get the payment only after average of 70, 90 days or whatever. And there are MSMEs which close down the business, they write off the business because they do not have the wherewithal to follow up with the large corporates. So that is where the MSMEs come into the picture. So the government is very, very, thinking about what is to be done. So in 2014, there was a study which went across to Mexico and decided that let's study about how can we handle this payment. So this payment mechanism is a TREDS mechanism which was constituted by Government of India and Reserve Bank of India. So people should know about the TREDS, and it's very important for the MSMEs when they start supplying to the large corporates, that why they should know about it. So this particular mechanism went live in 2017. We were the first platform which went live, and 2019, I joined up, but whatever. Yeah. So today, 2023, in the last 5 years, almost 60,000 MSMEs are there, and almost 2,000, 3,000 buyers are there, and 1,85,000 crores payments have happened on the TREDS platform. So this is my company, which is Receivables Exchange India Limited, subsidiary of SIDB, State Bank of India, NSE, ICICI Bank, and Yes Bank. So what is TREDS actually? So TREADS is nothing but a digital mechanism. Now let me tell you one thing, that the government of India has made it very, very mandatory that all the corporates above 500 crores have to come on the TREADS platform. So they have to register. Whether they do the payment or not, that's something which we are working with the government. The government is also working on it. In fact, we have multiple sessions with the government. We are talking with this Chamber of Commerce, everyone. So this is a platform wherein you have the small MSMEs which come on the platform. You have the large corporates who get enrolled on the platform, and you have the financiers. On this platform, we almost have 60 financiers, which includes banks, NBFC companies, MNC banks, and even the NBFCs also coming on the platform. It's a digital platform completely, and I'll just explain how it works. So there are three parties over here, very simple. Buyer, the buyer to whom you're selling. The seller is completely, this platform is meant only for MSMEs. And the financier. Now they enter into an agreement with the exchange. So that's a one-time agreement which you execute, and the buyer also executes a one-time agreement. The financier also executes, and the seller also executes. Now how does it work? So very simplified mechanism, I'll just tell you that, you have the MSME seller, he gets the contract for the goods and services, he supplies the goods to the large corporate, he loads the invoices on the TREADS platform. So this is a platform where the invoices are sitting in your office, you can just upload it on the platform. But one thing is important, that your buyer has to be there, and the buyer has to accept that invoice. So once you load the invoices, the buyer has to accept it, and once the invoices are accepted by the buyer, the invoices become visible to the financier. So depending on the credit grade of your buyer, you get the invoices financed. That means today when you go to a bank and when you start doing the financing, what you have to do? You have to give a collateral, right? Margin. Now today when you start supplying, you don't have to go give collateral over here. When you go to a bank, when you say that, I want a bill discounting limit, I am supplying to a very large corporate, the bank will say, okay, we'll give a bill discounting facility, but we will take guarantee or a collateral or whatever it is. They'll take everything from you, right, as a collateral. But here, this is a no collateral base. This is just a plain discounting and without any recourse to you. That means, so I'll just tell you. So only thing which the financiers see is the buyer on the other side. So if it's a large corporate, the risk is against the buyer. So tomorrow if there is a default, the buyer has to pay, not you. Or rather, the buyer is completely locked on to this particular thing. And tomorrow, once he does not pay, the bank will not come after you. The bank will go only after the buyer. So buyer gets reported. So it gets bidded. So there is intense competition between the banks, intense competition. So the larger buyer you supply, the highly rated buyer you supply, the lesser rate of the interest becomes. We have seen interest, I'll come to that point also. The interest rates are as low as 4.65. At one point of time, it had gone below 4% also. So when the bidding happens, there are, this particular entire thing I'll tell you, it starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and it ends at 9 o'clock. So there is a competitive bidding between the financiers to take that particular risk. And then once that is done, there is an acceptance which is required. There is a pricing mechanism and there is an acceptance which is required, because you are going to pay the interest, either you are going to pay the interest or the buyer is going to pay the interest, depending on the arrangement between you two. And once you do that, then the obligation is created that the buyer has to make the payment on the particular due date. And after that is done, you get the payment on the next day. So the entire transaction, if it happens today between 9 o'clock to 9 o'clock, that is, you load the invoices are accepted, and the invoices get, bid for, the bankers go and bid over there, and then the payment comes to you the next day. So that means there is absolutely no follow-up with the buyer, ki mera paisa kab aayega. And there is a compulsion, we are working with the government, there is a compulsion with the government institutions that they have to come on the platform and they have to start making the payments to the MSME. So the MSME demands the buyer has to come. Today the issue is the government has issued a notification that any corporate above 500 crores turnover has to come on the platform. So every corporate in India now is aware that they have to come on the TREADS platform, because MCA is also following up. And on the due date, we debit the buyer. So that means tomorrow, if the scenario is there where the buyer does not have the funds, do we take the money from you? No. It is the buyer which is on the hook. The buyer gets reported as an overdue, as an overdue. If there is any overdue, or if there is any delay, or there is no payment, the buyer gets reported over there. So this is how the entire mechanism happens. What are the benefits? You get the benefits of the bidding happens, so there is a rate of interest benefit over there. you get, what we have seen over a period of time is, the corporates, the MSMEs, when they come on the platform, there is a differential of at least 3 to 4% of rate of interest. You might be taking a OD facility or a working facility for, making the goods, sending the goods across to your corporates, and you will be waiting for the payments to come in. Just imagine if you were to receive the payment in 10 days without any follow-up. This is the mechanism over there. So this is, again, you get the payment from the banks at the rate which the corporate gets. So tomorrow, if you have a large corporate on the other side, you get it. Buyers, what we have seen over a period of time is that the buyers are very keen on to come on the platform. It's a lot of push which is required, but once we have given the push, we are working with the government. The RBI is also working. So they come on the platform and they say that there is a remarkable interest reduction even for the cost of procurement. Because let's understand that tomorrow when you know that I'm going to get the payment only after 90 days, even though it's an MSME Act which is there, no one follows that. I'll get the payment after 90 days. The MSME loads that amount into the invoice, correct? And if the corporate now tells the MSME that, look, I'll give the payment on the 3rd day or the 10th day or whatever, so then they ask for the reduction in the cost of the goods. So that is the biggest benefit over there. And we have seen that when the MSMEs come on the platform and the corporates start doing the transaction, they demand that, can we also do it for some other corporates also? So over a period of time, what we have seen is the MSMEs, the corporates are very interested and coming on the platform and do the transactions. As what I said very clearly was, we have around 60,000 MSMEs all across India who have already enrolled on this platform. We have around 3,000 MSMEs which are there. And we have done a discounting of around 1,85,000 crores. Over the last 5 years, this is how the year on year the volumes are going up. What we have projected last year, what we did last year was 70. There are 3 platforms. We have done 75,000 crores. Last year we have done around this year we should be doing around 1,30,000 crores. That means we are saying we should be doing around 40,000 crores every platform. There are 3 platforms. This is the rate of interest. This is a very interesting model over here, that when you have a larger corporate with a AA rated or whatever, the rates of interest have gone down completely. It has gone even to the less than 4% also. After the rates have started increasing, due to the repo rate increases, the rates have gone up. But again, there is intense competition where the rates have, for the large area corporate like the AA rated or AAA rated corporate, the rates are still below 6%. Yeah, so this is what we do. So when we get the MSMEs also, we call them, we talk to them, and we do the digital onboarding. So we have to do complete due diligence on the corporate and get them onboarded on the platform. We have to do the due diligence on the MSME also. So tomorrow, there is not a single corporate who is not aware of the TREDS platform. So when you tell the corporate that, I can take the payment only through the TREDS, there is a lot of push which is required. But once the push is there, the corporates agree for it and they come on the platform. We are also working with the Department of Public Enterprises. We are working with MSME department. We are working with the Department of Financial Services, where they are asking us, how can we increase the traction on the TREDS platform? Because tomorrow, it is increasing the velocity of the money, right? If you were to receive the money after 90 days, your money working capital is locked. But if you were to receive the money in 10 days, the same money in 10 days, by paying some minimal amount of interest, which is predicated on the risk of the corporate, that's nothing like it. So this is the entire benefits about TREDS. And we'll talk much about it later on. I think, yeah.
So I must say commendable progress of the TREDS, really commendable, because coincidentally when this was conceptualized, I was at the helm at the IBA to drive it and make it acceptable to the industry. All of us are very, very familiar to KYC. प्रत्येक ठिकाणी KYC द्यावी लागते. I will give a fundamental of KYB. All the MSMEs should know their borrower. KYB, know your borrower. Just because somebody is buying your stuff, don't sell it. Do a due diligence on your buyer. You can ask for a credit score of your buyer. You can get the history of your buyer. You can also ask, why is he not on TREDS? Because the very fact that your buyer is on TREDS, your buyer has got a good credit rating, as shown by Mr. Gaikwad, the financing of your invoice will be at a lower rate. And thus it is the MSMEs who have to understand this part. And from my side, please make it a point that introduce a fundamental of know your buyer. That way I will say that any manufacturer should know the complete supply chain related to him, whether it is buyer or a supplier. Because your entire activity and the continuity of business depends on what kind of supplier you have and what kind of buyers you have. And thus, kindly bring this, keep this point in mind, know your buyer. With the permission of Mr. Gaikwad, I like to tell the House, there are 2 more trades in the system promoted by 2 different banking entities. So there are 3 trades, if I'm not wrong, which are operational. Wonderful presentation. I'll again request if you permit MEDC to provide on demand to the MSMEs. I think that is all. Now we'll come to our last speaker, Mr. Vaidya, the Chartered Accountant, who would tell us about the various governmental provisions, regulatory provisions. I will like Mr. Vaidya to give the inputs. Sometime about 5 years back, Reserve Bank had approved that the financial advisors for MSME sector should be the registered one. I don't see that activity rectifying because financial advisors are required by the MSME sector, not the intermediaries. I am making clear. This is again a moment which was taken up by me in the IBA. We need the good financial advisor, and globally the financial advisors are the registered entities, and that's how the Reserve Bank had come out. So I'll request him to talk about that. I would also like if Mr. Vaidya, you can bring some inputs on the government e-marketplace, because that is one of the great platform which has been created. I will not talk about the ONDC and all that, but at least government e-marketplace, if some information could be given. And I understand he is a forensic expert, so he may also give some input. What are the do's and don'ts for the MSME sector? Over to you, Mr. Vidya. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. Taksade Sahib, my colleagues Gaikwad Sahib, Chari Sahib, Shelar Sahib on the dais, very much seniors in front of the row of the dais, some journalists, officers of the Mavim, and thank you MEDC for giving an opportunity to communicate with you. Some students are also there. आणि माझ्या सगळ्या श्रीमंत मित्रांनो, कारण चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट फक्त श्रीमंतांनाच लागतो आणि मी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट आहे. मी येतो कर्जतमधनं, कर्जतमध्ये गरिबी काय ती बघतो मी, त्यांना मी लागत नाही, मुंबईतल्या लोकांना मी लागतो. त्यामुळे मग मी ठरवलं मराठीमधनं बोलू, जरा कम्फर्ट झोन पण येईल. आणि थँक्यू. आणि माझा विषय असा आहे ना की तो नुसता राडा, मारामारी, चिखलफेक, चिखल तुडव हे सगळे विषय माझ्या आयुष्यात रोजचे आहेत. गेली 31 वर्ष मी प्रॅक्टिस करतोय आणि आज मी पण जाणून बुजून त्या चिखलात उडी मारणार आहे. आपल्याला सगळ्याला माहिती आहे की ऑलमायटी भगवान इंद्र एक फुंकर मारतो आणि मोठमोठी वादळं होतात. निसर्ग वादळ, तौक्ते वादळ, एक फुंकर मारली देवानी की वादळ होतं. तसं फायनान्स मिनिस्टरनी एक फुंकर मारली आणि एक सेक्शन सोडला 1 फेब्रुवारी 2023ला की पहिल्यांदा सगळे इकॉनॉमिक एक्सपर्ट्स त्याच्यावर मारामारी करतात. मग त्याच्यावर सगळे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट्स मारामारी करतात. ही मारामारी चालेल मार्च 2024पर्यंत. त्याच्यानंतर मोठे सुमो त्यात उतरतील, कारण मग ती मारामारी इन्कम टॅक्स विरुद्ध आपण अशी होईल. आणि मग नेहमीप्रमाणे अफजल खानाकडनं सय्यद बंडा आणि तुम्ही शिवाजी महाराजांकडनं मी जीवा महाला असे जाऊन आम्ही एकमेकाशी भांडणार. आणि मी बरोबर बोललो, कारण मी जीवा महाला असणार आहे, मी सय्यद बंडा असणार नाही आहे. त्यामुळे मी त्याला मारणार आहे आणि तुम्हाला वाचवणार आहे. म्हणून ह्या वादळी विषयावर बोलायला आलो, कारण आत्ताच आमच्यात लठ्ठालठ्ठी सुरू झालेली आहे. ह्या सेक्शनचा अर्थ असा काढायचा का असा काढायचा, आणि त्याचा तुम्हा लोकांना ना करोडो रुपयाचा फायदा होणार आहे. मी तुम्हाला चॅलेंज देतो, मला 15 मिनटं दिलेली आहेत, 13व्या मिनिटापर्यंत तुम्हाला प्रत्येकाला काही कोटी मिळवून देईन मी. मग तुम्ही 13 मिनिटं माझं ऐकणार आहात का शेवटची 2 मिनिटं ऐकणार आहात ते ठरवा. सगळ्या जणांनी मोस्टली मला वाटते 1979 साली आलेला अमिताभ बच्चनचा मिस्टर नटवरलाल बघितला असेल. बघितलाय? नाही बघितला तरी आत्ता यूट्यूबवर लावा, माझा चालू असताना लेक्चर, आणि बघा. त्याच्यात एकदम जेव्हा क्लायमॅक्सला काय असतं माहिती आहे का, तो अमजद खान व्हिलन असतो, त्याचं नाव नेमकं विक्रम असतं, कारण गेले 4 दिवस माझं नाव जोरात चाललंय, सब जगत छा गया हूं मैं, कारण विक्रमच प्रत्येक हेडलाईनला येते. ग्रेट थिंग फॉर आवर सायंटिस्ट अँड ऑनर ऑफ इंडिया. तर त्याच्यात तो शेवटला अमिताभ बच्चनला जेलमध्ये टाकला असतो, त्याच्या घरचे सगळे लोक असतात, आणि मग अमजद खान येतो आणि त्यांना टीच करण्याकरता त्यांनी काय आयडिया केली असते, जेलच्या बाहेर फरशा असतात आणि फरशांच्या खाली सुरुंग ठेवले असतात, भूसुरुंग, लँडमाइन्स, आणि त्या फरशीवर पाय पडला की तो सुरुंग उडणार आणि माणूस मरणार. पण अमजद खान काय करतो, पटकन त्याच्या खिळ्यात टांगलेला एक गॉगल घेतो, लावतो, त्याला सगळे ते दिसायला लागतात कुठल्या फरशीच्या खाली आहे आणि कुठल्या फरशीच्या खाली नाही आहे. तो त्याच्यावर पाय ठेवत जेलपर्यंत येतो, अमिताभ बच्चनला स्क्रू करतो, भडकवतो आणि परत जातो, त्या खिळ्याला गॉगल अडकवतो आणि निघून जातो. अमिताभ बच्चनकडे गॉगल नाही आहे, पण तो हिरो आहे, तुम्ही सगळे हिरो आहात. आपल्याकडे इंटेलिजन्स आहे. अमिताभ बच्चन काय करतो, जेव्हा अमजद खान जात असतो तेव्हा तो पाव कुठे कुठे ठेवतोय, पावलं कुठल्या कुठल्या फरशीवर ती लक्षात ठेवतो आणि त्या फरशीवर पाय ठेवत तिथपर्यंत जातो, तो बॉम्बनी उडत नाही. अमजद खान म्हणजे इन्कम टॅक्स आणि फरशीच्या खाली पेरलेले भूसुरुंग म्हणजे त्याच्यातले सेक्शन्स. ते बघू शकणारा गॉगल म्हणजे मी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट, आणि मला फॉलोअप करून योग्य त्या फरशीवर पाय ठेवणारे तुम्ही सगळे श्रीमंत माणसं. म्हणजे पिक्चर हा मनमोहन देसाईंनी काढला, तो त्या फालतू होता, 16 रुपये तिकिटात बघितला म्हणजे संपला नाही. 79चा पिक्चर 2023च्या ऑगस्टमध्ये सुद्धा मला ज्ञान देतो. असाच एक वादळी सेक्शन, आधीच इन्कम टॅक्सचे 298 सेक्शन्स सत्यानाश करणार आहेत सगळ्यांचे, कारण मी सरकारच्या बाजूने जरी काम करत असेल तरी इन्कम टॅक्स हा मोठा राक्षस आहे आणि त्याच्याशी झगडायला तुम्ही सगळे झगडताय. माझे क्लायंट खूप बोंबरतात, साहेब का हा इन्कम टॅक्स. मी त्या म्हणतो सोपं मला सांग, तू इन्कम टॅक्स आहे का टॅक्स इन्कम आहे. तो म्हणतो इन्कम टॅक्स. म्हणजे मग आधी काय आलं, इन्कम, म्हणून मग टॅक्स आला, आणि मग म्हणून नंतर मग मी आलो ना. तुझ्याकडे इन्कम नसेल तर टॅक्स पण नसेल. आपल्या सगळ्यांना आहेत ते पैसे वाढवायचेत, आहेत ते पैसे लवकर पाहिजेत. स्टेट बँक ऑफ इंडियाच्या टाकीतनं मला 2 लिटर पाणी कसं मिळेल, नाहीतर एखाद्या NBFCतनं मला पाणी कसं मिळेल, नाहीतर मला BSEमधनं पाणी कसं मिळेल. मी तुम्हाला तुमच्याच दारात एक विहीर खणून देतो, त्यातनंच पाणी काढा. कसं, तर एक इन्कम टॅक्स आहे ना, तो आपण हिरण्यकशिपू प्रल्हादाच्या स्टोऱ्या सगळ्या ऐकलेत. सगळं तुम्ही म्हणाल सर तुम्ही पिक्चरविषयी बोलताय, पुराणाविषयी बोलताय, अरे त्यात सगळा इन्कम टॅक्स आहे रे, त्यात बिझनेस आहे. त्या ज्या 5 कंडिशन होत्या हिरण्यकशिपूनी मागून घेतलेला, मला मारला नाही पाहिजे म्हणून काय काय कर, दिवसा नाही, रात्री नाही, वराने नाही, शापाने नाही, शस्त्राने नाही, असे बरेच काय काय त्याच्या होते कंडिशन्स. तशा इन्कम टॅक्समध्ये पण आहे. पहिलं इन्कम आहे म्हणजे टॅक्सेबल का नॉन टॅक्सेबल, अलावेबल का डिसअलावेबल, डिडक्टिबल का नॉन डिडक्टिबल. मुळात इन्कमच आहे का इन्कमच नाही आहे, म्हणजे हे एवढे त्याच्यात मारामारे आहेत. त्याच्यातलं पहिलं इन्कम आहे का इन्कम नाही आहे हे तुम्हाला कोणाला मिळणार नाही करायला, कारण त्याच्यात एक ॲग्रिकल्चरल इन्कम येतं आणि तुम्ही कोणी ॲग्रिकल्चरिस्ट नाही, त्यामुळे तो पहिला विषय गेला निघून. दुसरा येतं अलावेबल डिसअलावेबल, हे मारामारीची गोष्ट आपल्याला आली इथे. तिसरं आहे डिडक्टिबल नॉन डिडक्टिबल, म्हणजे मी खर्च केला. समजा तुम्ही टेलिफोनचं बिल 10,000 रुपयाचं भरलं, तुमचा प्रॉफिट आहे 1 लाख, तुम्ही टेलिफोनचं बिल 10,000 रुपयाचं भरलं, तुमचा टॅक्सेबल प्रॉफिट किती झाला, 90,000. म्हणजे तुम्हाला 1 लाखावर 30% टॅक्स लागायच्या ऐवजी 90,000वर 30% टॅक्स लागला. म्हणजे तुमचे 3,000 रुपये टॅक्स कमी झाला. 10,000 रुपये आउटफ्लो झाला, पण 3,000चा आउटफ्लो वाचला, म्हणजे तुमचे 7,000चा आउटफ्लो झाला. ह्याला म्हणतो आपण डिडक्टिबलचं फायनान्सिंग. आणि चौथं जे म्हटलं म्हणजे अच्छा अलीकडे म्हणतात जे अलावेबल, ते सगळ्यात ब्रह्मास्त्र, डोळा उघडला ना शंकराने तिसरा, तर सगळं जळून भस्मसा होतं ना, तसं अलावेबिलिटी आहे. अलावेबल म्हणजे काय की मी एक खर्च करतो, जे मागाची उदाहरण घेतलं टेलिफोनचं बिल मी 10,000 भरलं, माझा प्रॉफिट 10,000ने कमी झाला, त्यामुळे जिथे माझा खरा प्रॉफिट 1 लाख होता, 10,000 टेलिफोनचं बिल भरल्यामुळे माझा प्रॉफिट झाला 90,000, मी 90,000वर टॅक्स भरला. पण उद्या जर इन्कम टॅक्सचा ऑफिसर किंवा एखादा सेक्शन तुमच्या अंगावरती आला आणि तो म्हणला की तुम्ही 10,000चा टेलिफोनचं खर्च वजा केला आहे, पण तो अनअलावेबल आहे, म्हणजे तुमच्या खिशातनं 10,000 तर गेलेत आणि तरी पण तुम्ही इन्कम टॅक्स भरणार 1 लाखावर. ये एकदम आधी जखम आणि जखमेच्या आत मीठ तिखट भरल्यासारखं बोंब आहे. हा सेक्शन 43B आहे ना, हा असाच मारामारीचा आहे. एक तर मुळात सेक्शन्स भरपूर आहेत आणि सरकारला काय कळत नाही मला, सेक्शनची मारामारी. 43B आधी 43 आणतात. जेव्हा पहिला सेक्शन बनवले 1 2 3 4 5 6 43 आणला, मग त्यांना 43च्या मध्ये B आठवला म्हणून त्यांनी 43 नंतर 43B केला. बरं 43B करून त्याचं मन नाही भरलं, मग 43BA B C D इथपर्यंत मला पण समजतंय. डीच्या नंतर काय येतं, डीच्या नंतर ई येतो ना, मी शिकलो शाळेत. इथे येतो DA, मग E, मग F, मग G आणि हा G येऊन थांबला 1983 पर्यंत आणि आत्ता 2023च्या 1 फेब्रुवारीला त्याच्यात H आला आणि जी मजा सुरू झाली. का मग तुम्हाला काय आता सर पण बोलताना बोलले की MSME ॲक्ट काय कोणी त्याकडे लक्ष देत नाही. 2006 साली आलाय, मी पण त्याचा अभ्यास नाही केला. तुम्ही तर स्वतः MSME मधले आहात, तुम्ही केला अभ्यास? काय कोणाला सेक्शन पाठ आहेत सांगा बरं, सेक्शन 2 काय, सेक्शन 5 काय आहे? पण आता मला तुमचा सेक्शन 15 पक्का माहिती आहे. कशामुळे की एक रस्त्याने चाललेल्या सामान्य माणसाला चालला, रस्त्याने साधं एक धोतर बंडी घातली रस्त्याने चाललाय, तिकडनं राजाचा रथ आला आणि राजाने त्या माणसाला उचलला आणि रथामध्ये ठेवला. आता उरलेले जे लोक आहेत ते त्या माणसाला मोठा म्हणणार ना. राजाचा रथ म्हणजे इन्कम टॅक्स ॲक्ट आणि रस्त्यावरून चाललेला गरीब बिचारा म्हणजे MSME ॲक्ट 2006. पण सेक्शन 43B जो H आहे बघा किचकट आहे फार, सगळा चिखल. तुम्हाला पहिल्यांदा म्हटलं मी, आमच्या CN मध्ये पण आता मारामारी चालणार आहे साहेब खूप, की सेक्शन कसा लावायचा, काय करायचं, हे का ते. ठीक आहे आपण सगळे झगडू, बट एक लक्षात ठेवा, मी तरी त्यात झगडणार आहे तो तुमच्याकरता, तुमच्या बाजूनी. कसा ते तुम्हाला सांगतो. हा सेक्शन 43B जो घुसवला ना आतमध्ये, अशी मजा आलेली आहे. काय मजा आली आहे की त्याने काय सांगितलं सेक्शन 43Bच्या H मध्ये की जर एखाद्या MSMEचं बिल त्यांनी ज्याचा तुम्ही सर्व्हिस दिले त्यांनी जर विदिन द मिनिमम ऑफ सेक्शन ऑफ 15 ऑफ MSME ॲक्ट 2006 जर काय ऑनर केलं नाही, म्हणजे पेमेंट तुम्हाला केलं नाही, तर तो खर्च त्याला डिसअलाव होणार आहे. आता बघा डिसअलावन्स, मग अशी सोपंसं वाटलं, 10,000चं टेलिफोनचं बिल भरलं आणि इन्कम टॅक्स ऑफिसरनी ते डिसअलाव केलं. का बरं? होऊ शकतं ना, ह्या टेलिफोनचं बिल तुमच्या ऑफिसमधलं नाही आहे, तुमच्या घरचं आहे, म्हणून ते डिसअलाव झालं. मग तुम्ही काय म्हणता, अरे हो की 1 लाख रुपयाचा माझा प्रॉफिट आहे, पण प्रॉफिट 90 नाही झाला, 1 लाखच राहिला, कारण ते टेलिफोनचं बिल माझ्या ऑफिसचं नाही आहे, माझ्या घरचं आहे. सो इट इज नॉट अलावेबल. बघा आउटफ्लो इनफ्लो इज डिफरंट, प्रॉफिट लॉस इज डिफरंट, अलावेबल अनअलावेबल किंवा डिसअलावेबल अजून डिफरंट. मग ह्या मारामारीमध्ये हा 43B घुसल्यावरती आता असा राडा झालाय विचित्र की पहिली गोष्ट की जो तुम्ही तुमचं पेमेंट थकवतोय तो नेसेसरीली लार्ज पाहिजे का इंडस्ट्रीस्ट, असं काही नाही. तुम्ही दोघंही MSME एकमेकाशी झगडत असाल तरी पण तुम्हाला तो फटका बसणार आहे, कारण ज्याला डिसअलाव होणार आहे तो कोण असावा हे डिफाईन नाही केलेलं. त्याला फक्त सेक्शन 43B लागतो. 43B लागतो म्हणजे 28 ते 44. इन्कम टॅक्स ॲक्ट आहे ना, ह्या 6 खोल्यांचा डब्याचं गाडी होती, त्यातला एक डबा काढून टाकला, आता फक्त 5च डबे आहेत. सॅलरी इन्कम ते तुम्हाला नको आहे, नंतर इन्कम फ्रॉम कॅपिटल गेन तो पण तुम्हाला नको आहे, इन्कम फ्रॉम बिझनेस हा तुमच्या कामाचा आहे, इन्कम फ्रॉम हाऊसिंग तो पण तुम्हाला नको आहे, आणि अदर सोर्सेस तर आपल्याला नकोच आहे. म्हणजे आपल्याला उरलं काय सेक्शन 28 ते 44. आणि हे जे तुमच्याशी मी बोलतोय ना, हे तुम्ही लक्षात घ्या आणि तुमच्या CAशी जाऊन बोला, कारण तुम्हाला हे कळणार नाही. तुम्ही चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट्स नाही आहात हे मला माहिती आहे, पण तुम्ही बिझनेसमन आहात आणि ज्याचं जळतं त्याला कळतं ही म्हण मी खूप लहानपणी शिकलेलो आहे. माझे CAचे सर मला सांगायचे की विक्रम भाई, जो अपना क्लाइंट बात करता है ना वो कान बड़े करके सुनो, क्योंकि वो टॅक्स भरने वाला आहे, वो कभी गलती नाही करता. त्यांना सगळ्यांना तुम्हाला माहिती असतं कुठला सेक्शन तुमच्या कामाचा आहे कुठल्या कामाचा नाही. आता चालला विषय फंडिंगचा आणि मी चाललो अमिताभ बच्चनपासून प्रल्हादापासून कुठेही भलतीकडे. आता येतो बघा मुद्द्यावरती की कोणाच्याहीकडनं लोन न मागता, कुठलाही सिबिल स्कोअर न तपासता, कुठल्याही प्रकारचं प्रपोजल न टाकता तुम्ही जो माल विकलाय त्याचे पैसे तुम्हाला जर मी 15 दिवसामध्ये आणून दिले तर तुम्हाला स्टेट बँकेतल्या शेलार साहेबांकडनं कर्ज घ्यायची गरज आहे का? इज देअर अ ब्रिज फायनान्स रिक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम गायकवाड साहेब? इज देअर एनी इक्विटी रिक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम चारी साहेब? नकोय. का? कारण हा सेक्शनने आपल्याला ताकद दिली. आता बघा, हा सेक्शनची मारामारी मी बोलतोय, ह्याच्यावर डिबेट होतोय. आमच्या इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये पण डिबेट होतोय, 2 CA मध्ये पण आमच्या साहेब डिस्कशन चालू आहे. सेक्शन 43B तुम्हाला मी थोडासा एक्सप्लेन करतो, कारण त्याच्यात सगळे तुमचे कोटी रुपये लपलेले आहेत. तुम्ही पण समजून घ्या. 43B टॉक्स अबाउट डिसअलावन्स. आणि डिसअलावन्स म्हणजे मवाली मुलाला वर्गात उत्तर बरोबर देऊन सुद्धा शिक्षकांनी वर्गाच्या बाहेर काढणे. लहानपणी आपण वर्गात सगळे होतो. मी एकदा बसलो होतो. लेट शब्दाचे 3 अर्थ विचारले. लेट लेट लेट. एक होता LAT, एक होता LET. आणि मी आपण बांकावरून असं काहीतरी ओरडलो. लेट म्हणजे मेलेला. म्हणजे माय अप्रोच वॉज रॉंग. माय आन्सर वॉज राईट बट माय अप्रोच वॉज रॉंग. वैद्य उभारा, बरोबर बोललास, बाहेर हो. आता बरोबर बोलला, बाहेर हो का? डिसअलाउड. मला तेव्हा कळलं की पुढे माझ्या आयुष्यात सेक्शन 43B येणार आहे की जो डिसअलावन्स करतो. हा डिसअलावन्स काय बघा, सेक्शन आता काय करू आपण, 43B ला बाजूला ठेवू आणि सेक्शन 15 जो आहे MSMED ॲक्ट 2006चा, तो काय बोलतो की त्याने 2 कंडिशन दिलेत की तुम्ही ज्याच्याबरोबर बिझनेस करताय, ज्याला माल सप्लाय काय, मुद्दा म्हणून पर्पज देणार मी वेंडर प्रोव्हायडर असे शब्द न वापरता सोपे शब्द वापरतोय. तुम्ही ज्याला माल विकलाय त्याच्याशी तुम्ही ॲग्रीमेंट केलंय का नाही केलंय? जर कुठलंही ॲग्रीमेंट केलेलं नसेल तर युअर अप्रुव्हल डेट इज 15 दिवस. आणि जर ॲग्रीमेंट केलंय, हे पुढचं जो आहे ना MSME ॲक्ट सेक्शन 15, तो फार डेंजर आहे आणि फार महत्त्वाचा आहे. बघा, त्याच्यावरती खूप मारामारी होणार आहे, पण आय डाऊट ऑन इट की आपण जिंकणार आहोत. सेक्शन 15 काय सांगतो की जर ॲग्रीमेंट केलं असेल तर 45 डेज. सेक्शन असं म्हणत नाही ॲग्रीमेंट किती दिवसांचं केलं आहे. सोपं देतो उदाहरण तुम्हाला. उदाहरणच घ्यायचं तर मी स्वतःला उदाहरण घेतो. मी मर्सिडीज आहे. मला एक काहीतरी जॉब तुमच्याकडनं करून पाहिजे. मी तुम्हाला 1 कोटीची ऑर्डर दिली. तुमचं ठाण्यामध्ये, दादर किंवा पनवेलमध्ये कुठेतरी तुमचं MIDC मध्ये प्लांट आहे आणि मी तुम्हाला ऑर्डर दिली की 1 कोटीचा हा जॉब बनवून मला द्या. अर्थात एक साधी गोष्ट आहे, समजून घ्यायला हरकत नाही. मी मर्सिडीज आहे म्हटल्यावरती आय एम मोर वेल इक्विप्ड. माझ्याकडे ॲडव्होकेट्स आहेत, माझ्याकडे फायनान्स कन्सल्टंट्स आहेत, माझ्या मोठा स्ट्रॉंग आहे. मी तुमच्यावर ॲग्रीमेंट केलं आणि 90 डेज क्रेडिट लिहिलं किंवा 60 डेज क्रेडिट लिहिलं. आता होतं काय बघा, किती MSME जरी हार्ट असेल ना आपल्या इंडियाची, तरी पण आता तुम्ही जाताय लोअर साईडला आणि मी बिईंग मर्सिडीज, बिईंग JCB, बिईंग सिंजेंटा, की नावं काय घेतो मी, की माझे खूप क्लायंट ह्यांचे सर्व्हिस प्रोव्हायडर्स आहेत म्हणून मला माहीत आहे ते. सॉरी, टाईम सांगतोय मला तो किती वेळ झाला. आता काय होतं, त्यांनी तुमच्याशी मी ॲग्रीमेंट काय केलं की आय विल पे यू आफ्टर 60 डेज. यू आर इन नीड, तुम्ही हो म्हणता. आता इथून पुढे म्हणजे आजपासून तो 1 एप्रिल 2023 सुरू झाला आहे. तिथपासून जरी तुमचं माझं ॲग्रीमेंट 60 डेजचं असेल आणि म्हणून मी त्या नियमाने तुम्हाला 60व्या दिवशी मी तुम्हाला पेमेंट केलं, तरीसुद्धा सेक्शन 43B सबसेक्शन Hच्या अंडर मी तुम्हाला दिलेलं 1 कोटीचं पेमेंट मला डिसअलाऊ होणार आहे आणि माझ्या प्रॉफिटमध्ये ॲड बॅक होणार आहे. म्हणजे माझा प्रॉफिट जर आफ्टर पेमेंट टू यू 10 कोटी आहे आणि पेमेंट टू यू इज 1 करोड, आय विल पे टॅक्स ऑन 11 करोड. बघा, त्या सेक्शन नीट वाचा. मी सगळ्यांकरता आणला पण आहे, पण मी मुद्दामून PPTत नाही घेतला. तो PPT पण नाही बनवली, कारण आता मग सगळं सेक्शनचं लिहिलं जाईल आणि त्यात तुम्हाला काही इंटरेस्ट नाही. तुम्ही काही CA नाही आहात, त्यामुळे त्याच्यात तुम्हाला मतलब नाही. तुम्हाला फक्त मतलबची गोष्ट देतो. हा बटाटा वडा आहे, हा खा. किती ग्रॅम बटाटा आहे, किती ग्रॅम मीठ आहे, ते सगळं मी बघतो काय ते. आता हे डिसअलाउ जर मला झालं तर आता माझ्या मागे जसं यांच्याकडनं येणारे 2 मिनटं उरलेत, तसं त्या मर्सिडीजच्या मागे आता आलं की विदिन 15 डेज, विदिन 45 डेज जर काय मी पेमेंट केलं नाही तर माझं डिसअलाउ होणार आहे. आणि डिसअलाउन्स कोणाला नाही आवडत. आता ह्यात मर्सिडीजला बाजूला काढूया आणि मर्सिडीज जागी तुमच्याच कोणतरी अ आणि तुमच्यातलाच ब आहे, तर त्यात पण अ आणि ब ला हा नियम लागणार आहे. आपण जर एक तारखेचा हिशोब करून बघायचं म्हटलं तर मी एक उदाहरण आणलंय. ती वर्डची फाईल, वर्डची इन डेप्थ ॲनालिसिस. एक जस्ट 2 मिनिटात तुम्हाला सगळं दूध का दूध, पाणी का पाणी होऊन जाईल. हां, जाऊ दे वरती, ह्याला वर जाऊन दे. हां, येस, हे मोठं करता येईल का थोडं तुला? बघा, 4 सिच्युएशन मी मुद्दामून तुमच्या समोर आणले सोप्या. ह्या त्यात 5वी सिच्युएशन नाही. माझं अकाउंटन्सी इज अ ब्रांच ऑफ मॅथमॅटिक्स. तुम्ही हे इंजिनियर मॅडम पण आहेत मगाशी म्हणल्या. आपल्याकडे जास्त काय ऑप्शन नाहीत, ते आर्ट्समध्ये असतात. कलेचे प्रकार, रंगांचे प्रकार. आमच्या अकाउंटन्सीमध्ये काय नाही, 4च प्रकार आहेत. विथ ॲग्रीमेंट, विदाऊट ॲग्रीमेंट, विदाऊट ॲग्रीमेंट पण रिजेक्शन, विथ ॲग्रीमेंट पण रिजेक्शन. संपलं. 5वी कॅटेगरी आपल्याकडे नाही. बघूया, पहिली कॅटेगरी घेतली आपण की विदाऊट ॲग्रीमेंट. दिसतंय सगळ्यांना? विदाऊट ॲग्रीमेंट काय दिसत आहे? हां, एवढंच पाहिजे आपल्याला, एवढंच आहे. डेट ऑफ ऑर्डर, डेट ऑफ सप्लाय, क्रेडिट पिरियड, एवढंच आहे. वरचं हेडिंग बिडिंग जाऊ द्या, ते मी बोलतो ना. आता बघा, तुम्हाला ऑर्डर मिळाली. मी तारीख मुद्दामून 1/1/2023 लिहिली आहे, कारण फेब्रुवारीमध्ये हे बजेट आलं तेव्हा हे बनवलेलं आहे. ही तारीख तुम्ही कोणी हवी तशी बदला तुमच्या रेफरन्सप्रमाणे. एक उदाहरणार्थ दिलं आहे की माल सप्लायची तुम्हाला ऑर्डर आली. किती तारखेला आली? 1 जानेवारीला तुम्हाला ऑर्डर आली. तुम्ही माल बनवला आणि 17 तारखेला माल सप्लाय केला. आता क्रेडिट पिरियड काय आहे का? नील आहे, म्हणजे ॲग्रीमेंट नाही, काही लिहिलं नाही आहे, त्यामुळे नो क्रेडिट पिरियड असं आहे त्यात. म्हणजे तुम्हाला मालचं ते पैसे त्यांनी दिले पाहिजेत. काय ॲग्रीमेंट काही नाही आहे. खरं दिले पाहिजे ताबडतोब. मिळतात का? नाहीच मिळू शकत. मी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट, माझे एवढे MSME क्लायंट आहेत, 5000 क्लायंट आहेत माझे टोटल. त्यातले MSME किती आहेत त्याचा मलाही हिशोब नाही, इतकं स्थिती आहे. आता त्याचं क्रेडिट काही नाही. ऑब्जेक्शन काही घेतलंय का त्याने आपल्या मटेरियलवरती? काही ऑब्जेक्शन घेतलेलं नाही आहे. मग अशा केसमध्ये सेक्शन 15 जो MSMED 2006चा ॲक्ट आहे, तो सेक्शन काय सांगतो? डेट ऑफ ॲक्सेप्टन्स ऑर डीम्ड अप्रुव्हल हा झाला तारीख 17. कारण तुम्ही त्याला माल दिलात, त्याने तो माल ॲक्सेप्ट केला, त्याने काही रिजेक्शन नाही केलं, काही नाही. तिथून आपण मोजणार 15 दिवस. दॅट इज कॉल्ड ॲज अपॉइंटमेंट डेट. म्हणजे जर 17 जानेवारीला तुम्ही माल पाठवला असेल तर 15 दिवसांनी 1 फेब्रुवारीला ती येते अपॉइंटमेंट डेट. त्याने तुम्हाला पेमेंट करायला पाहिजे 1 फेब्रुवारी 2023 पर्यंत. जर केलं तर कारण आता बघा, तुमचा जो जॉब आहे तो त्याच्या प्रॉफिट अँड लॉस अकाउंटमध्ये डेबिटला आहे. म्हणजे त्याचा तो एक्सपेंडिचर आहे, जो पेमेंट तो तुम्हाला करतोय. आणि त्यांनी जर तुम्हाला 1 फेब्रुवारीपर्यंत पेमेंट नाही केलं तर तो त्याला डिसअलाव होणार आहे. म्हणजे थोडक्यात मगाच्या उदाहरणामध्ये जर मी मर्सिडीज होतो तर माझ्या अकाउंटंटच्या मागले, बाबा त्याचं पेमेंट कर, त्याचं पेमेंट नाही केलं तर आपलं डिसअलाव होईल. गंमत अशी आहे, त्यांनी जर 2 फेब्रुवारीला तुम्हाला पेमेंट केलं तर तुम्हाला पेमेंटही मिळालं आहे आणि त्याला ते वजा पण नाही मिळणार आहे. म्हणजे कसली हार्श कंडिशन आहे बघा ही. आता आपण अजून पुढे जाऊ. तुमच्याशी मी ॲग्रीमेंट केलं आहे, ॲग्रीमेंट केलं आहे 60 डेजचं. तुम्ही मला माल सप्लाय करणार आहात, मी मर्सिडीज बेन्झ आहे, मी तुम्हाला ऑर्डर दिली आणि तुम्ही माल बनवून मला पाठवताय. घे रे पुढचं सेकंड. सिच्युएशन 2 बघा. सिच्युएशन 2 मध्ये काय? परत जानेवारी 1ला मी तुम्हाला ऑर्डर दिली, 17 जानेवारीला तुम्ही माल बनवून मला पाठवलात. ऑब्जेक्शन काय आहे का? काही नाही, तुमचा माल परफेक्ट आहे. ऑब्जेक्शन काय रायटिंगमध्ये आहे का? काही नाही. नंतर डेट ऑफ ॲक्सेप्टन्स काय झाली? 17/1. आता आपण काय केलंय? 60 डेजचं क्रेडिट दिलंय आपल्या ॲग्रीमेंटमध्ये. त्यामुळे जर 17 जानेवारीला तुमचा माल माझ्याकडे पोचला असेल तर 18 मार्च 23 पर्यंत मी तुम्हाला पेमेंट करायला पाहिजे आपल्या ॲग्रीमेंट प्रमाणे, बरोबर? पण तारीख बघा काय आले, अपॉइंटमेंट डेट काय आले? 1 फेब्रुवारी आले. कशी आले बघा ती, की तुम्हाला मी पेमेंट केलं तरी सुद्धा मला 1 फेब्रुवारी पर्यंत पेमेंट करायलाच पाहिजे. अजून पुढे जाऊ, अजून थोडं आपण किचकट करू, अजून पुढे. आता तिसरं घेतलं आपण. तिसऱ्या केसमध्ये काय बघा, 1 जानेवारीची ऑर्डर आहे, 17 जानेवारीचा माल सप्लाय आहे, क्रेडिट पिरियड काही नाही आहे. नंतर ऑब्जेक्शन, हां 17 जानेवारी त्यांनी ऑब्जेक्शन घेतलं की माल आला हा माल बरोबर नाही आहे, काहीतरी आहे डिफिकल्टी, मग त्यांनी रिजेक्ट केला. तो तुम्ही रेक्टिफाय केला, रेक्टिफाय करून पाठवला कधी? 25 जानेवारीला. म्हणजे आता आपले 15 दिवस आपण मोजणार 25 जानेवारीपासून. काय मोठा फरक पडला नाही. म्हणजे 25 जानेवारी दिवस मोजले तुम्ही तर 15 दिवसांची फिगर येते 9 फेब्रुवारी. बाय 9 फेब्रुवारी त्यांनी पेमेंट तुम्हाला करायला पाहिजे. आणि चौथं आहे ॲग्रीमेंट पण आहे आणि रिजेक्शन पण आहे. तर ते काय येतं आहे? 1 जानेवारीची ऑर्डर आहे, 17 जानेवारी माल सप्लाय केला आहे, 60 दिवसांचं क्रेडिट आहे ठरलेलं आपल्यामध्ये. तुम्ही 17 तारखेला माल पाठवला, रिजेक्ट केला, मी 25 तारखेला दुसरा माल पाठवला. आता 25 तारखेपासून आपण मोजायला लागलो 60 दिवस, ते येतात 26 मार्च. अपॉइंटमेंट डेट आली 15, पण पेमेंट डेट येईल 45 डेज. बघा, तुमचं ॲग्रीमेंट माझ्याशी 60 डेजचं आहे. आय एम सपोज टू पे यू ऑन 18th मार्च, पण इथे मला पेमेंट करायला लागेल 26 मार्च, आणि मला तुम्हाला पेमेंट करायला लागेल 11 मार्चला. कारण 45 डेज पुरे होत आहेत 11 मार्चला. आता 11 मार्च ही डेट कुठेही लिहिलेली नाही. आता ह्याच्यावरनं किती केसेस होतील, किती ऑब्जेक्शन निघतील, ते आपण सगळे बघणार आहोत. मी तर नक्की बघणार आहे. पण ह्यात गंमत अशी झाली महत्त्वाची, एवढंच होतं फक्त, मला बाकी तुम्हाला काही दाखवायचंच नव्हतं. आता याच्यात गंमत अशी आहे की माझ्यावरती आता बागुलबुवा आला आहे फायनान्स मिनिस्ट्रीचा, की ज्यांनी तुम्हाला वेळेत पेमेंट करायला पाहिजे. आता ह्याच्यात सांगतो मारामारी काय ती. खूप लोकांचा सेक्शन 43B कडे बघायचाच फक्त दृष्टिकोन आहे. बरोबर माझं संपलं ना, मतलबचं काम संपलं. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट आहे मी, मला हिशोब बरोबर जमतो. आय वॉज अ लेक्चरर इन कॉलेज फॉर 25 years, आणि असा दिवस नाही घडला की मी दोन्ही बॅलन्स शीटचे टॅलीचे टोटल मारले आहे आणि बेल नाही वाजली. इन 50 minutes माझा प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्ह होणारच. इथे पण झाला, 13 मिनिटात झाला. 2 मिनिटांनी दिलेत मला एक्स्ट्रा. अमिताभ बच्चन सगळं 13 मिनिटं पुरली. आता काय झाली स्थिती बघा, की इन्कम टॅक्सने डोळे माझ्यावर वटारलेत. सेक्शन 43B काय सांगतो की डिसअलावन्स, आणि जर तुम्ही 31 मार्चपर्यंत ते पैसे पुरे केलेत, किंवा अजून पुढचं सांगतो फक्त 31 मार्च पण नाही आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये अजून एक स्टॅट्युटरी ड्यूज जे असतात. उदाहरणार्थ तुमच्याकडे स्टाफ आहे, तुम्ही स्टाफचा PT कापला आहे, तो PT तुम्हाला भरायचा आहे. तुम्ही स्टाफचा TDS कापला आहे, तो तुम्हाला 7 एप्रिलपर्यंत भरायचा आहे. 31 मार्चच्या बॅलन्स शीटला तुमच्या तो आउटस्टँडिंग पेएबल दिसतो, आणि तोच तुमच्या प्रॉफिट अँड लॉस अकाउंटच्या डेबिटला दिसतो, की जो खर्च तो तुम्हाला मान्य होणार आहे कधी. तुम्ही 31 मार्चपर्यंत पैसे भरलेत का, नाही भरलेले, तरी पण एक स्पेसिफाईड डेट सेक्शन 139(1) मध्ये एक स्पेसिफाईड डेट दिली आहे इन्कम टॅक्सनी, की त्या तारखेला तुम्ही इन्कम टॅक्सचं रिटर्न फाईल करायचं आहे. ती सप्टेंबर 30 आहे ह्या वर्षी. जर सप्टेंबर 30 पर्यंत ऑर बिफोर फायलिंग ऑफ द रिटर्न मी ते PT आणि TDSचे पैसे जर गव्हर्नमेंटला भरले असतील, तर माझ्या बॅलन्स शीटला कोणी धक्का लावणार नाही. पण 31 मार्चच्या बॅलन्स शीटला आउटस्टँडिंग पेएबल आहेत, प्रोव्हिजन केलेली आहे, प्रॉफिट कमी केलेला आहे P&L अकाउंटला डेबिट करून, आणि बिफोर फायलिंग द रिटर्न ऑर बिफोर स्पेसिफाईड डेट. जाम मारामारी आहे, कोणाला कळत नाही. आम्हाला सगळ्यांना समजते का आमच्या डोळ्याला तो गॉगल आहे सेक्शन्सचा, कुठल्या कुठे बॉम्ब फुटतो ह्याचा. जेव्हा डेट ऑफ फायलिंग रिटर्न पोस्टपोन होते, तेव्हा हे बाकीचं पोस्टपोन होत नाही बरं का. त्यामुळे रिटर्न फायलिंग डेट गेली 31 डिसेंबर, 30 नोव्हेंबर, मागच्या वर्षी तर 31 मे 21 पर्यंत गेली कोरोनाच्या काळामध्ये. पण हा जो आहे ना बिफोर स्पेसिफाईड डेट, हा शब्द 30 सप्टेंबर तोच राहिला, कारण 139(1) मध्ये सप्टेंबर 30 आहे. आता ज्या लोकांनी तेव्हा रिटर्न फाईल करायला वेळ आहे म्हणून PT नाही भरला, त्यांचा तो डिसअलाव होणार आहे. ज्यांचा झाला नसेल त्यांनी रात्री 3 वाजता सिग्नल तोडलाय म्हणून त्यांना दंड झाला नाही असं गृहीत धरावं. 11 वाजता सिग्नल तोडाल तर तो सुटणार नाही, पकडला जाणार. 148 कोटीत तुम्ही सटकलेले आहात, त्यामुळे तुम्ही एस्केप झालाय. दॅट इज नॉट रूल, दॅट इज अ एक्सेप्शन. आता ह्या गोष्टींमुळे सोपं, म्हणजे ज्या विषयाकरता पॅनल आहे, मी आलोय आणि मला बोलायला दिलंय, तो विषय असा की तुम्हाला आता माझ्या ह्या इन्कम टॅक्सच्या भीतीमुळे जर वेळच्या वेळी पैसे मिळाले तर काय गरज आहे. तुमचे फंड्स ऑटोमॅटिकच रोटेट होत आहेत, तुम्हाला ऑटोमॅटिकच तुमच्या फंड्सची व्यवस्था होते, आणि तुम्ही या सगळ्या फायनान्शियल क्रंचमधनं निघू शकता. एवढं बोलतो आणि मी थांबतो.
थँक्स. मला वाटतं एवढं इम्पॉवरमेंट वैद्यांनी तुम्हाला केलेलं आहे. फक्त या गोष्टीची तुम्हाला माहिती आहे ते तुमच्या बायरला कळलं पाहिजे की तुम्हाला हे कळतं. त्याला जर नाही कळलं की तुम्हाला हे कळतं तर त्याचा उपयोग नाही. तर ते कसं तुम्ही सॉफ्टली कम्युनिकेट करू शकाल ते तुमच्यावर अवलंबून आहे. कुठेतरी तुमच्या बायरला हे कळलं पाहिजे की तुम्हाला या सगळ्या प्रोव्हिजन्सची माहिती आहे अँड यू कॅनॉट बी टेकन फॉर राईट. वेल, थँक यू व्हेरी मच Vidya, nicely articulated. I think we have overshot the time, but we'll still have 2-3 questions to start with. Yes, sir. Mic त्यांना. हो बस एक त्यांना माईक द्या ना. एक
Sir, I want to ask a question, how a professional like me or you can get loan of a very high order. Now, I am a chemical engineer, graduated in 1961. By chance, my first job was in Kalyan only here. Then I did something else. Then I did my MBA from Ahmedabad. I worked for about 30 years here and about 28 years in Kenya. I have now come. I'm an authority in world. I'm not boasting too much, reasonable, knowledgeable, in putting ethanol plants. Ethanol plants to be mixed, ethanol mixed with petrol for 20% program of the government. I have approached all oil companies, number of banks I have gone. The cost of 100,000 liters means 1 lakh liters per day, 120 crores of rupees. I went to Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Bank, Canara Bank, etc. They say you should bring 20 to 30% your own money plus lend, then we can. Can I get full loan from any bank, from any financial institution to put a plant? Market is ready, raw materials are ready, everything is ready. Only money is required by me. Can anybody help me, guide me how to go about it? This in India, and there are many other people like me are available to put such plants in. Hydrogen plants are coming, energy, we can do so much solar energy, but we have no money, we have knowledge. How you can help us, please? You are a banker, please.
I think the simple answer which comes to my mind is Mr. Chari, because in any case, bankers would like, or any lenders would like, your margin to come. Now, you are a professional, you have got every knowledge, but you don't have that margin money to give, and thus you look for who can fund me for margin also. And there where I think, as Chari said, that you can look for the equity stakeholder, you can go for the IPO. I think you have the, what I say, the your intelligence, maybe, I mean, that is what you will have to canvas, that somebody buys your idea, and either an institution buys your idea or the individuals buy your idea. Chari, you would like to say something about it? Please.
Sir, यहाँ पे क्या है कि
we are going to close the session.
सर आपने जिस तरह अभी बताया कि आपके पास नॉलेज है ये है और इथेनॉल प्लांट लगाना चाहते हैं, there has been a drive into this particular sector also. Probably what I can do as a regulator is that possibly we have to see the balance sheet. I told you starting itself we require. No, that's what I'm telling you. So we don't have the balance sheet. So as per the overall criteria and all this thing, we require the company should be in existence. There should be a balance sheet for 3 years. So that will be the hurdle for you to get listed onto the platform. Having said this, what I can do is that people are there working in the similar line of interest. I've got a company listed on my startup platform as Alpha Logics from Pune. I can connect you with the promoter who is also working along something into the ethanol and productions only. I can connect to the right person. Probably you can create a synergy that can help you with your knowledge. Probably you can start working along with them. That I can do it because we have a connections and all the intermediary, same line of interest. That I can do it, sir.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, and thank you so much to our esteemed speakers and our Honorable Chair for a wonderful session on funding opportunities for MSMEs. I would request Mr. Vivek Damle ji to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Shri Mohan Tangsare, sir. And if you have any more questions, I'm sure the speakers will be here for next few minutes. You can always have a one-on-one session with them. I would request Mohan sir to kindly felicitate our speakers for this session, starting with Shri Ketan Gaikwad, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Receivables Exchange of India Limited. Next up we have the very dynamic speaker, I would say, Chartered Accountant, Mr. Vikram Vaidya ji. Next up we have Shri Anand Chari, Deputy General Manager, Small to Medium Sized Enterprise, Bombay Stock Exchange. And last but not the least, we have Shri Chandrasekhar Shelar, Chief Manager, SME Credit, State Bank of India. Thank you so much. While they are taking their group picture, I would request for the chairperson of our fourth session for today. The fourth and the last session for today is Innovation, Incubation, Startups and Success Stories. And to conduct this session, today we have with us our Honorable Chairperson, Shri Ashish Garde. Gardeji is the Regional Director of Aurangabad MEDC. And I would request our esteemed speakers of the session to kindly join us on the stage, starting with Shri Uday Vankawala, Chief Executive Officer, Atal Incubation Center, Rambhau Malgi Prabodhini. We also have with us Dr. Abhay Jere, Vice Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Our next speaker for today is Shri Sanjay Sethi, Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust. Next up, we have Ms. Purvi Shah, Executive Director at Mangalam Kalpataru Industries LLP. And the last speaker for today is Ms. Nandita Dandekar, founder of Pink Tree Health LLP. I would request Ashish sir to please take the session ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. I welcome all the panelists for this session. All of us are aware this is the 13th MEDC MSME conference, and we have very distinguished panel members over here. We have very limited time on hand. Dr. Abhay Jere sir is here with us and he has some next meeting lined up. So I won't take much of time in introducing the speakers. Their profiles are available online. For those who wish to know more about them can check their profiles online. To begin the conversation, this is a very interesting topic. We have incubator, we have got senior most policy maker amongst us, and we have got some successful entrepreneurs to share their success stories. To begin the conversation, I will invite Uday Vankawala ji for sharing his views on the current trends at incubators. Uday.
Namaste. Good evening, everyone. It's so wonderful to be present in this MEDC forum. This is the second year that I'm representing incubator and startup ecosystem. We have esteemed Dr. Abhay Jere over here, who's the vice chairman at AICT. We have worked together on a lot of initiatives. That's where we say innovation. That's the buzzword, right? I mean, in a way that what we really see. And I know a lot of you out here, last year as well, I addressed and I said that at MSMEs as well, when we look at MSMEs, when we look at family managed businesses, what really happens is to the growth, there is a particular restriction. What really happens when you innovate, you really have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. I think that's what we all are here for. And I'm sure we would find a lot of budding entrepreneurs here. We have a couple of our incubatees out here as well. But I just wanted to share my experience. It has been 13 years in the ecosystem for me. So 2010, that's where I joined National Entrepreneurship Network Vadhwani Foundation. Let me share what it was a few years back and what it is now. It's a great opportunity for each one of you, including MSMEs. Why I'm saying MSME? Because this particular journey is all about idea to market, right? And I think I would go a step further and now say that it's idea to IPO. काफ़ी लोग IPO की बात करते हैं. We have seen one of the incubators, that's Sign IIT Bombay, in which Idea Forge came up with the first IPO from an incubator community. And that's what I see, that's a great potential. I still remember where Ankit used to sit at Sign IIT Bombay way back in 2008-9 at Sign office. And we used to talk about what all things that needs to be done along with Poini ma'am over there, who's the CEO. And we were not talking about business, rather we were talking about ideas and innovation. What it has taken them is tremendous years of hard work as well as pivots as well. So let me tell you, I mean, there are two phases to incubation. One is idea to lab, another one is lab to market. So please understand, when you start off, it's idea to lab, you really need to look at the ecosystem. There are a lot of academic incubators. There is AICT as well that is shaping up a lot of new challenges, Smart India Hackathon being one of it. These are your stepping stones. Use those, leverage those platforms, wherein you would really see your idea shaping up into a sort of a product or a MVP. We normally call it as minimum viable product. And then what really happens is from lab or from MVP, you really need to move to the market, which is validation, which is go-to market. And that's where incubation centers like AIC Rambao Malgi Prabodhini Foundation, we help you in that journey. Ours has been sort of a 4.5 years of journey in the ecosystem. What we have done is we have supported close to 70 plus startups, which are mainly in the social impact space. We look into agriculture, healthcare, education, and tech for social good. Let me tell you, there are a lot of stakeholders that are involved in this. That's SBI Foundation and a lot others like Startup India Seed Fund Scheme as well. Someone in the previous panel spoke about loans as well, but let me tell you that at this moment there is a huge opportunity. What government has given is, they give you a grant of up to 20 lakhs. That is for idea to prototype. There is also 7 to 10 lakhs of grant available through Nidhi Prayas. I mean, these are the opportunities. I believe that when I speak in such forums, not many entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs are aware about it. You should really look into Startup India portal. There are close to 90,000 plus startups that are there as a part of the ecosystem, 3,000 plus in Atal Innovation Mission, AICs all across. So you should really become a part of it. But at the end of it, what you really need to realize that as a startup, like incubators select the startups, I always say that startups also have to select the right incubators in their journey. So we have been pretty much transparent, and we say that if at all, if you are in lab to market space, then AIC RMP is the space to be in. If you are at idea to lab, then all the academic incubators are there. I think Magic at Aurangabad is doing some amazing work with innovation and budding entrepreneurs as well. So you should explore that. So these are the few sort of examples. Let me tell you that this particular space is evolving. There is no particular thing like a success story per se. For a startup, I always say getting your first customer could be a success. And a lot of startups work for funds as well. We normally say that more than the funds is the sustainability of the startup that really need to be focused on. So if you are building a business, then it should be a sustainable business, fundable business, that's perfectly fine. But what really happens is when you take loans, when you take money from outside, it could be angel investors, you dilute your equity. What really happens is you are working along with those stakeholders. Your freedom obviously gets sort of bit of restricted, and then that's where you really need to identify for what you are. And that's where I would say that as an entrepreneur, you really need to be clear that you are building an enterprise for your vision, and you are building an enterprise for solving a particular problem, and not for just money. And that's not only the funding part of it. So be very clear the purpose of it, and if at all, if you can figure it out. The other thing is job creation. We talk about wealth creation, we talk about job creation. We have seen a lot of entrepreneurs not wanting to share the wealth. I think the distribution of wealth, that's very important. That's all about mindset. So it's entrepreneur to enterprise journey that really need to be looked into it. And as an incubator and as ecosystem, that's what the ecosystem will help you to build you from an entrepreneur, an individual solo founder journey to building an enterprise, which requires entrepreneurship process and which requires more of a mindset of building enterprise or MSME. So I think it's all about mindset at the end of the day. If at all, the problem that you are solving needs to be there, not just currently you need to solve the problem, but you need to really look 3 to 5 years down the line, how you would still be relevant in the ecosystem and industry. So these are the few inputs I just wanted to set the context. And it's a great opportunity. Innovation, I'm sure Dr. Abhay Jire is there. He would talk about different initiatives, and he's been instrumental in shaping this entire country. Let me tell you, the young blood, and now with Singapore hackathon and a lot of international hackathons that are being there, they are really instilling the right confidence in the young minds as well. So innovation part of it, I'm sure Dr. Abhay Jire would cover, but innovation and startup ecosystem, I think it's at a fantastic phase in which government is giving a lot of impetus, and it's no longer a buzzword. I think the entrepreneurs are matured enough and doing enough in the ecosystem so that they can really contribute to the wealth creation. I call it as job creation as well, and at the same point of time using the technology. And that's where we say that when we look at any startup, it has to be technology, innovation, and job creation. So we will talk more later about our experiences. And with this, maybe I'll invite Dr. Abhay Jire to address the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uday. Like when we were planning for this conference, we were figuring out few names who should be the star attraction for this conference. And one of such name was indeed Dr. Abhay Jire's name, and we are really grateful to him that he has spared time and he is amongst us. It's a really dream come true moment for us as organizers, because getting his time is really very difficult, very hard. He's extremely busy. For those who are if I have to describe Dr. Abhay Jire in 2 lines, he is the person who has triggered the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship in college students in India. As a Chief Innovation Officer with Ministry of Education in last 4-5 years, he has taken many unique initiatives and which has reached like every corner of the country. The participation is there from all the towns, metro cities, everywhere. The other important responsibility that he is right now handling is he is the Vice Chairman of AICTE, and I am sure in days to come we will find many new innovations happening in engineering colleges in the country. I take this opportunity to especially thank Dr. Abhay Jire for being with us here. Like yesterday, Chandrayaan landed on moon, and today Dr. Abhay Jire has landed on this stage. Thank you.
You're too generous. No, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this kind of appreciation, to be very honest. But thanks very much. So basically, I'm working very closely with Uday and Ashish Gardeji. Thanks for inviting me. I really appreciate Maharashtra Economic Development Council for inviting me. Sheetalji, thank you very much. So when it comes to education and linking education with entrepreneurship promotion, startup related activities, there is a sea change in what we are trying to do here. We have launched multiple initiatives to actually give us a tectonic push to entrepreneurship and startup related activities within our education. I don't know how many of you will be aware that on one side, we believe that this rote learning thing which is there, because we always criticize our education system, right? घोका ओका kind of a system जी आहे आपली, की नुसतं पाठ करायचं, जायचं. आणि न्यू एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीबद्दल तुम्ही बऱ्याच लोकांनी बऱ्याच गोष्टी ऐकल्या असतील, किंवा नुसतंच फक्त भाषणं होत आहेत का खरंच काही ते ऑन ग्राउंड होतं हे पण तुम्ही विचारत असाल सगळेजण. पण होत आहेत, गोष्टी होत आहेत. तर त्याच्यामध्ये कसं आहे की घोका अवकाला जर आपल्याला कमी करायचं असेल तर काय करता येईल या गोष्टीवर इंटरनली आमचं बरंच डिस्कशन होतं. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये द मेन इम्पिटस ऑफ दिस एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी इज ऑन प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्विंग. म्हणजे मुलांना आपल्याला साध्या भाषेत प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्हर बनवायचं आहे. एकदा मुलं प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्हर बनले तर ते एंटरप्रेन्योरियल माइंडसेट त्यांच्यात निर्माण होईल. आणि ही 5वी 6वी 7वी पासून आपण ही प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्हिंग ॲबिलिटी आपण कशी इंटिग्रेट करता येईल ह्याच्यावर आमचा सगळा इंटरनली फोकस चालू आहे. तर तुम्हाला माहिती नाही, मला माहिती नाही, तुम्हाला माहिती असेल की नाही, किती लोकांनी डिझाईन थिंकिंग ऐकलेलं आहे? म्हणजे बऱ्याच लोकांनी ऐकलेलं आहे डिझाईन थिंकिंग. ज्यांना माहिती नाही त्यांना सांगतो की डिझाईन थिंकिंग इज नॉट अबाउट डिझाईन. डिझाईन थिंकिंग इज हाऊ टू थिंक, साध्या भाषेत. तर आता CBSE बरोबर आम्ही डिझाईन थिंकिंग 6th स्टँडर्ड पासून लॉन्च केलेलं आहे. आणि इंडिया इज द फर्स्ट कंट्री ॲक्च्युली टू डू दॅट. तुम्ही जर जाऊन बघितलं तर तुम्हाला सगळी 6वी ते 12वी डिझाईन थिंकिंगची पुस्तकं दिसतील. तो आत्ता आम्ही इलेक्टिव्ह म्हणून CBSE बरोबर लॉन्च केलेला आहे. अराउंड 1500 स्कूल्स CBSEचे तो आत्ता देत आहेत. इट्स अ फर्स्ट इयर फॉर अस, इट्स अ पायलट फॉर अस. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दॅट तुम्ही स्मार्ट इंडिया हॅकॅथॉन किंवा हॅकॅथॉन हा शब्द ऐकला असेल ना, आता सगळ्यांना माहिती असेल हॅकॅथॉन मोर ऑर लेस. जेव्हा 2015 साली 16 साली आम्ही हॅकॅथॉन्स चालू केल्या तर कुणालाही फारसा हॅकॅथॉन हा शब्द काही मेट्रोज सोडला तर माहिती नव्हता. मी जवळजवळ पर्सनली 1 लाख लोकांना ॲड्रेस केलेला आहे टू ॲक्च्युली अपडेट देम अबाउट इट. आणि नाव यू सी हॅकॅथॉन्स हॅपनिंग इन nooks and corner of this country. And the primary reason is to again build a problem solving approach. कारण की आत्ता कसं होत आहे, आपली जी एज्युकेशन ट्रेडिशनल एज्युकेशन सिस्टम आहे त्याच्यामध्ये इफ देर इज अ प्रॉब्लेम वी लुक ॲट समवन एल्स टू कम अँड सॉल्व इट. मग ते गव्हर्नमेंट करेल, MNC करेल, कोणीतरी अजून करेल. वी नेवर टेक अपॉन इट आवरसेल्व्स टू कम अँड सॉल्व दॅट प्रॉब्लेम. अँड दॅट्स वेअर वी आर ॲक्च्युली वर्किंग की हाऊ टू क्रिएट दॅट माइंडसेट दॅट आय विल टेक द ओनरशिप ऑफ द प्रॉब्लेम अँड आय विल गो हेड अँड सॉल्व इट. कारण की जर खरंच $5 ट्रिलियन काय $10 ट्रिलियन किंवा आम्ही इंटरनली तर अजून पुढचे आम्हाला गोल्स दिले जात आहेत, जर त्या पद्धतीची आपल्याला जर इकॉनॉमी उभी करायची असेल, आणि आता ऑनरेबल प्राईम मिनिस्टरनी तर लाल किल्ल्यावरूनच सांगितलं की बाय 2047 आपल्याला विकसित देश म्हणून, डेव्हलप कंट्री म्हणून पुढे यायचं आहे. आणि ऑलरेडी त्याच्यावर कालपासून आमच्याकडे प्रेझेंटेशन चालू झालेली आहेत की तुमची आम्हाला विजन पाहिजे. म्हणजे AICTची कालच चेअरमन सरांनी मिनिस्टरला विजन प्रेझेंट केलेली आहे. व्हॉट AICT शुड डू और व्हॉट HICI और सिमिलर बॉडी शुड डू फॉर 2047 टू रेग्युलेट टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन इन इंडिया. त्याचे काय कॉन्टूर्स असले पाहिजेत, त्याच्यामध्ये आम्ही काय करायची गरज आहे. तर ह्याच्यावर ऑलरेडी डिस्कशन्स चालू झालेले आहेत, ह्याच्यावर ऑलरेडी माथापच्ची चालू झालेली आहे. एक सिस्टमॅटिक अप्रोच ह्याच्यावर घेतला जातो. सो आमच्याकरता नाव एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स आर गोइंग टू बी द प्रायमरी हब्स ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. That is the change in thought process which we are trying to bring in. And we have 10,000 educational institutes in this country. So how we can ensure that these educational institutes, everyone actually have majority of them, not each and every educational institute should not have an incubator, but majority of them, how it can have, how they can have incubator, how they can incubate good ideas. त्याच्यावर आमचा पूर्ण फोकस आहे. आणि आत्तापर्यंत जे अकॅडमिशियन्स आहेत, जे टीचर्स, प्रोफेसर्स जे आहेत, जे नुसतं फक्त अकॅडमिक्स करतात, त्यांना अनशॅकल कसं करता येईल, त्यांना कसं आपण एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप किंवा स्टार्टअप करण्याकरता आम्ही प्रमोट कसं करू शकू, या दृष्टीने आम्ही पॉलिसी इवन अनशॅकलिंग ज्या आहेत त्या चालू केलेल्या आहेत. सध्या आय डोंट नो हाऊ मेनी ऑफ यू विल बी अवेअर, पण आम्ही 7,500 इन्स्टिट्यूशन्समध्ये इनोव्हेशन काउन्सिल्स उभ्या केलेल्या आहेत. 7,500 इन्स्टिट्यूट. आणि त्या इन्स्टिट्यूट्सनी इनोव्हेशन एंटरप्रिनरशिपमध्ये जे काही काम केलंय त्यातून 1,20,000 ते 1,22,000 इनोव्हेशन स्टार्टअप रिलेटेड ॲक्टिव्हिटीज चालू झालेल्या आहेत. म्हणजे त्यांनी ॲक्च्युली केल्या आहेत, ऑन ग्राउंड केलेल्या आहेत. आमच्याकडे त्याचे रिपोर्ट्स आहेत, कारण की मी ते ट्रॅक करतो. 1,22,000 ॲक्टिव्हिटीज फक्त स्टार्टअप अँड इनोव्हेशन रिलेटेड आपल्या कॉलेजेसनी केलेल्या आहेत. इट्स समथिंग व्हेरी ह्यूज. आणि द काइंड ऑफ पीपल विच वी हॅव टच्ड इज few crores. सो नुसतंच फक्त वरून जी म्हणजे गव्हर्नमेंटकडून एक भाषणं होत नाही आहेत, तर ऑन ग्राउंड बऱ्याच गोष्टी होत आहेत. पण इट्स अ स्लो प्रोसेस, कारण की एज्युकेशन इज इट्सल्फ अ स्लो प्रोसेस. त्याच्यामध्ये चेंजेस दिसायला, त्यामुळं भरपूर वेळा त्याला एक काय म्हणता येईल, एक त्याला वोटिंग किंवा त्याच्यातून असं हे जनरेट होत नाही. म्हणजे तुम्हाला एक सिलेंडर दिलं की ते सोपं होतं, पण एज्युकेशनला तुम्हाला त्याचा इम्पॅक्ट दिसायला वेळ लागतो. पण ह्या गोष्टी होत आहेत. आता मला माहिती नाही, तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना माहिती असेल की NCRF नॅशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क रिलीज केलेलं आहे. म्हणजे मल्टिपल एंट्री मल्टिपल एक्झिट क्रायटेरियाबद्दल तुम्ही ऐकलं असेल. तर पण मल्टिपल एंट्री मल्टिपल एक्झिट क्रायटेरिया म्हणजे काय, मी 2 वर्ष इंजिनिअरिंग करू शकतो, बाहेर पडू शकतो, जॉब करू शकतो, नंतर परत राहिलेली येऊन पुढची 2 वर्ष करू शकतो. आता त्याचं ट्रान्सफर्स कसे असावेत, कुठली युनिव्हर्सिटी कुठलेही क्रेडिट्स मान्य करेल, ह्याचं क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क आता रिलीज झालेलं आहे. NCRF ज्याला म्हणता येईल. ह्याच्यामध्येही आम्ही बरंच काम केलेलं आहे. सो एक व्हेरी सिस्टमॅटिक अप्रोच विथ इन एज्युकेशन आम्ही घेऊन यायचा प्रयत्न करतो. आणि त्यामुळे नुसतं काहीतरी लॉन्च करायचं आहे आणि नंतर मग ते करेक्ट करत बसायचं आहे, ही आत्ता तरी फिलॉसॉफी इंटरनली नाही आहे. वी आर डुईंग थिंग्स व्हेरी सिस्टमॅटिकली अँड वी आर लॉन्चिंग थिंग्स इन अ व्हेरी व्हेरी क्रेडिटेबल फॅशन सो दॅट दे हॅव लॉंग टर्म इम्पॅक्ट. आणि त्यामुळे आपण जर आपलं इथं इनोव्हेशन रँकिंग जर बघितलं तर बऱ्यापैकी मागच्या 7-8 वर्षात राईज झालेलं आहे. म्हणजे 2015 साली जागतिक जे इनोव्हेशन रँकिंग पब्लिश होतं त्याच्यामध्ये आपला रँक 81 होता. आता तो 40 वर आलेला आहे. पण 40 वेदर इट डज जस्टिस टू अवर रिअल पोटेन्शियल, बरोबर आहे की नाही. वी आर अ कंट्री ऑफ 1.4 बिलियन पीपल. म्हणजे काय, when we are talking about a country of 1.4 billion people, we are 1.4 billion brains and 2.8 billion hands. And have we developed a system to optimally utilize this potential? And that is what we are internally looking at. So, when I was looking to the earlier discussions, it was very, very interesting, and I was asking myself, की मी कम्प्लीट मिसफिट आहे या सगळ्या याच्यामध्ये. म्हणजे मला बोलवलं का हाच इथून प्रश्न पडला, की ज्या पद्धतीचे डिस्कशन्स MSME करता व्हायला हवेत ते ॲक्च्युली छान चालले होते. पण मला निश्चित असं वाटतं की 2 गोष्टी आम्ही, बिफोर आय कन्क्लूड, आय वुड लाईक टू टेल यू विच वी आर डुईंग अँड कुड बी रिअली ऑफ इमेन्स हेल्प टू MSME सेक्टर, इज आम्ही मुलांना इंटर्नशिप्स कंपल्सरी केलेले आहेत. सो एव्हरी स्टुडंट हॅज टू डू अन इंटर्नशिप. आणि आमच्या इंटर्नशिप पोर्टल सध्या जे आमचं आहे त्याच्यावर अराउंड 70,000 कंपनीजनी रजिस्टर केलं आहे फॉर गेटिंग इंटर्नशिप्स, अँड वी हॅव गिवन इंटर्नशिप्स टू अबाउट 26 लाख स्टुडंट्स. तर मला मनापासून इच्छा आहे की, आणि तुम्हाला विनंती आहे की तुम्ही इंटर्नशिप पोर्टल आमचं बघा, तुम्ही त्याच्यावर या, रजिस्टर करा. आणि आम्हाला, आणि जर आपल्याला मुलांना जर इंटर्नशिप्स देता आल्या तर द्या. भरपूर वेळा आम्ही कॉलेजेसमध्ये जाऊन हे पण काउन्सिलिंग करतोय की ना, तुम्ही फक्त जेव्हा मुलांना स्पेशली की तुम्ही जेव्हा इंटर्नशिप्स मागताय त्यावेळेस तुम्ही फक्त मोठ्या कंपन्यांची नावं घेऊ नका. म्हणजे आम्हाला गुगलमध्ये करायचे, आम्हाला मायक्रोसॉफ्टमध्ये करायचे, किंवा आम्हाला जर भारतात असेल तर TCSमध्ये करायचे, विप्रोमध्ये करायचे, टाटासमध्ये करायचे. असं नका करू, कारण की तिथे फक्त मुलं फिरतात आणि खातात, बाकी काहीही करत नाहीत, कारण की नोबडी हॅज टाईम. भरपूर वेळा आम्हाला ते विचारतात, म्हणजे आमचं जेव्हा इंडस्ट्रीशी एक डायलॉग होतो तर इन्फॉर्मली ते म्हणतात की सब तुमची इंटर्नशिप करायची का धंदा करायचा? आम्ही धंदा करायला हवं तिथं. आणि बरोबर आहे त्यांचं. त्यामुळे कोणाचं कोणाकडे लक्ष नसतं तिथे. ॲक्च्युली शिकत काहीच नाही. शिकायला MSME सेक्टरमध्ये भरपूर वाव आहे. तर तुम्ही देखील कॉलेजेसशी कनेक्ट व्हा तुमच्या नियरबाय. तुम्हाला जर तिथे प्रॉब्लेम आला तर आम्हाला सांगा. वी आर देअर टू हेल्प अँड सपोर्ट यू. पण जितक्या मुलांना आपल्या MSME सेक्टर्समध्ये इंटर्नशिप्स मिळतील तेवढं अकोमोडेट करायचा प्रयत्न करा. 1, 2. दुसरा, जर इथे एडटेक कंपनीज किंवा एज्युकेशन रिलेटेड कुठल्याही तुमची MSME असेल तर आमची एक मेजर इनिशिएटिव्ह आहे, कॉल्ड एज NEAT, NEAT, नॅशनल एज्युकेशन अलायन्स फॉर टेक्नॉलॉजी. तर त्याच्यामध्ये असं आहे की भरपूर वेळा आमच्याकडे एडटेक कंपनीज येतात की आम्हाला कॉलेजेसशी कनेक्ट करून द्या, आणि सो दॅट they will able to approach the colleges and actually create a market out of that. सो आम्हाला देखील वाटतं की जर आपल्याला मेक इन इंडिया असेल किंवा इंडियन स्टार्टअप्सना प्रमोट करायचं असेल तर वी हॅव टू हॅव सम काइंड ऑफ अ मेकॅनिझम. पण भरपूर वेळा काय होतं की जेव्हा MSME आमच्याकडे येते किंवा स्टार्टअप येते, पहिल्यांदाच तिथं क्रॅश क्रंच असतो, त्याच आम्ही त्याला परत सांगायचं आम्ही की तुला फुकट देणार असेल तर मी एक ईमेल पाठवतो. आणि फुकट कल्चर हे शक्यतो आपल्याला प्रमोट नाही करायचं आहे. सो त्याच्याकरता आम्ही ही NEAT नावाचा इनिशिएटिव्ह आणला की जर तुम्ही एज्युकेशन रिलेटेड काहीही करत असाल तर यू जॉईन दॅट फोरम. वी विल हॅव 4 लेवल्स ऑफ व्हॅलिडेशन. आणि ही एक गव्हर्नमेंटमधली एक एकमेव अशी हे आहे स्कीम आहे की जर तुम्ही आमच्या व्हॅलिडेशन्स म्हणून 4 लेवल ऑफ व्हॅलिडेशन्समध्ये क्रॉस केलं, म्हणजे जर तुमची क्रेडिबिलिटी वाटली, तर वी विल हेल्प यू सेल युअर प्रॉडक्ट्स. ॲज AICTE वी विल गिव्ह यू आवर एन्डॉर्समेंट, आवर सर्टिफिकेशन. आणि आम्ही तुमच्याकरता स्टॉल्स लावू, आम्ही तुमच्याकरता इन्स्टिट्यूट्सना लिहू की ह्यांचं प्रॉडक्ट बघा, ह्यांचं प्रॉडक्ट चांगलं आहे, आणि तुम्ही जी किंमत ठरवाल त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्हाला घेता येईल. फक्त आम्ही रिटर्नमध्ये एवढंच मागतो की जर तुम्ही 4 लायसन्सेस विकले तर 1 लायसन्स आम्हाला फ्रीमध्ये तुम्ही द्यायचं, आणि ते जे आम्हाला फ्री लायसन्स आहेत ते आम्ही सोशो इको स्टेटामध्ये, लोअर सोशो इको स्टेटामध्ये ते आम्ही फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करतो. तर आमची तेवढीच एक फक्त अपेक्षा आहे. तर तो NEAT, आता NEATचा 3रं व्हर्जन ऑलरेडी अनाऊन्स्ड आहे, तर तो तुम्ही बघा. मला माहिती नाही तुमच्यामध्ये किती जण एडटेक क्षेत्राशी निगडीत आहात, तर तुम्ही ते देखील केलं तरी तुम्हाला मिळेल. अपार्ट फ्रॉम ज्या ते इथं स्टुडंट्स बसलेले आहेत त्यांच्याकरता, एस्पेशली जर ते टेक्नॉलॉजी साईडनी असते, तर आम्ही भरपूर आता स्टार्टअप्स करता फंडिंग द्यायला चालू केलेलं आहे. ओके, आमच्या आयडिया कॉम्पिटिशन्स आहेत, आमच्या हॅकॅथॉन्स आहेत, तुम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये पार्टिसिपेट व्हावं लागेल. जर त्याच्यामध्ये तुमचं सिलेक्शन झालं तर वी आर फंडिंग अप टू 10 लाख रुपीज पर स्टार्टअप, ॲटलिस्ट फॉर आयडिएशन पर्पज, आणि दॅट इज फॉर, अँड इट्स अ ग्रांट. आत्ता अशी परिस्थिती आहे की माझ्याकडे 100 स्टार्टअप्स करता फंडिंग आहे, अप टू 10 लाख, म्हणजे 10 कोटीचं आहे फंडिंग, विच आय कॅन टेक इट टू अबाउट 25 crores. मला तो प्रॉब्लेम नाही आहे, आय कॅन डू दॅट. पण मी जेव्हा आयडियाज स्कीम करायला चालू केल्या तर आय गॉट 22,000 सबमिशन्स. ओके, let me please understand the number. I got 22,000 submissions, but eventually I could only fund 64 startups. कारण की बाकीच्या सगळ्या आयडियाज बकवास होते. Me too, copy pasting. So when we are talking about really becoming a $5 trillion economy or becoming a leader, a developed country, we have to generate ideas for the world. And when we have to do that, we really need to ensure that we just don't copy paste. There has to be an originality, there has to be a novelty. And if you're not going to do that, then तुम्ही मग कुठल्याही स्टार्टअप्स काही म्हणा, नुसते ते बझवर्ड्स झालेले आहेत. यू विल नॉट बी सक्सेसफुल. सिम्पल. And finally, before I conclude in last 1 minute, I would like to actually say that many times what I have started looking because I give a lot of these talks, I go as judging to multiple startup events. Many people are chasing technologies, these buzzwords, ki AI, ML, blockchain, data. आणि भरपूर वेळा what I have seen people they are working on a problem or they are trying to solve a problem which never existed. Because majority of them are technology centric, not problem or solution centric. म्हणजे आता मला AI येतं ना किंवा मला ब्लॉकचेन येतं ना, तर मी ब्लॉकचेन फायनान्समध्ये तर लागतं मला माहितीच आहे. पण मग मी ते एव्हिएशनमध्ये लावायचा प्रयत्न करतो, मी ते फूड प्रोसेसिंगमध्ये लावायचा प्रयत्न करतो, मी ॲग्रिकल्चरमध्ये ते लावायचा प्रयत्न करतो. आणि मग त्याच्या अराउंड काही स्टार्टअप्स तयार होतात आणि त्या स्टार्टअप्स येतात पैसे मागायला. ते ऑलमोस्ट रिजेक्ट होतात कारण नंतर त्यांना क्लायंटलही नसतं आणि मग नंतर ओरडतात की देर इज नो सपोर्ट फॉर इट. सो when you are looking at a problem, look at which is the most suitable solution. Whether that technology or the buzz technology which you are may be required, may not be required. जहाँ तलवार चाहिए वह तलवार चाहिए, जहाँ सुई चाहिए वह सुई चाहिए. Go for a solution which is the most appropriate solution. That's one aspect. Second aspect is many times when I see the products coming out from our MSME sector or from our startups, they're extremely shabby. They are very poorly designed. And there is no emphasis on design element. And that is again a very big root cause of our failure. आणि आम्ही ज्या यंगस्टर्सना सांगतो जेव्हा खूप छान त्यांच्याकडे आयडियाज असतात की हॅव यू इन्व्हॉल्व्ड अ डिझायनर. म्हणजे चायनाकडून येतात प्रॉडक्ट्स. आता आधीच्या डिस्कशनमध्ये चायनाचे प्रॉडक्ट्स, इंडियाचे प्रॉडक्ट्स याची कंपॅरिझन होते. तुम्ही मान्य करा ते चालत असतील प्रॉडक्ट, नसतील चालत, पण ते दिसायला तर किती क्यूट दिसतात ना. त्याचं मटेरियल, त्याच्यामध्ये एर्गोनॉमिक्स असतं, त्याच्यामध्ये मिनिएचरायझेशन असतं, सगळं असतं त्यांनी केलेलं. त्यांनी डिझाईनवर खूप काम केलेलं असतं. पण आपले प्रॉडक्ट्स बघा असे तसे ते वाकडे तिकडे, इकडून वायर हँगिंग, तिकडून वायर हँगिंग, इकडून असे स्क्रू जात आहेत आणि परत प्रीमियम मागतात त्याच्यावर की आता मेक इन इंडिया आहे म्हणून जे मला चायनाचं 20 रुपयाला मिळतं, मी घाण प्रॉडक्ट 22 रुपयाला घ्या आणि म्हणतात मग मेक इन इंडिया होत नाही. बरोबर आहे की नाही? सो ऑल द MSMEs which you are working on any kind of product need to ensure that they have a good designer involved. मग त्याच्याकरता तुम्ही डिझाईन कॉलेजेस आहेत, आता इतके एवढे डिझाईन कॉलेजेस आहेत, त्यांच्यामधल्या लोकांशी कोलॅबरेट करा. कारण की तेही आमच्या अंडर येतात आणि भरपूर वेळा ते सांगतात आम्हाला की आम्हाला प्रोजेक्ट्स चांगले मिळत नाहीत, लाईव्ह प्रोजेक्ट्स करायला मिळत. सो वी विल रिक्वेस्ट यू टू ॲक्च्युअली गो अहेड अँड कोलॅबरेट विथ दॅम सो दॅट यू हॅव अ गुड डिझाईन इन युअर प्रॉडक्ट. आणि जेव्हा ह्या गोष्टी येतील त्यावेळेसच मग तो एक युनिकनेस येईल आणि त्यावेळेसच मग इन अ रिअल सेन्स वी विल एबल टू सेल प्रॉडक्ट्स इन काय झिरो इफेक्ट, झिरो डिफेक्ट हे काय जे काही सगळं बोललं जातं, but of an international quality, which not only Indians, others will also buy. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Dr. Abhay sir has to leave for his next meeting, so we will have a group photo with him for all the panelists. We'll also felicitate him and then we will continue the session subsequently.
I would like to welcome the next speaker for today, Ms. Purvi Shah, Executive Director at Mangalam Kalpataru Industries LLP. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
First of all, very good evening to everyone and all. Before I start, I would like to thank Meenal Tai, AIC team, MEDC and MSME to provide us a startup, a platform to showcase their story. I won't say a success yet, but yes, a small story I would like to present in front of you. To give a base, Mangalam Kalpataru Industries is based in Burhanpur, where we work on the recycling of banana pseudostem agriculture waste. We manufacture, we gave a wings to the idea where we work on generating wealth from the waste. Just have a quick look that why and how this startup started. Since childhood, हम सबने सुना है banana fruit. Banana, and most of the people don't know that banana generate fruit only once in its lifetime. And the lifespan of banana plant is 9 to 11 months. So once the fruit is harvested, so the stem is considered as an agro waste for the farmers. So there are a couple of problems that our startup look into. First is, yes, the huge agro waste that banana stem is producing. And India is the top contributor of the banana production in the world. The one stem which almost weight for around 25 kgs and 1 acre produces almost 30 tons of waste. And India is 29% of banana exporter of the world, has 8.4 lakh metric tons under banana, hectares of area under banana cultivation itself. So what Mangalam Kalpataru Industries does is, once the harvesting is done, we are connected to the farmers to bring those stems to the factory, where the farmers generate an additional income for their waste, which otherwise they would be burning or lying in the open, which generates methane in the air. Once the stems are being brought to the factories, we generate 4 products out of it. The very first is organic liquid plant nutrients, then banana fiber, organic compost, and the banana sculpture. Banana fiber further goes in the industries like handicraft, textiles, and paper. The impact that we have been created so far in the journey of 2 to 3 years is, we have connected almost 1,000 farmers. We are connected to the rural ladies for employment generation of 80 plus ladies, and moreover, we are able to convert 2,180 tons of waste recycled every year. A quick glimpse, like as we say, a video has a more impact than the presentation or the words. A short 1-minute video I would like to present you to give a brief working or how our day is spent at Mangalam Kalpataru Industries. These are the real farmers that we have been worked with. These are the handicraft products that has been worked by rural women in India. connected with Assam government for conducting online training on banana fiber there as well. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, complete AIC team, for giving us a platform to showcase. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lovely presentation. Next up, I would like to welcome our last speaker for today, Ms. Nandita Dandekar, founder of Pink Tree Health LLP. Let's have a huge round of applause as she joins us here.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much to MEDC, MSME organizing team for having us here, particularly Meenal Tai. And thank you to Uday ji for always supporting us. Before I tell you a little bit about what Pink Tree is all about, let me give you a little background about myself. So I have been, my background has been from a corporate, 20 years of corporate life, particularly in pharmaceutical industry. So I started my career with Novartis, and for last 16 years, I was with GlaxoSmithKline. And in that journey, not only in India, but I got the opportunity to work in emerging markets, including Asia Pacific, LATAM, Gulf, and also global markets. And out of those 16 years within GSK, 10 years I was completely focused on the respiratory therapy. So anything to do with lung health is what I was working on both in India as well as in the global markets. And that's when the thought came into my mind that there is definitely a need gap when it comes to respiratory therapy, not only in India, but also globally. When it comes to cardiovascular or when it comes to diabetes, we are often very conscious, or we are very conscious when somebody in the house has diabetes. We make sure that you are doing the HbA1c, glucose monitoring, etc. But lungs, which is like a basic thing for our survival, I mean, we are breathing because of our lungs, is often ignored. And that's when the idea of Pink Tree stemmed in. So me and my founder who is here, Dr. Mrunmayee Toraskar, we both thought about doing something for lung health patients, keeping this core idea and the need gap in mind. Now, if you just go back one slide, I just want to spend a little time on the name. So if you think about Pink Tree, it sounds like a very fancy name, but let me give you a scientific background to this. So our lungs are pink in color, healthy lungs. If your lungs are healthy, they are pink in color. If you're a chain smoker, your lungs are brown, right? And the tree is the respiratory tree within our body, because just like the tree outside, the tree inside your body gives you the oxygen that you need. And that's why our entire focus of this startup is going to be on lung health, and that's why the name Pink Tree. So if I move on, that's our objective and that's our mission, that we want to build this ecosystem around the patient so that he is leading a near normal life in spite of having asthma, in spite of having tuberculosis or any other lung disease. So that's the overall objective of this organization. Let me introduce the team, like I mentioned to you on the next slide, please. So myself and my co-founder, Dr. Mrunmayee Toraskar, who is a pharmacy, PhD in pharmacy. And along with that, we have two eminent advisors in the team. One is Dr. Prabhu Desai, who is associated with the Leelavati Hospital in Mumbai. And we have Professor Paul Jones, who is associated with the London St. John's University, and he is a father of respiratory medicine. He has a lot of papers that he has published. So with their guidance and support, we already have some short successes that I would like to share. So the COPD Foundation, which is a globally known non-profit organization based in the US, has collaborated with us already looking at this idea. And what they have done is they have these global questionnaires, which are now going to be part of our disease management flow that we are creating for these doctors. So once the doctor or the patient gets to use the application, these global questionnaires are going to be part of those flows. And Those questionnaires have been provided to us by the COPD Foundation. And the second is, of course, we have got support from the Startup India Seed Fund. So we have received a grant thanks to AIC RMP, who has been a great support, a mentor, and Uday ji is here. So I would really like to thank the entire team of AIC RMP for supporting Pinktree. So having said that, coming to the problem that I just spoke to you about, lung health is a big issue, and globally you will see that 8% of the world population today has some or the other lung condition. And the numbers are huge. So if you look at the right-hand side, you take any lung disease, starting with asthma, COPD, sleep apnea, tuberculosis, the prevalence is huge. So one is that there are a lot of patients, right? Every second or third patient in India is a TB or an asthma patient. Now, what is the gap here? If you go on to the next slide, the patient is probably managing his condition alone. So one is that the prevalence is huge. Two, he doesn't have the support system around it. Because what happens is, in a typical chronic condition, what happens? A patient goes to the doctor. The doctor will tell him, diagnose the condition, tell him that, okay, you've got asthma, you need to be careful, you need to follow these particular instructions, and you need to take these medications regularly. Once he's out of that clinic and he goes back, he probably doesn't see the doctor at least for a period of 6 to 8 months to be minimum. There are patients who don't visit the doctor even for years, okay? And after a month of therapy, when you take the inhaler regularly for 1 month, which a new patient will typically do, after 2 or 3 months, he starts feeling better. And the moment he starts feeling better, he stops taking the medicine. Because he on his own decides that I'm well, I'm cured of asthma. Considering all the taboo around it, you will never see somebody taking the inhaler in front of 4 people, right? So these are all the other social issues that are associated with the disease. And that's why because he's not been taking the medicine regularly, after a couple of months, he is actually brought into the emergency or his condition is really severe. So what Pinktree is trying to do is, between these 2 physical doctor visits, or those 6 months or those 8 months, Pinktree is going to build a digital platform between the patient and the doctor, so that the patient's health records, his entire life of his medical condition, is something that the app will help him track. And 2, there could also be a doctor intervention, because the doctor can actually see you on your app. So that is the attempt. And that's what we are trying to build here. We are trying to build a whole ecosystem, keeping the patient in the center. In the first phase, we are focusing on the doctor, patient, and the pharmaceutical industries to support us in that way, get 3 stakeholders together. In the second phase, we would like to join hands with diagnostic companies, pharmacy labs, etc., so that we really build this complete ecosystem around the patient. So these are the plans. These are some of the, just to give you a glimpse about how Pinktree is going to look like in the mobile application, as well as a similar version of this is available for the doctor to log in and use this for the patients. So that was in nutshell about the product. I just have listed down some of the things on the right-hand side, which are the features of this particular app. So there are things, now why would somebody download this app would be a question. Because one is, it is engaging, right? You can actually find somebody else in the app who also has a similar condition like yours, and you could actually nudge each other to say that, okay, have you done your activity? I probably missed it today, let's do this tomorrow again, we'll ping each other. That kind of a interactive forum between patients. And of course, like I said, the patient can actually send his reports to the doctor via the app, and doctor can actually, if he feels that, okay, this is not looking too good, you need to come and visit me, that's what is available, which has been a need gap in this therapy area. So with this, I would just like to close, and again, thank everybody for the opportunity here, and really looking forward for the rest of the interactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. In today's session, we discussed about innovation, we discussed about role of incubators. We also had two success stories from the entrepreneurs. I guess Uday has to share few more details regarding the incubator, and we will have quick question answers in case anybody in the audience wish to know how an incubator can support their idea, or how innovation can be converted into a viable business. We can have a quick chat before we conclude today's session.
So I'll use the mic. Thank you so much, Ashishji. One thing, what I've seen in last 13 years in the ecosystem, I think incubation, that's a very heavy word, right? Kafi time log puchte hain incubation matlab kya? Lot of startups come to us and then say how an incubator can help us. I'm sure that would be the case at Magic as well, and a lot of other incubators. I always say that look at incubators as a facilitator who's going to look at your idea, not just look at the idea, but provide you with enough support. So as a startup, what is it that you really require? You require credibility. What you require is mentors. What you require is validation. And what you require is visibility. I think these are the four key elements for any startups, because as a startup founder, you start your journey all alone. It's a very tough world. And then what really happens is, if at all, if you have a support or a credibility from an incubator, which is either supported by, like for us, it's Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, there is DST as well, there is BIRAC as well. So there are a lot of incubators that are operating in this space. And the second part I always say is all about at what stage you are at. So idea to lab is one part of it, wherein Startup India Seed Fund scheme is available, and then lab to market, which is more of validation and growing your sort of a market or go-to-market strategies. So these are very important, and most of the important part, I think it's the mentoring. I believe that a lot of times as a startup, you struggle in terms of finding the right mentors as well as the ecosystem, because I always say that business model is one part of it that will evolve over a period of time. But what is most important in your journey is mentors who would help you to shape up your business model, at the same point of time, help you to understand the entrepreneurship better. I think that's where I feel a lot of entrepreneurs being lost. In a way that either they don't have a prior experience, even if they come from a family business background, what happens is they have a lot of baggage. So entrepreneurship is all about mindset. At the same point of time, there is a lot of unlearning, learning, relearning, which needs to be done. Agar aap wo mindset nahi janoge, because again, I mean, you are riding on a horse, and then that particular horse will have to be really worked around at a speed, which is like not less than 100 kilometers per hour. So again, there are high chances you'll fall down, and that's very important that an incubation center would help you. So that's what I just wanted to, because it's been 13 years, what I've seen is the ecosystem grow a lot, but at the same point of time, the startups have matured a lot, the founders have matured a lot. And that's the reason, if you have that particular mindset, as well as even if you come from industry, you really need to be really, because when you come from corporate and industry, क्या होता है, आपके पास बहुत support system रहता है, processes रहते हैं, but जब भी आप entrepreneur बनते हो, you realize that you really need to have those systems or processes being done by yourself, and that's very difficult phase. So there are enough support systems that's available with the help of Government of India, and then with AICT, I work closely with Abhay Jere as well, and then what we have figured out is, if at all, if you start early, you fail quickly, that's good enough. Learn from it and move on. Don't be too emotional about the idea. If it doesn't work out, there is always a chance to pivot. I think that's another thing I really wanted to advise all the startups and budding entrepreneurs. Ki, आप fail नहीं हो रहे हो, शायद you are way ahead of time, or else, I mean, that's not the right market that you are addressing, which Dr. Abhay Jere also spoke about. कि मार्केट है ही नहीं और आप कुछ इनोवेटिव या AI/ML जानते हो, उसकी वजह से लोग आपके लिए आपके प्रोडक्ट को बाय करेंगे. डोंट बी इन दैट फैंटेसी. सो दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक वी आर ओपन टू क्वेश्चन, सर.
In case anybody wish to have any specific question, otherwise Uday, myself, we are available after the session also. One thing which I would like to highlight is the current time is the best time to get into startups or commence your journey of entrepreneurship. There are plenty of schemes, government support programs, both state government as well as central government, and these programs can be availed by any individual, irrespective of their age and irrespective of their location. So these programs are reaching to every corner of the country. So those who have aspiration, those who have got innovative ideas, they should definitely reach out to nearest incubation center. In India, current figure of incubation center is close to 2,000. So there is no, what I can say, state or a district in India where there is no incubation center. So this is the opportunity for all those who are aspiring to be a startup promoter or an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, with that, we have concluded all sessions in the conference. Let's have a huge round of applause for that. And with that, I would like to welcome Shri Anil Gatske sir on the stage to felicitate Shri Ashish Garde sir. I would now request Ashish sir to felicitate Shri Uday Vankawala ji. Next up, we have Ms. Purvi Shah. And last up, we have Ms. Nandita Dandekar. Well, thank you so much for the very informative session on innovation, incubation, startups, and success stories. A big thank you to the entire panel. Yes, I would request you to please take your seats in the audience. With that, we now come towards the closing ceremony for the MEDC MSME Conference 2023. And for the same, I would like to invite on stage Shri Ravindra Boratkar ji, President MEDC, Mrs. Meenal Mohadikar, Vice President MEDC, Mrs. Sujata Soparkar, President Thane Small Scale Industries Association, and Shri Anil Gatske, State Committee Chairman, MSME and Cooperative Banking MEDC. I would also request Shri Ashish Garde sir to once again join us on the stage. I would request Ravindra sir to kindly give away the closing remarks.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, that's the spirit. Good to know that your energy levels are as good as in the morning. Though some number might have shrink, but that's okay, that happens. That's fine. Well, as they say, ki all good things finally comes to end. So the day has begun well. We are closing on a good note. What a wonderful day, what a wonderful deliberations we all had. Though the Honorable Minister came late, but I think the kind of information he gave or the willingness he showed, I think that was really good. He was forthcoming and asking MEDC that we should come forward and maybe with the help of center, which he promised that he will help to connect with the Minister of MSME of Government of India to do a bigger and a large conference on MSME for the benefit of the small, micro, medium enterprises of the state. I think that was a very welcome suggestion of him. He was also open to discuss and take forward the various issues we bring it to him regarding this sector. And what I liked today, I think he said that it's not only a red carpet for the mega projects, but the government of Maharashtra will also give a red carpet to even the smaller units. So I think that's a good attitudinal change with the government. If that is really happening, then I think, yes, Maharashtra, which is already a number one in industrial production, I think, which is also number one, I think almost 18 to 19% contribution of MSME of the entire nation is from Maharashtra. This, it seems, is bound to grow. So I think we started this on a very good note. Mr. Deepak Ghaisas, as he said, I think he was perhaps here for the last 10 years. Every time religiously he comes and attends this particular MSME summit of MEDC. And as always, he was very forthcoming, very straight in his advice. And the advice he gave, I think we all should follow. We should not only depend on the government to happen that. His advice was to have the corruption-free practices in the industry. And it's right, it's not only the government, but everybody has to, because government is ultimately what? They are the people elected by us only. So all we have to try to do the business in a fair and a better way. I think with the kind of the size of the economy growing in, the best practices in business has to happen, because today's topic of the conference was about the export. Means we are talking to be globally competitive. And I think when we want to be globally competitive, we need to follow the ethical practices, good practices, so that point was also well taken. And another main attraction was today's inaugural session was that there was a wonderful representation of the entire spectrum of industries of Maharashtra on the stage. Like we had the president of the Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, Mr. Lalit Gandhi. We also had president of the Indian Merchant Chamber, Mr. Somaiya. We also had the president of Maratha Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Mr. Deepak Karandikar, who came all the way from Pune and was also chaired the one session after that. We also had Mr. Kalantri, who is president of the All India Association of Industries. And we also had Srimati Sujata Soparkar, who represents the Thane Small Scale Industries Association. And she herself and her members are doing a really good work. And I think she's informed in the morning that she's also supplying to the ISRO. So I think to the ISRO, this Chandrayaan mission, there are many companies from Maharashtra also, I think they had contributed. So it's all a moment of pride for all of us. So this way it all began. We also have from Marathwada Chamber our Mr. Gandhi. So I think all important Chamber of Commerce in Maharashtra were represented today. And in the audience also, we had a representation from all parts of Maharashtra. So this, I think, was a very good way to begin with on a state level. And of course, later in all the sessions, I will not repeat the entire thing which happened there because we all have grasped that. But I think what is important, the few key points, like it came out that, I will start in the reverse order, that in the last session it was established that what is important is the originality of the idea, credibility, right mentorship. I think this is what everybody has to remember, be it a startup, be it a small enterprise, at any stage, or even if you're growing, this is what will take you ahead. Secondly, when you think about the export, let's not limit our ideas. Everything can be exported if you are making of a very good quality, of a world standard. You know how to package it nicely, and and if you can find who is the buyer outside there waiting for this product. So I think there is a good potential for all of us. And of course, that also gives a value addition, good remuneration, but yes, your concern for the quality, good practices has to be there. And when it comes to funding, as they always say, if you have an idea, if you have the will, if you have the zeal, funding is never a problem. It comes. So I think the funding will not be limiting anybody to go ahead, move. I think with this, a very positive note today, all of us, I think are determined that what we are doing today, we will be doing in a much better way. We all will not only do ourselves think about export, but also encourage, assist, our fellow enterprises, or if you are maybe into association, you will guide your members. So that's together we have to see that its entire ecosystem grows. As Ashish rightly said in the previous session, perhaps this is the best time, not only to have a startup, any idea, but for any enterprises, because we have seen that post-COVID also, or even in the challenging period, the way our economy is growing, and see how it's growing. But I think the first, it took us a long time to from $1 trillion to $2 trillion economy. And it took less than half, I think, perhaps, or much lesser time to become from $2 to $3.5 trillion. So I think now if we are aiming for the $5 trillion economy, it's not going to be very far. It's going to be sooner than what we expect. And I think it will happen, and we all should be proud to be part of that. We all should be proud that it has happened because of our efforts. And while the center is eyeing for $5 trillion economy, the state is trying for $1 trillion economy, and there the MSME is going to have a very wide role, very important role. And we all should be proud that we will be making it happen. So with this thing, that we will do it, I think with this resolve, we will come to the concluding part of it. Before I take my seat, I will just like to thank my colleague, Srimati Meenal Mohadikar, who is very passionate about this MSME conference. And I think for last 13 years, Meenal, she has been relentlessly doing this, and she's so determined that every year in the August, at the same place, she does this. It's phenomenal, her consistency, her passion, so we must give her a good applause. I must also acknowledge the kind of support she gets from the chairman of our MSME committee, a very senior member of MEDC. He is also the chairman of our banking committee, Mr. Anil Gachke. I also should extend a thanks to my colleague, a regional director from Aurangabad. And I always wonder how he keeps pace with so many things he's doing. You know, he's always there. You go to any event or any place where you are talking about innovation, startup, incubation, he's always there. So I think then I found ultimately the answer. The answer lies in the name of his enterprise, the magic, you know, a magical personality of Mr. Ashish Gandhi. And yes, I should also extend thanks to all my colleagues, some of whom are still here, Vivek, Mr. Kulkarni, Mr. Tanwa, Mr. Bhute has come from Nagpur. I can't take name of all my colleagues at the MEDC and the secretariat who has worked really hard for this, Ms. Sheetal Panchal. And I will request Sheetal to come on the stage, and I will request Meenal Mohadikar to felicitate her. Please come. Good. Get something, huh? You should go. It's one for the photo. Yes, no problem. Thank you. And I think every time, after every speech, the sweet voice which you're hearing from Shraddha Shinde, we must appreciate and acknowledge her effort for the day. So I also request Ms. Soparkar and Ms. Meenal Mohadikar to felicitate her. Thank you. Sheetal should also join. All ladies, you know, woman power. And I think, as they always say, that there has to be a last word from the lady. So I think I will not take much of your time, and I will conclude, and I will request Meenal to come and say the last word. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Sorry, Ravi sir, because he's the president of MEDC. He's my friend. That's why I call him only Ravi, but Ravi sir on the dais. And thank you, Sagyannats, because you are sitting here for a long time. Thank you to Ashish Garde, because he's from Aurangabad, but our committee is there, Anil Gatske, myself and Ashish Garde. As well as Sujata is there since morning. I am saying कि सगळे चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स होते, परंतु सुजाता इज द लेडी. रिअली आय एम टेलिंग यू की तिला 25 वर्षापूर्वी, बरोबर आहे, 25 वर्षापूर्वी आम्ही उद्योगिनीचा पुरस्कार पहिला सुजाताला मिळालेला आहे. त्यामुळे तिला जसा पुरस्कार मिळाला तसा अजून एक नाव मी मुद्दाम घेणार आहे विथ द ॲक्च्युली तुझ्या परवानगीने रवीजी, की आमच्या उद्योगिनीतली एक उद्योगिनी, फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेनर आय शुड से, कारण तुम्ही काही लोक ओळखत नसाल, तर तिने 5 वर्षात पहिलं फंडिंग घेतलं. जसं तू म्हणालास तसं की फंडिंगला काही प्रॉब्लेम नसतो, जिद्द तुमची साथ आमची, आम्ही उद्योगिनी, आमची टॅगलाईन आहे. तर ती जिद्द तिच्याकडे होती, काम केलं तिने. फर्स्ट जनरेशन विदिन 5 years पहिले पैसे 50 लाख परत केले. 50 लाख इज नथिंग फॉर हर, पण 9 ब्रँड्सचं काम करते आणि IPO आलेलं आहे. सोनाली कोचरेकर फ्रॉम मुंबई, प्लीज कम ऑन द डायस. की पहिल्या जनरेशनची उद्योगिनी जी स्वतःचा शेअर मार्केटमध्ये आणू शकते विदिन 5 years. बघा, मग इतकी जिद्द तिच्याकडे असेल तर तुमच्याकडे का नाही, असा विचार करा. पुढच्या वर्षी तुम्हालासुद्धा असं वरती स्टेजवरती मला बोलवायचं आहे. तर रवी सर प्लीज फेलिसिटेट हर, कारण MSME आहे, आज MSMEची कॉन्फरन्स आहे आणि तिला बरं नसतानाही ती आली आहे. महत्त्वाचं ते जिद्द तिच्याकडे आहे. सुजाता प्लीज कम. मॅडम तू पण येते. ओ सॉरी 5 नाही, ती म्हणते 3च वर्ष कंप्लीट झाली. म्हणजे पॅन्डेमिकमध्ये सुरू केलेला उद्योग तिचा जसा आहे तसा आमचा काजूवाला छोटा मुलगा आहे का, बहुधा गेला, पण त्याचं उदाहरण देते फक्त मी. शीतल कम ऑन, फोटो पाहिजे तुझा, असं कसं. आणि शीतल बरोबर आमच्या पूर्ण टीमने काम केलंय, त्यामुळे गिव्ह देम अ बिग हँड फर्स्ट. शीतल बरोबर पूर्ण MEDCची टीम सकाळपासून रात्रीपर्यंत काम करत होते आणि त्यामुळेच हे शक्य झालं. शीतल आणखीन एकच छोटीशी उदाहरण देते. जसं ही म्हणाली 3च वर्षात तिचा IPO आला बघा. एक मराठी उद्योगिनी, अजिबात फर्स्ट जनरेशन का म्हणते, आई वडील उद्योजक नव्हते तरीसुद्धा एका मुलीने एवढी जिद्द ठेवली आणि स्वतःचा शेअर आला मार्केटमध्ये. 9 प्रॉडक्ट्सचं 9 डिफरंट ब्रँड्सचं ती स्वतः मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग करते. आणि त्यामुळे दुसरं आता इथे नाही आहे, फक्त उदाहरण देऊन मी संपवते. पॅन्डेमिकमध्ये सुरू केलेला उद्योग आपल्याच उद्योगिनीचा बाय चान्स नाही, ॲक्सिडेंटली ती कोकणात अडकली. इथूनच मुंबईतून गेलेली उद्योगिनी नव्हती किंवा असेलही, पण तिकडे काजूची फॅक्टरी सुरू केली आणि काजूचं चांगल्या तऱ्हेने उत्पादन करते. तिचा मुलगा सकाळपासून इथे होता, बहुधा आत्ता नाही आहे. परंतु एक 0 म्हणजे काही बॅकग्राऊंड नसलेली बाई, कोकणामध्ये काही अनुभव नसताना काजूची छोटी फॅक्टरी, आता मोठी आहे. तिला बघायला भेटायला तुम्ही 8 तारखेला शिवाजी पार्कला स्काउट हॉलला अवश्य या. ती स्वतः इथे असेल. 8 मार्च ने 8 सप्टेंबर स्काउट हॉल 8 ते 11 तुम्ही अवश्य या. असे वेगवेगळ्या उद्योगिनींना भेटायला या. ओके. आणि तुम्ही सगळे आलात म्हणून MSME कॉन्फरन्स आम्ही सातत्याने करू शकलो. पुढच्या वर्षी जसं रवी सरांनी सांगितलं तसं पुन्हा आपल्याला भेटायचं ऑगस्ट महिन्यात याच ठिकाणी. IES = MSME = MEDC असं एक आपलं समीकरण झालेलं आहे. तुम्ही सगळे आलात त्याबद्दल खूप खूप धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
volunteers